Someone whose skin is cold white and whose pupils are a burning red hue slowly opens his eyes and looks down. The once arrogant king was kneeling before him. Holding out the crown, the man begged. He fell to ask forgiveness for the guilt of his ancestors. He is ready to give everything, be it the throne or the land. But will they allow him to save his life? The answer did not come immediately. As everyone predicted, the war ended with the victory of the vampires. He extends his hand, but the very next moment a bright flash flashes in front of the king, and his head flies off his shoulders. The subjects, seeing this, are horrified. Under their rule, people will live worse than cattle. Their surprise continues when the vampire transforms and his hand turns into a clawed paw. He angrily says, "Kill. Every single person. The brilliant age of vampires will last forever." The field is strewn with the corpses of soldiers, sharp swords are stuck into their bodies, and crows are circling above. 2 vampires approach a cliff, near which there are 4 soldiers guarding civilians. One of the creatures asks, "Are these the last ones?" As expected, everything will end quickly. There are very few people left. His partner appeals to the survivors. People should not be afraid of death. They will not have to suffer for long. With these words, he tightens his grip on the red sword in his hand. A woman guarding 3 children screams desperately, "Terrible creatures! Their era will not last long." God came to her in a dream. He personally told her, "Very soon a hero will be sent down who will save humanity." The vampires stopped, and one of them asked the other what was the matter. "What a funny child. And why is she saying this?" But the monster with the scar pointed the blade of the weapon at them and repeated again, "They should not worry. People will not live to see that moment anyway." The next moment he jumps up and runs forward in order to attack first. Female warrior screams, "They are coming." The man orders the others to protect the children. Then he resolutely goes on the offensive, but the vampire avoids injury and jumps over the warrior, ending up behind him. The man turns around and says, "He's fast." The monster cuts the soldier in half with one swing, and then the woman runs into battle. But the vampire kills her too. All this is seen by the 3rd soldier, whose eyes reflect only fear. The monster does not hesitate and gets rid of him, inflicting injury with a sword and piercing him through. Finally, the last of the defenders enters the battle, who rushes to the attack shouting, "He must die." But the vampire notices the approaching blade and easily stops it with his hand, which hits the old man. Grinning contentedly, he breaks the blade like a needle and throws the warrior aside, killing him. All you can hear is the body hitting the ground, and finally the monster turns its attention to the woman with the children, slowly walking towards them and saying with pleasure that he came to hurt them. Then the vampire also slowly raises the sword above the ground, concentrates, but suddenly someone distracts him. When he and his partner turn to the side, they see a stranger emerging from a curtain of smoke. He is equipped with thick armor. A tattered cloak develops behind his back, and his chest remains unprotected and exposes his skeleton. The vampire says in bewilderment, "Who is this freak? Is he a knight?" The monster with the scar frowns and notes that he is definitely not human. It feels like it's a corpse. The stranger flashes a red eye from under his helmet and runs up, picks up speed and jumps in their direction. The vampire notes, he attacks. His partner, having prepared himself, smugly says, "How did this scarecrow dare to rush at the vampires so fearlessly?" But the very next moment a knight's fist approaches his face, to which he does not have time to react. A large amount of power is released, and the vampire, covering his face from the dense dust rising into the air, wonders who he is. There are at least 10 meters between his jumps. When the curtain parts, it shows that the stranger has dealt with the vampire's body, smearing it on the ground. The monster with the scar is wary, but also gets ready and rushes into battle. At the last moment, he opens his eyes wide when he realizes that his sword has pierced the knight's body. But nothing follows this, and the vampire asks in bewilderment why he didn't even dodge the blow. He pierced his heart. He should have died right now. The stranger clenches his fist, then grabs the arrogant monster by the head and lifts him into the air. Vampire repeats how he pierced his heart. His heart. The knight does not answer, but strikes him, piercing his body with his fist. The monster dissolves into thin air, and the woman with her children, whom I had been silently watching all this time, exclaims with a smile, "Hero." Having looked around, the stranger clarifies, "Are there only children here? There is a holy land 5 kilometers from here. You should not go there." The woman asks hopefully, "Is he a hero?" She saw him in her own dream. He was sent by God to save people, right? The knight asks, "Heroes?" After that, he grins and takes off his helmet and says, "Does he really look like a hero?" Under the helmet, there was a gray face with many scars and large screws screwed into the skull. The sight that reveals itself terrifies people, and on top of this, suddenly the stranger's nose falls off, revealing a hole in the middle of his face. He picks it up as if nothing had happened and comments, "It can't be. It fell again." But at this moment, the woman and her children are completely horrified and scream, "Monster." After that, they do not scatter to the side, but the knight only grins in response to this reaction. In a world of complete despair, there was a very strange rumor about a certain creature that was destroying vampires. A story about a knight who never dies. A few days ago, 2 people in long thick coats, black hats with large brims and masks of plague doctors walked along a corridor filled with the bodies of dead knights and stained with blood. Suddenly they stop when they enter the destroyed arena and see a knight surrounded by 2 more of the same people. The taller man says, "This is amazing. He died standing." Coming closer, he adds, "Is this Gunther?" One of those present confirmed this. Yes, he is sure of it. The girl notes 228 competitions, 228 victories. What a loss. The greatest warrior of this era is the last gladiator Gunther. The man behind him added, "Even a better warrior could not defeat the vampire." But is Ariel okay? They are risking their future because of this guy. They know him well. She, adjusting the bag that was hanging on her shoulder, confirmed this. She trusts him. Afterwards, she approached another man, but asked what the state of the body was. He noted that corruption has developed significantly, but still remains within acceptable limits. The girl stated that this was good. She then takes off her mask to reveal her face with large blue-gray eyes. Turning to Gunther's body, she says that when terrible times come, the hero will save everyone. The guy stood on a mountain of vampire corpses, but he was absolutely calm. A voice was heard next to him. Gunther did a great job. He survived this time too. Hearing this, he raises his head and slowly opens his eyes. Suddenly something makes him horrified and opens them very wide. A bald man with a mustache, standing at a distance, exclaims. He opened his eyes. Another man in a mask joyfully clenched his fists and said, "This is already victory." Ariel, who stood closest to him, asked if Gunther could hear her. He, looking around those present with horror, says, "What?" He was sure he was dead. She explained, "Yes, but he was reborn to save humanity." He asked in surprise, "Was he born again?" A man orders a masked man to give him a mirror. Within a few seconds, a large mirror is placed in front of him, and Gunther repeats in shock, What kind of monster is this?" In the reflection, he sees his completely changed appearance. Now his body, whose arms and legs have been amputated, is suspended by chains. It is a plexus of human muscles and tissues with metal structures. His head is shaved, one eye is sewn shut, and screwed in bolts can be seen where his ears should be and on his lower jaw. Ariel explains that he is not a monster, he is humanity's last hope. The bald man also adds that his brain contains a special life support device. He is the only one who could do it. As long as there is a device in the brain, it will not die. Even if, for example, it is blown up, causing its limbs to float in the air. Gunther, still little understanding of what is happening, turns a puzzled look at him. Ariel approaches a stand on which huge arms and legs are laid out, also consisting half of human tissue and metal. She explains, and what's even more amazing is that his body can be upgraded. For example, these limbs were made using specially designed muscles. They generate 10 times more energy than that of a normal person. With such physical strength, he can fight vampires on equal terms, and perhaps he will even be stronger than them. Gunther, having thought about what he heard, says, "So, they brought him back to life, thus creating a hero to fight vampires." She explains, yes, she knows that this is all sudden, but there is simply no one better than him. He must have lost a lot to the vampires. So she asks him to fight for the people. He closes his eyes and repeats, "A hero saving humanity, that's great. But he has one condition. Can they come and listen? The man, actually coming closer, hostilely asks what. Only if it is adequate. Suddenly Gunther grabs him with the small appendages of his legs, which he has left, and tightly squeezes his head between them. After, he exclaims like a madman. He doesn't care about it. His condition is to get rid of all the stupid things, so they have to let him go now. Ariel screams in fear. Renner. Gunther, turning his attention to her, asks if she knows how to become a better warrior. You need to kill people without blinking an eye. Yes, vampires are sinful, but so are humans. They are just as selfish and limited. Become such a scarecrow and fight for them. Well, no, he won't do that. All he cares about is his own life. So if they don't want to see this freak's head explode, they should give him back his hands and arms and let him go immediately. At this moment, Renur is writhing and gasping in pain. Ariel looks from him to his pocket watch and frowns. Gunther mockingly notes that her comrade is dying, and she is interested in time? But she mysteriously says, no, this. A little bit more. This perplexes him, and she, looking up at him, announces that he doesn't have much time left. He asks in confusion, what? Ariel begins the report. 4 seconds. Gunther insists, what does she mean by this? But she just continues, alone. The next moment he feels his head as if pierced by a sharp beam, and then Gunther loses consciousness, letting go of Renur. She immediately asks, is he alive? He just exclaims, this guy is very dangerous. After some time, Gunther opens his eyes again and greedily inhales the air. Then he freezes for several seconds, trying to understand what is happening. Renur, standing opposite him and rubbing his cheeks, notes, is he already awake? His jaw still hurts. It hurts him to even think about it. Gunther asks, confused, what is this? What's going on here? He calmly answers, the animal, the car, everything needs recharging. His body also needs energy. This surprises him, and then he follows Renur's gaze. Ariel stands nearby, connecting the red hose to a special connector on her chest. He continues, in his case, it is the life of a living person. Gunther, frowning, continues to ask questions. Life? What does he mean by this? She disconnects the wire and explains, everything is literally. He needs to be connected to her through this device in order to be filled with vital energy and be able to move. After disconnection, he was given only 2 hours to do everything. Gunther screams in horror, 2 hours! It's pointless. Renur calmly agrees. Such a reaction is quite expected. Yes, it sounds stupid. But you should believe him. This is all for the sake of saving humanity. Such people with a device for pumping out life are called energy workers. Among hundreds of volunteers, implantation was successful only in Ariel. Now it is difficult to operate this device, so perhaps she is the only energy worker. Gunther adds, and that's all. He, looking around, makes a remark. Yes, the guy says that he is fighting only for himself, but without her his life will last only 2 hours. If he starts destroying people, he will live only 2 hours. But he can fight vampires while protecting Ariel. The choice is his. This information plunges him into shock, and he frantically begins to think. But he is interrupted by the voice of a masked man who, opening the door of the room in which they were, shouts, Captain Renur, they have a problem. He answers displeasedly, what is it? He doesn't see. They have an important job here. But after a pause, Renur says, it's a snake. The man coughs shyly when suddenly a clawed hand pierces his body. A mutated vampire enters the room and announces that Benzel ordered to bring all the precious things, all men and women. He thinks there will be a lot of miserable people here, doesn't he? Another monster, whose half of his face is occupied by a huge ulcer, laughs with him, and they say, it's true. Truth. Everyone present is surprised by the unexpected guests. Renur says in alarm, it can't be that there are still these nasty vampires left? Asks the masked man hopefully what the captain orders him to do. Gunther, behind them, starts screaming, what's wrong with him? If he wants to save his own miserable life, he must hurry and attach his hands and feet to him. Captain Renur immediately exclaims, yes, he's here. Then he orders Patrick to go and buy them some time while they collect it. But he immediately answered, is the captain out of his mind? They are bad fighters. This is pure suicide. Another masked guy behind him agreed. He said he was a hunter. Maybe the captain will go himself. But Renur got even more angry. What will happen to them if the captain dies? This is an order, so they must go fight without further ado. Patrick still objects. There are only 4 people here. Why do they have to do this? They don't want to die. Ariel, listening to them argue, takes a crossbow and decisively announces that she will gain some time. In the meantime, they must attach arms and legs to the body. Captain Renur, why did she decide to go? She must stop. Also shouted to her, where was she going? She must stop. She, not listening to their dissatisfied cries, approaches the vampires. They, laughing at her action, wonder, is she not afraid to fight them alone? She's not afraid. They are stronger. Ariel doesn't answer and fires an arrow that heads straight for the big-eyed monster's face. But he manages to grab it. Her crossbow reloads again, she seriously notes. He talks a lot. The vampire squeezes the wooden arrow, breaks it into pieces and exclaims in displeasure, she's crazy. Afterwards, he abruptly runs to the side, but Ariel continues to try to kill them by shooting arrows. The monster dodges, and no matter how much she tries to move back, it gets closer until it finally gets close enough that it kicks her in the stomach, sending her flying against the wall. Afterwards, the vampire grabs Ariel by the neck, and, examining her, with a nasty smile, says what a beautiful face she has. I wonder if she'll like Benzel. At that moment, a monster with an ulcer runs up to him and asks again, is she beautiful? He wants to take it for himself. But the big-eyed vampire is not going to give it to him and tells him to calm down. She belongs to him. The monster that just ran up is indignant. The last time he took 2 people. The gray vampire begins to growl towards him, and they get into a squabble. Suddenly someone calls out, what are they doing? But when the vampires turn around, they are knocked down by Gunther, who has finally reattached the missing body parts. The monsters hit the wall, and he turns his attention to Ariel. She just wants to tell him something, when suddenly he grabs her cheeks and screams, is she crazy? She could have died. She must be careful. She still notes that someone had to do it. Gunther wants to argue with her some more, but the dissatisfied screams of the vampires are heard nearby again. They continue to shout at each other that Ariel belongs to one of them. He notices how the gray monster adjusts its head, which partially dissolves in the air, and asks in surprise what. He didn't die, even though his head could barely rest on his shoulders. Explains in panic, heart. The heart must be destroyed. As long as it is intact, vampires regenerate. Then he gestures with his hand because he is a vampire. Gunther abruptly pushes Ariel towards Renur, and just at that moment the monster finally reaches him and raises his hand to strike. But the very next moment, the vampire is very surprised when he realizes that his blow, to which he puts so much effort, does not penetrate the body. At the same time, he screams in surprise, how? Gunther mocks him and delivers a powerful blow to the head. The other monster, seeing this, tries to take advantage of the chance, and laughing disgustingly, heads towards Ariel again. With his arms outstretched, he shouts that she belongs to him, but he still fails to complete his plan. Gunther gets to him and also attacks him strongly. The vampire falls to the floor, and Renur enthusiastically says, this is amazing. Even though the body is being used for the first time, this guy is extremely good at fighting. Ariel also understands that it's not just amazing, it's incredible. The altered body is superior to vampires in many ways. His speed cannot be compared with that of a human. Gunther already understood all this. He skillfully uses his abilities, but he also needs to protect his own heart. Does this man enjoy fighting? He really continues to strike the vampires at this moment, and grabbing the gray monster by the neck, he notes how hard it is. It's great for hitting. The vampire asks in confusion, Who? Is he a monster? People created a monster. Gunther just grinned and clarified, are these his last words? After that, he moves his right hand to strike, but the vampire desperately asks, he must wait a little. Offer. He has a proposal. He must listen. He's sure he'll like it. Gunther really stops in bewilderment. Frowning, he asks again, proposal? The monster exclaims, Benzel is nearby. He feels it because they are of the same blood. If he kills them right here, then the Benzel will find out about it and come to take revenge in no more than an hour. If he comes to them, he won't last even a minute. Does he understand that? Gunther only wonders why he should take revenge for them. The vampire screams desperately because the Benzel loves them. In this whole stupid world, he is the only one who loves, and if he gives it to them, then he will let them go in peace. What does he think about this? With these words, the vampire pointed to Ariel. Gunther, turning around, thoughtfully replied, "He can only give him a bald guy." But the monster was unhappy with this. No, he was scary. Then he replies, "Okay, in that case." But Gunther doesn't finish his sentence, but frowns and hits the vampire on the head, punching it right through. After that, he still completes the previously started proposal. The negotiations are over. After this, he deals with another monster, who finally only utters one name, Benzel. Gunther, rubbing his wrist, wonders who this is, since he worships him so zealously. Ariel explains that Benzel is a high-class vampire. He remembers, it feels like he's heard this somewhere before. She suggests it's possible. There are 3 main types. Purebloods were vampires from birth. High-ranking ones have the purest blood. There are also low-ranking ones. They were born from the blood of the second. Gunther also clarifies that vampires with black hair are inferior. Ariel confirms his guess. It's true that high-ranking people are vulnerable to sunlight. There are few of them in this world. They use their own blood to create unique weapons during battles. They say that these creatures are so strong that their power is beyond the control of common sense. Suddenly, Reneur's angry voice is heard nearby. What is he doing? Didn't he really hear what this monster was saying? Benzel will be here in an hour. Gunther, with his hands on his hips, calmly asks, "Does the captain believe this?" He answers in surprise, "But shouldn't they be prepared for anything? They won't have time to escape anywhere in this hour." Suddenly, Ariel interrupts their dialogue and asks, "But first he must tell them, is he really going to fight vampires with them?" She had not yet heard his answer. Reneur agrees, "By the way, yes." Gunther thinks and then answers, as he said earlier, his own life is most important to him, but it seemed that for his continued existence he was forced to help them. So as long as they cooperate. She thanks him. Humanity will never forget him. He suddenly remembers. She says he will only have 2 hours. Before it's too late, he'd like to be fully charged. Ariel, turning back, suddenly announces that, before that, there is a gift for him. After a couple of minutes, Gunther approaches the mirror, equipped with new armor. Captain Reneur sighs with delight. This is simply amazing. What does he think? He made it out of several suits. Doesn't it look like a knight's robe? A kind of rebirth from the dead. Gunther frowns and carefully examines his reflection, and then states, "Well, it's for men." Ariel, taking his hand, explains that the ring armor is made of refined mithril, a metal similar to silver, but stronger and lighter than put. A protective layer was applied to each part of the garment to facilitate movement of both arms and legs. He's better than vampires. They are inferior to him in both agility and speed, and it seems to her that there will be many cases when he will fight until he switches off. The suit is designed to reduce all possible damage. And one more thing, he should look at his wrist. And having discovered the red scale, he wonders what it is. She explains that this shows the approximate time he is given after being disconnected from the energy drink. The red mark will gradually decrease, so she asks him to keep a close eye on it. Gunther clarifies, so it turns out he will have about 2 hours. Ariel reaffirms this, yes, something like that. Unexpectedly, a dull but loud blow is heard above them. When they look up in surprise, Reneur clarifies what. Did they hear it? She agrees, yes, it's upstairs. The noise stops at first, but then comes back again with such force that plaster begins to fall from the ceiling. This is followed by another loud sound, and Gunther assumes something fell, something huge. Captain Reneur suddenly gets scared by such noise. It can't be. What will happen? When another blow occurs, Gunther urgently asks to disconnect it. In which direction should they run before the enemy arrives? Ariel disconnects the wire and points to the side and answers, they have converted the underground cemetery of the city. Now the entrance and exit are the same. With these words, her finger is pointed at the only door from which the vampires previously came out. He asks again in shock, is there one way out? They should have told him about this earlier. She says she's sorry, but they weren't in the mood for that. The blow is repeated, and Gunther, putting on his helmet, orders them to move away from him, and this time they must not push forward. Reneur does so, but also asks to save them. He is preparing himself, and the sounds of blows are getting closer and closer. Finally, they are heard from behind the door itself, and then there is silence. The calm lasts only a few seconds, when suddenly 3 tops of heads appear from behind the door. Then 3 heads protrude, located one above the other. This puzzles everyone in the room. The vampires sigh heavily and say one after another, "It's him. He is the one who killed their family members." Gunther, walking slowly towards them, asks who. Are they really talking about those ugly, low-ranking vampires? If about them, then yes. Then he dealt with them. They were so mediocre. The monsters answer calmly, "And what's wrong with you?" Right. By the way, it's not bad for a person. Even their own parents did not like them because of their terrifying appearance. They were pathetic. They wanted to kill them. Naturally, they decided to fight back. So they ask you to forgive those 2 for this. They are very sorry that everything turned out this way. He stops, and turning to Renner, clarifies what? Are they Benzel? He sighs and then turns to the monsters. Are they a collector of faces? Do they belong to Benzel's minions? Heads confirm this. That's right. Then, with a frown, he says that he asks for forgiveness, that they killed those guys, but they attacked them first, so it seems to him that they weren't just any. Unlike other vampires, they are ready to communicate with them. They should also understand that they don't need any problems. How do they feel about just going their separate ways? The vampires think about this proposal, but soon answer, the sun will rise soon. This is great, but they promised Julius that they would kill all the people in this world. Patrick, hearing this, notes that this was expected. He also states, okay, that's what he thought. Are they really that good without their family? Then, showing them his clenched fist, he adds that it looks like they are not enough to cope with him. In response to this, the vampires smile, revealing their sharp rows of teeth, and laugh loudly. Human. He's so funny. After this, even more heads appear, jostling, telling him that the reason why lower-ranking vampires are active both in the morning and in the evening is because of the task of protecting the high-ranking ones. If there was no sunlight, who could kill them? Darling. Nobody. Soon the heads are a huge wall of smiling monsters. Gunther examines them all, and then clarifies, are they really vampires? Ariel, standing behind him, frowns and, looking closer, says it looks like a bunch of heads were connected by blood. Captain Renner explains that's why they're called face collectors. She assumes there must be a body somewhere between them. You need to find and destroy the heart. Just at this moment, the monsters rush at Ariel in a large heap. As soon as she turns around, a veritable stream of face collectors emerge from behind the door and rain down on them. She closes her eyes in fear and covers her face with her hand. But when she opens them and looks around, she realizes that Gunther managed to grab her and move her to the side. She turns around and joyfully says his name. He, with one hand on her shoulder, asks what's wrong with them. They are faster and bigger than he thought. She should not waste time and quickly run to a safe place. But Ariel is indignant. If he doesn't find out where their body is, then he won't even have a point in fighting. He turns around and assures her that she shouldn't worry, and it's better to take care of herself. Suddenly, Ariel turns her attention to the side. At the other end of the hall, near Patrick, a huge wall of heads hangs, which seem to be in a sleeping state, with their eyes tightly closed. But suddenly they open them and rush towards him. Patrick screams in fear and tries to cover himself with his hands. At the very last moment, Gunther runs up to him and breaks some of the heads with one blow. They look in his direction in surprise. He also does not take his eyes off them and rushes into battle again. This time he manages to hit the heads of the Purs, and at the same time he does not know where their body is. Then he just gets rid of them all. The rest at this moment are hiding behind wooden boxes, and Captain Renner, frowning, notes, this guy is crazy. Does he really think that he can match the strength of a high-ranking vampire? He thinks he's winning, does not answer anything, but silently watches what is happening. Gunther continues to fight, and more monster heads disappear into the air. But at the same time, they just exclaim with satisfaction, wonderful. What power! Among people, was there a warrior capable of this? No. Is he even human? Without stopping and continuing to injure them, he clarifies what this information will give them. This question is followed by a new attack, but it has an unexpected outcome. The collector of faces begins to laugh, and suddenly announces that they have finally captured him. Gunther's hand actually gets stuck in the mouth of one of them. The monster says that he is much stronger. After the first bite, he will never be able to escape. He's about to loosen his grip with his other hand, but another set of heads digs into his armor, and when he looks back, he realizes that the vampires have grabbed his limbs and pulled him to four sides. Along with this, the monsters say, now they will show something unusual. Gunther is really wary, and they open their mouths and continue, inside them. This is real hell. The next moment, they attack him in a crowd. In a landfill, among a pile of garbage where no one had ever set foot, a baby was lying and choking on his tears. It is clear that he cried from longing for his mother's warmth. No one heard his desperate cry, and so he lay there for a couple of days. At one point, the baby's crying stopped. He closed his eyes and struggled to open them. They had to find a child who did not make a sound without parental love, without anyone's help. Only thanks to one's own strength in this cruel world, there was only one way to survive. The collector's faces surrounded Gunther from all sides. He was in no hurry to act on emotions, but tried to think about it. The bite force was definitely very strong. You can still fight off one or two heads, but it's almost impossible to fight off three. His arms and legs are completely engulfed. How can he escape? Up? To the right? Left? He needs to keep contact with these persons to a minimum. Touching the ground or using force can be very dangerous. Maybe he should escape through the bottom. He has no idea how many layers of these heads there may still be. It's too risky. What if nothing works out for him? But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice coming from the darkness. Dirty vampires. People like them cannot get out of here. He must go to him. He will end him. Gunther tensed when suddenly, out of the darkness, faces began to approach him. More like human ones. They had questions and only four fangs, two on top and two below, reminded him of their origin. The head with blonde hair exclaimed, "A horde of evil." He must give up. Another added, "He will lose. Stupid vampires. They won't be able to." But their conversations were also interrupted by someone. A hand with fused fingers, skin covered with blisters and red long claws, fell on one of the heads. A creature made of blackness, with one eye and a creepy mouth protruding from the darkness, said, "This creature's name is Albert Lauren. He was a hero who fought against vampires, who, like the gladiator, decided to protect the pathetic people, but now he is just another head in his collection." Gunther sighed and said mockingly, he sees that this guy even has hair, and it uses its head as a personal stand. Does he really value it? The creature answered with a laugh, "Of all the daredevils, only the most beautiful, wonderful faces are collected here. Their souls will remain here, without aging or withering until the end of time. Beautiful hell, isn't it?" He answered calmly. He understood everything. It seems to him that the vampire will not like his face. The creepy monster calmed him down. He didn't have to worry. That's enough for him. He has excellent willpower. He is the best among all who could claim this place, so he shouldn't speculate. Gunther coldly replies that he didn't even think about doing that. He really looks bad. The vampire falls silent, then asks with interest, "Is the guy serious?" He suggests he can check it himself. The heads immediately grab the helmet with their teeth, and the monster is amazed by what he sees. He also recognizes monsters indeed. Gunther adds that all his life he has heard this exclusively from the same freaks. Well, is he convinced? Do they no longer need him? The vampire doesn't answer him right away. Does he really hope to leave here? What nonsense. Does he think he can pull this off in his position? Gunther insists. He can't say for sure, but if he gets help, he'll succeed. The monster looks at him in surprise, when suddenly he bares his teeth in a smile and mysteriously asks, "Do they think that the only one here who knows how to bite?" As soon as he says this, he immediately, with his mouth wide open, bites one of the heads. The vampire observes his actions in confusion, and screams and tries to threaten him. This will not help the guy escape. What nonsense. No one is left here yet, but he continues to free himself due to the bites of the collector of faces and says, "He is not a nobody. His name is Gunther. No matter what he says, he is an absolutely living person." During this time, he manages to free his hands, which greatly surprises the vampire. Suddenly, he disappears among many heads, causing the monster to start looking around in confusion. A huge pile of heads, which is hanging from the ceiling at this time, falls silent. Captain Renner, still sitting in the shelter, asks if they ate him. Patrick also says in fear, "Is this the end?" Renner suddenly starts screaming. He said that this guy doesn't look like that freak. How could they take a risk and come to such a dangerous place, and even turn them into a knight? Can't be. How could you believe in this guy? Humanity is over. But Ariel, not giving in to panic, suddenly points forward and shouts, "They must see this." The vampires' heads begin to fall to the floor, and then a bright light appears from there. Gunther breaks through, and Captain Renner immediately screams with relief. He believed in him. He falls to the ground and manages to jump to the side, when suddenly all the vampires also poured onto the cold tile in one stream. Wooden boxes, and Renner just notices his legs. Gunther, not paying attention to the fact that he doesn't have them, announces that they need to change their strategy. They won't be able to cope with them in close combat. He asks again, "Strategy?" Gunther abruptly picks Ariel up on his back and adds, "They have to get out of here before the sun comes up." Captain Renner, hearing this, freezes in confusion. The bald heads opened their mouths wide, showing off their sharp, huge fangs, and screamed desperately. Their red eyes became large from surprise and fear. The heads, connected to each other, fell like an avalanche onto the stone floor of the Gothic-style crypt, destroying everything around. Large gray stones flew in different directions, crashing into columns and walls. Gunther jumped out of the avalanche of heads and jumped to the side. His legless body crashed noisily onto the gray slabs of the floor, belly down. Ariel loudly announced that she had brought upgraded crutches. She clung to him tightly, holding his neck with her hands and his waist with her legs, and added that the casts were not finished yet, but there were still a few weapons. At the far end of the crypt, heads hovered eerily from the ceiling. Gunther sternly replied that they did not have time for this. "We need to leave here. Let him hold on tight." Ariel hugged Gunther's body, dressed in knight's armor, even tighter with both hands. He pushed himself off the gray slabs with his hands and jumped forward. The heads, dividing into two streams, slowly approached them, moving along the ceiling. Gunther, with Ariel on his back, pushed off the floor with his hands, made another jump and landed between two tombstones made of gray stone. The vampire heads watched them with their eyes. Ariel looked back. One of the heads looked at her in surprise. Then she smiled tenderly, revealing 2 rows of teeth and said, "What a beautiful face." The head demanded that she give them her face. The stream of heads began to rapidly approach. The heads looked at Ariel with admiration and argued among themselves who would get her face. Gunther and Ariel hid behind a wide column. He said with surprise that she, it turns out, was a girl in great demand. Ariel couldn't find an answer. At this time, the heads slowly rolled along the ceiling of the crypt. Gunther asked the question, "How long until sunrise?" Ariel looked at the watch she was holding in her hand and replied that if the sun rises, like yesterday, it will be in about 5 minutes. He said thoughtfully that this was great. Gunther carefully looked out from behind the column and carefully examined the huge hall of the crypt. He reported that there was no one near the door. You need to hide and wait for the right moment. Suddenly, someone's laughter was heard. They turned their heads in surprise at this sound. The heads approached the cage in which someone was sitting. He desperately shouted that he was going to die, and asked Gunther to save him. He desperately begged him to help him. Renner sat in the cage, shedding tears of fear and screaming desperately. The heads selflessly gnawed at the bars of the iron cage with sharp teeth, trying to get to him. Gunther and Ariel watched this, cautiously peeking out from behind the column. Gunther said he may have already been bitten. This is a forced sacrifice. They can leave quietly while he serves as bait. He asked a question. This is a question of the future of humanity. Does she understand? Ariel looked at him disapprovingly and remained silent. Gunther looked into her eyes sternly. She held this gaze without looking away. Gunther looked at her in surprise. Suddenly, Ariel jumped out from behind the column and, waving her arms, began to scream and attract attention to herself. She shouted loudly, calling the face collector's name, Benzel. Ariel shouted that she was here so that he would head there. Gunther, hiding behind a column, grabbed his head with his hand in despair and swore angrily. Benzel directed a stream of heads towards Ariel, who was still waving her arms in the air. The heads, mouths wide open and sharp teeth exposed, were rapidly approaching her. Gunther rushed towards Ariel, knocked her down and fell with her onto the gray slabs. He sternly shouted that he asked her not to interfere. She answered decisively, if they have even a small chance to save they should use it. Gunther quickly pulled Ariel onto his shoulder and angrily said that she had disappointed him. Now they have to break through it. He angrily barked at her to get up. At this time, the heads quickly approached and hovered above them from the ceiling. Gunther, pushing off the floor with his hands, quickly crawled towards the door. Ariel was on his back, tightly hugging his neck. The heads, sparkling red eyes, watched them from above. There was a short distance to the door. Gunther pushed with all his might and flew into the air, flying over the shocked heads. The heads opened their mouths wide and tried to bite Gunther. They closed their sharp teeth at once, but missed. Gunther flew out the door, hit the wall, and fell to the floor. Ariel still held his neck tightly. He quickly began to climb up the stairs, pushing off the gray walls with his hands. A stream of heads followed them, climbing the stairs behind them. The heads opened their mouths predatorily, preparing to grab with sharp teeth. One of the heads said that it was impressed. Another added, from their courage. The third head looked at them pleadingly and said that he was asking to be allowed to absorb them. Gunther quickly climbed up the steps. The stream of heads almost overtook them. Gunther did not give up, continuing to climb upward. Ariel held his neck tightly with both hands. Suddenly, her blue eyes shone with joy and surprise. Tears rolled down my cheeks. She joyfully shouted, "Light!" Gunther pushed with force with his hands, rising up. Ariel shouted joyfully that they were almost out. Suddenly, the heads overtook them and grabbed his hand with sharp teeth, shouting. They asked to be allowed to devour. Gunther looked around and, clenching his powerful hand into a fist, angrily shouted at them to shut up. With his second hand, he detached his arm, into which the teeth of the vampire's head had sunk. The heads, along with his hand, stopped above the stairs, continuing to chew on it. Gunther quickly climbed up the stairs, pushing off with his remaining one hand. Ariel held onto him tightly, closing her eyes in fear. Another jerk, and they flew out of the stone arch, got out of the crypt, finding themselves on a dark city street. The light fell on their faces. Gunther frowned and looked at the source of light with his brown eyes. He looked at the destroyed houses in front of him. In the distance, behind the houses, a stone wall and a high tower of the fortress could be seen. A semicircle of the rising sun appeared from behind the wall, illuminating the roofs of houses and the street paved with gray slabs. Gunther said with relief that they did it. "Son." He heard Ariel scream and call his name. "Gunther." He turned his head in surprise and looked. A stream of heads flew out of the entrance arch of the crypt and grabbed Ariel. She frightenedly extended her hand towards him. The heads smiled happily. One of them said, "Finally." "Gotcha." The head with red eyes looked ahead. Reflections from the sunlight appeared in its eyes. The heads, tightly grasping Ariel, quickly rushed back into the crypt. Gunther, leaning on his only hand, said in despair, "Oh no." He flashed his eyes angrily and barked, opening his mouth wide, that he would not allow it. After a while, one of the heads lay on the ground with its mouth open. The sun reflected in her red, lifeless eyes. Suddenly the head ignited and began to burn with a hot flame. On the ground, in front of the entrance to the stone, dark cave, several heads were blazing with fire. Many other heads, covered with gray skin, were connected to each other by red veins and veins. The low-ranking vampires cautiously looked inside the cave and asked worriedly, "Is Mr. Benzel okay?" Many heads rested under the ceiling of the cave. One of the heads said sadly that their revenge had failed. All because of one monster night. One of the vampires, thin, with a huge nose and thin black hair, pressed his hand with long red claws to his chest and said, "Now, Mr. Benzel is safe. Someday they will be able to thank him for the love he gave them." Another vampire with a round and lumpy face, who had thick black hair, added that they would take revenge on these people. Benzel twisted his face on one of the heads into a sad grimace and answered, "No." His other head said that they would not cope with this task. The third head added that he would no longer tolerate such treatment. Benzel said with one of the many heads that he would personally deal with this guy. He then demanded that they bring him even more faces. The vampire with a round face and thick hair sighed, showing off his sharp fangs. He turned around and, spreading his arms to the sides, pointed to a crowd of people with their hands tied, who were looking at them in fear. The vampire solemnly announced that this time they carefully selected 34 people who he would definitely like. The other low-ranking vampires also turned around and looked at the people. One of them said that he had brought 7. Another shouted that those 2 were his. People with their hands tied looked at the vampires with despair and horror. Tears were streaming down their cheeks. One of the Benzel heads gushed that they had very cute faces. She then added approvingly that they had done a good job. The head looked at Ariel and said that Benzel liked her the most. Then she added that Ariel should not be afraid. When Benzel consumes her, they will be together until the end of time. Over time. Gunther shouted worriedly, "Hurry up!" He was nervously urging someone on. Renner calmly said that don't shout, he still won't be able to do anything. At this time, he was holding a screwdriver in his hand and was trying to attach his leg to Gunther's metal body. Gunther looked at the charge indicator on his wrist and asked irritably, "Why aren't the legs connecting now?" The indicator showed that the charge was slightly less than half. Gunther shouted that the load wasn't even halfway done yet. He asked irritably if he couldn't revive him again without that woman. Gunther nervously said that it was possible to develop and implant some new power source. Renner said nothing, continuing to work with the screwdriver. He then looked at Gunther accusingly and asked the question, "Is he not going to save her?" Gunther smiled mockingly and replied, he was thinking about it. Renner paused and said that, unfortunately, he could not guarantee anything. There is a device installed in his head that regenerates a corpse. To be more precise, it is this ability that makes dead creatures infinitely alive. If the corpse decomposes to a certain extent, there will be no turning back. According to their predictions, the body will have only 3 days. Gunther showed 3 fingers on his hand and angrily asked how many. 3? Why so few? It turns out that after this time, it will no longer be possible to bring him back to life. Renner confirmed his assumption, saying exactly that. It doesn't matter if he's in a safe place or not. If they don't notice the device stopping in time, he's done for. Renner said that he would need to get here as soon as possible, before his body completely rots. Gunther remained thoughtfully silent. Renner added that, as he had already said, developing a new energy source is impossible. This opportunity probably won't happen for several years. He paused meaningfully and, frowning, said sternly, "Without Ariel, he will die." Gunther thought about it. Then, frowning, he said that he couldn't believe it. He asked excitedly what this device actually was. Renner looked at him sternly and said that he would not explain now. They will discuss this when they have a more trusting relationship. Gunther swore angrily. After some time, behind the brick wall of the fortress, Gunther sat with his metal body leaning against the wall. Renner said that everything is fine, everything is connected. Gunther raised his head in surprise. Looking to the side, he asked the question, "What is that sound?" Renner revealed that he has something special for his right hand. He pointed his hand at a man in a black cloak who was holding a large box in his hands. His face was hidden under a white mask with a long beak. Renner asked if he remembers saying that it would be difficult to kill Benzel up close. Renner solemnly pointed to the box and said, "This is it." True, this is not yet fully ready, but there is a developed long-range body weapon. Renner took something out of the box and demonstrated it. Gunther looked at this incredulously. Renner asked his opinion. How was it? Gunther looked carefully, smiled slyly, and sighed approvingly. Over time, the man with green eyes desperately looked forward. Tears flowed from his eyes and down his cheeks. A one-eyed, low-ranking vampire with a lumpy head held his shoulder with one hand and pushed the man forward with the other. The vampire ordered him to stand still. A blond man with green eyes screamed in fear. His hands were tied. Benzel, in his own guise as a black monster, was reaching towards him with his hands with long red claws. Red veins with many bald heads stretched from the monster's black body. The black one-eyed monster Benzel predatorily exposed his sharp fangs. The man gasped with fear. Benzel said not to be afraid, it won't hurt. He extended his spotted hand towards him, touching his face with red claws. Something red appeared from the monster's spotted palm. The man screamed heart-rendingly in horror. Benzel touched him with his hand, and red veins began to grow and penetrate the man's face. He screamed in fear. The veins wrapped around his face and penetrated his mouth. In a moment, his entire face was covered in red veins. All that was left was the mouth and one right eye. Benzel said his blood is his weapon. The man's entire face turned into a red mask of veins. He didn't scream anymore. His mouth was wide open. Benzel said, her thoughts. The man fell limply to his knees. His headless and lifeless body collapsed to the ground, covering everything with brown blood. Benzel held in his hand a bald head covered with gray skin. An eye with a red pupil opened on the lifeless head in his hand. The head smiled joyfully and continued the phrase Benzel, her will. People watching what was happening screamed, how terrible. They began to scream loudly in fear. Ariel calmly looked at the black Benzel monster with her head in her hand. Benzel turned his black, one-eyed head in her direction and said that now it was her turn. He, predatorily showing his sharp fangs, said that now they will become. The bald head in her hand flashed its red eyes in anticipation and continued, in one piece. Benzel and the head smiled cheerfully. Ariel fearlessly looked ahead with her blue eyes. She heard a voice that said she was strong. Benzel, his mouth open with sharp fangs, rushed towards her. He noted with admiration, saying that the eyes were burning, in which there was not a drop of fear even now. The eyes he loves most. Benzel said he misses the days when fools realized the truth and plunged into complete despair. Ariel calmly replied that what frightens her most now is something else. She looked at the monster boldly and confidently and said that it was true. The truth is that no one cared about his soul, and no one even tried to save him. Benzel was surprised. Slowly approaching Ariel, he clasped his spotted palms together and said what funny things she said. He said intimidatingly that he would get her head and force her to repeat these words over and over again. Benzel had already extended his hand and extended it to Ariel, when he suddenly heard someone's voice calling his name. He looked to the side with a red eye in surprise and fear. Benzel saw a blond man with a dagger in his hand, pushing aside the low-ranking vampires, quickly approaching him. He, furrowing his eyebrows angrily, shouted that how long he had been waiting for this moment. Benzel is the enemy of humanity. He was rapidly approaching him, holding a sharp knife in front of him. The blond man shouted fearfully that Benzel was going to die. Benzel widened his eyes in fear and put his hand forward. After a while, the blond man gritted his teeth and winced in pain. Many bald heads clung to his body, legs and arms. One of the low-ranking vampires guiltily apologized to Mr. Benzel and said that they did not look after these heads well. The black monster Benzel was floating high in the air, on top of a mountain of heads. He replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The blond man, pinned to the ground by many heads, angrily announced that he was not the only one who had failed, but one day a hero will appear who will kill him. This is the insatiable will to life of humanity. Benzel looked at him with his single red eye and mockingly said how cool. He expressed the hope that he would still have the opportunity to meet a hero like him. The blond man asked indignantly, "Is he kidding me?" Benzel pressed his hand to his chest offendedly and answered, "No, why is it him?" The head that was holding the blond man tightly smiled mockingly. Benzel tilted his black head to the side and said, "Just those who believe that it is worth sacrificing themselves for humanity, seeing all their futile attempts and sincere faith. All this makes him laugh so much." The blond man, gritting his teeth and furrowing his brows, said that a monster like him, who only wanted to kill, would not understand their beliefs. Benzel interrupted him by asking what he didn't know. She looked at the blond man in surprise with her single red eye. Sticking out his spotted hand with long red claws in front of him, he asked, "Does he see this ugly hand?" Benzel brought his palm closer to his face and said that with this very hand, he saved people from a burning house, and now let him look at this. The blond man widened his eyes in shock and asked in surprise, "What?" Benzel sadly pressed one hand to his chest and covered his mouth with the other. He remembered the house completely engulfed in bright flames and said that he still remembered everything as if it was yesterday. The blazing fire, breathtaking, the pain of the burns, and he had to return to save one more person. Benzel remembered how, as a human, he carried a man in his arms through a burning house. The flames touched and burned his body. Sparks fell from above. Benzel angrily asked the question, does he know what he got in return? Praise for heroism? Respect for people? The blond man looked at him with surprise and disbelief. Benzel said sullenly, perhaps it was like that for a while, but what he received most was human contempt. He bared his sharp fangs and flashed his red eye angrily, adding disappointment. The blond man, trying to free himself from the pile of heads, angrily shouted at him not to talk nonsense. People have no reason to do that. Benzel calmly replied that the reason was very simple. It was all about his face. He removed the black shell from his face and showed his burnt, fire-disfigured face. Benzel concluded in his face. The blond man widened his eyes in fear and shock, trying to find the right words. Benzel, with a burnt face, said in despair that they only saw him as a monster. Even those who called him a hero hated him when they saw his face. He sadly reported that there was no place for him in the human world. Nobody needs a monster like him. Benzel shouted desperately, to no one and nowhere. He looked at the surprised face of the fair-haired man and asked him a question. Maybe he was guilty of something. Without waiting for an answer, he answered himself, no. He simply sacrificed himself for others. Benzel shouted angrily that it was only because of that ugly face. All. Absolutely everyone turned their backs on him. Benzel desperately pressed his palms to his disfigured face and covered it again with a black shell. He said that sacrificing your life is the stupidest thing on earth. Turning back into a one-eyed black monster, Benzel said, because people can only harm. The blond man shouted furiously that he didn't care about his past. This does not justify the horror he creates. He's a killer. The real killer. Benzel asked offendedly, a murderer? He looked at the blond man in surprise. Benzel pressed both hands to his chest resentfully and said that someday he would understand. He extended his spotted hand forward and said, what they are chasing, what they want so much. A spotted hand with red claws was approaching the blond man's face. He looked at it in fear. The bald heads pressed him tighter. Red veins appeared from the spotted palm. The blond man closed his eyes desperately. Suddenly, someone's angry voice was heard, which said that this freak was talking too much. The blond man and the black monster Benzel turned their heads in surprise and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Suddenly, something flew past them, leaving behind a glowing white trail. The blond man and Benzel sighed in shock. There was a spear sticking out of the wall of the stone cave. Gunther stood on both legs and held out a bent arm with a weapon in front of him. He disappointedly asked the question, what is this? Then he said irritably that it's not even close. Rainier angrily replied that he said it was not finished yet. Ariel looked at them excitedly and desperately screamed his name. Gunther. Gunther, paying attention to her, asked the question, is she still alive? Then he said indifferently that it was great. He thought she had already died here. Benzel said in surprise, this guy. He asked angrily, did he come here on his own feet? He's clearly looking for death. Gunther asked in surprise, death. Then he said that no, quite the opposite. He took aim with his hand, with the spears sticking out of it, and said he didn't have time. They start the second round. Glancing ominously with his eyes, Gunther smiled mockingly and said that the round will only end when one of them dies. Gunther's hand was called a launcher. Someone's voice said that this name had changed several times. The launcher was one of the few modified body weapons they were trying to create. Powerful muscles protecting a bone spike crafted from a bison's shin bone. The muscles responsible for pushing and pulling slowly stretched and accumulated strength. After that, they attacked simultaneously, firing bone spikes with great speed. The spikes could pierce thick stone walls lined up in a row. The power of the spike was devastating, the speed more powerful than any crossbow or ballista. It took very little time for the muscles to stretch to their full length. The hand pulled apart the tentacles, thereby revealing the red veins inside it. The only drawback was that by spending all 6 bone spikes, the weapon became useless. Gunther looked to the side and said that with such a disadvantage, it was really an unnecessary thing. He added that in any case, it was a useful thing for fighting at a distance. Meanwhile, Rainier rode behind him on his horse, holding tightly to the reins. He said that, as he had already said, they had little time, that's why. Rainier hit the horse in the side, thereby urging it on. He exclaimed that he must kill Benzel. After some time, they found themselves near a broken tree. Gunther stopped and looked gloomily in the direction where Renur was galloping on his horse. Renur, meanwhile, exclaimed, starting his horse to the side at high speed, that now they would not be able to save Ariel. He suggested that once the sun went down, she might be able to escape. Renur, meanwhile, added that the little vampire Benzel is quite immune to the sun. She didn't have a single chance against this. Gunther continued to look at him without any emotion. Renur, meanwhile, added that, in addition, he would not be able to recharge while moving. He added that if he becomes, then the lesser vampires will tear them to pieces. Renur shouted with excitement as he continued to sit on his horse that if a high-ranking creature was killed, the low-level vampires who had inherited the blood of that one would also be destroyed. He added that the main thing for them was to deal with Benzel. Renur suddenly opened his eyes wide. Drops of sweat began to run down his face from excitement. He directed a calm gaze forward, where there was a dense coniferous forest located in the darkness. Renur said with panic, just wondering if it will be possible to do this in the near future. Gunther frowned, looking up. A moment later, he lowered his hands down, as if bowing in a bow, and said that he should not worry, because even if he died, Gunther did not finish his thought and, pushing off from the ground, jumped forward. Gunther looked forward angrily and, opening his mouth wide, shouted, "He will still survive." Some time later. In the cave, there were many people who walked among the rising stones. Gunther clenched his iron fist and said that it really wasn't difficult for them to get here. He looked at his clenching fist and said that there was only one thing left. Gunther looked carefully at his hand, where the timer was, and said that there were 15 minutes left. He looked up and said that it was certain. Gunther swung the launcher, which at the same moment began to stretch, and exclaimed that it excites his spirit. Benzel looked out among the many heads and said through his fanged mouth the question, "Is this disgusting thing shooting bones?" He immediately added that they had come up with some kind of utter nonsense. The faces next to him began to look around gloomily and contemptuously. Some of them peered with curiosity or with excessive attentiveness at everyone who was nearby. Benzel, meanwhile, exclaimed that in any case, a barrier of faces could cope with any weapon. Faces began to completely cover his entire black and red body. Benzel, in a small gap among the faces, said with a threatening look that Gunther would never break through this. Gunther, meanwhile, approached him, placing the launcher forward. The tentacles spread, revealing red veins, from which bright energy began to be released. Benzel's mouth opened in shock, beginning to watch in fear as Gunther's attack approached her. The faces next to him began to run away in fear from the attack approaching him. Gunther's arm extended a long distance, attacking the wall of faces. Benzel looked at this in panic, his mouth wide open. Gunther frowned and asked again, did he miss? He was sure he would hit it. He continued to put forward the launcher, which turned from gray to a slightly red tint. Gunther bared his teeth in a crazy smile and exclaimed that the next one would fly straight into his heart. Benzel froze in panic. He stood in the middle of the many faces that continued to be next to him and asked the question, what were they hiding in there? He asked his assistants, are they afraid of him? Are you protecting your face? They exclaimed that no. One of the monsters, whose face was half swollen, exclaimed that they were moving faster than them, so they would make it impossible for this idiot to move. Benzel's eyes widened in surprise. Faces began to cover his entire body like a huge wave. Benzel, meanwhile, exclaimed, okay, but it would be better if they took care of his safety. The assistants exclaimed that they were obeying. One of them began to run straight towards the advancing faces on which Benzel stood. Benzel's hair developed with every movement of the faces. Another monster with warts all over his face exclaimed for others to beware of this strange weapon. He and his companions continued to rush forward, swinging their arms with long red claws. Gunther looked at them and said, clenching his iron fist, that he was not going to waste charges on them. One of the monsters swung his hand, from which a bright white light began to emanate, and tried to attack Gunther. Gunther, meanwhile, raised an iron fist and exclaimed that they should not worry. He pushed off from the stone ground and jumped up. The stone beneath him broke into many small particles, which began to scatter throughout the atmosphere. A moment later, Gunther landed down as fast as he could, slamming his fist harder into the stone ground. A black aura began to emanate from him in all directions. Gunther continued to stand there for a while. A thick layer of dust surrounded him, preventing him from seeing anything. Suddenly, the face of a monster appeared from the dust, approaching him with an evil grin. The monster raised his hand with red claws to strike. He grabbed Gunther by the neck as if he was trying to strangle him. He exclaimed that their will was like steel. Gunther, meanwhile, grimaced his face in pain, trying to tilt his head strongly and thereby remove the monster from his shoulders. The monster exclaimed that even he couldn't break them. Gunther reached out to the monster's face with an iron hand, trying to push it away from him. He said with an almost completely compressed face that he did not have enough strength for two. His whole face was tightly compressed on all sides. At this time, Gunther, without weakening his grip, continued to squeeze the face of the monster with his iron hand, who was looking forward with pain. Suddenly, the monster's head burst and its body began to fall lifelessly from Gunther's back. Blood began to spread in large splashes to the sides. Benzel's faces opened their mouths in shock. Meanwhile, the monster's body continued to fall down from Gunther at full speed. His body flew straight towards the desperately screaming faces. Gunther, meanwhile, landed on his feet, beginning to brush off the launcher with an iron hand. Meanwhile, the faces continued to scream desperately, opening their fanged mouths wide and approaching Gunther. Gunther fell to the side a moment later, because many faces hit him with all their strength in the iron torso. Meanwhile, he suddenly stood up and began to run to the side. Pushing off harder from the ground, he practically began to run through the air from the monsters. One of them exclaimed, turning to his comrades so that they would not let him escape and hold him. The monsters began to threateningly extend their hand forward, as if they were trying to capture Gunther, who had again enlarged the launcher to a long size. He clenched his fist and looked back at the monsters who were approaching him at rapid speed. Black zigzag threads began to surround Gunther's body. At this time, he raised his hand to attack. Gunther looked sideways and said that he didn't care about them. He called monsters idiots. At the same moment, with a sharp movement of his iron hand, he hit the monster with all his strength, who approached him at a fairly close distance. Gunther opened his mouth threateningly to make his next attack more powerful. He exclaimed to the monsters that their lives did not matter. Meanwhile, the monsters began to scatter in different directions from his strong and confident blows, emitting a black aura from themselves. Gunther froze in place, his launch system continuing to turn red. Suddenly, a voice behind him, stuttering from weakness, asked the question, "Life?" Gunther turned sharply to the side, trying to find this creature with his eyes. After a moment, he looked down, noticing how one of the monsters, whose leg was held on by several tendons, tightly grasped his leg with its hand. The monster continued to tightly grip Gunther's iron leg and said, remembering Benzel, that no one had ever treated them like living creatures. He said, trying to dig his red nails into Gunther's iron leg, "What to them?" He raised his tone and began shouting threateningly that they did not need to defend their lives. Gunther clenched his teeth tightly, fixing his angry gaze forward. Meanwhile, the monster began to roar desperately and angrily. Gunther covered his mouth, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly a voice said, "Great." Gunther's iron head was bitten by Benzel's faces. He glanced sideways at them, slightly in shock. One of the faces opened its eyes threateningly and said that his teeth seemed fine. This same person asked the question, maybe then they will start devouring his face. The eyes on the face opened crazy. Gunther turned his angry gaze upward, frowning deeply. Suddenly the pupil of his eyes disappeared, leaving only white. Gunther raised the launcher upward, thereby destroying most of the faces that were above his head. One of the faces that bit his head continued to be in the same place. Gunther, meanwhile, looked down angrily and kicked the monster that was squeezing his leg with his iron leg. Meanwhile, the monster began to jump to the side with all its strength. Meanwhile, faces above Gunther's head began to fly apart in different directions. Gunther immediately leaned his iron hand on the stone ground and, swinging, began to run forward. The faces that were disconnected from the others were blown away, releasing a black aura. Empty shells made of skin fell to the ground. Gunther, meanwhile, put his hand forward, completely destroying many faces. It began to fall down at high speed. Gunther looked around carefully and, cursing, said that there were only 3 shots left. He added that he needed to be careful. Other faces, meanwhile, lined up in a huge wall that emanated from the beginning of the ceiling in the cave. Gunther, meanwhile, asked a question, but how to determine the position of Benzel among all these persons? He added that they all look the same, so he doesn't know where he is. Gunther looked forward with a sidelong glance and, pressing his lips tightly, thought that he must have some way. Suddenly someone called Benzel's name. Gunther turned to the side in surprise. Ariel, meanwhile, appeared in front of Gunther and fixed her gaze directly on the masks that descended from the very top of the cave. She screamed desperately again, starting to call Benzel's name. Gunther, with incomprehension and an undisguised question that could be read in his eyes, turned his gaze to the side. A monster appeared behind Ariel and squeezed her hands with its hands. He told her to shut up. He asked why did she suddenly scream. The other monster replied that he should handle her carefully because Benzel really liked that face. Gunther continued to look forward with confusion and said what it was. Suddenly, a red streak appeared in front of his face, emitting a very bright light. Someone cut off the head of one of the monsters with a slight movement. Gunther frowned and stepped slightly to the side so that the blood splashes would not fall on him. Another monster, clutching his leg, shouted that their will was steel. Gunther struck the monster with a sharp movement of his iron fist, meanwhile slamming him into the stone ground. Black blood splashed straight into his face. Gunther pushed back with a sharp movement, jumping away from the faces approaching him. The faces began to call for Benzel, opening their mouths angrily. Gunther, meanwhile, began to run away from them. He looked around and, gritting his teeth, asked the question, "Is she crazy?" He asked the question why she constantly screams. Suddenly, a deafening voice was heard calling the name Benzel. Gunther looked up in surprise. He opened his eyes in shock, looking forward. One of the monsters, whose face was completely covered in warts, appeared behind Ariel. He approached her, grabbing her neck with his hand. He furiously asked her a question. She can't shut up. Ariel, meanwhile, persistently shouted to Benzel that he was a vile idiot. Benzel's faces clenched their sharp teeth tightly, beginning to grind it. One of the faces, with more delicate features, turned to the girl. Another face said with an angry look, concluding that she was stalling for time. Another face, which was completely blocked by other faces, faintly said that this was pointless. The monster continued to squeeze Ariel by the neck, who turned to Gunther and shouted for him to look more closely. Ariel exclaimed, wincing in pain, that it was barely noticeable, but there were faces that reacted and moved first. She slightly raised her body up, resisting the monster's attack, and shouted that, as far as she understood, they were next to Benzel himself. Suddenly, the monster's hand came close to her mouth, preventing her from saying anything else. The monster tightly squeezed her face from all sides, lifting her entire body upward. Ariel's hands were tied. The monster cursed, starting to call her curse words. He asked her a question. He was lenient towards her because of the master's will. She still won't close it. The monster shouted that he would tear out her long tongue. Suddenly, a sharp shot was heard. Many faces were shot through by a huge red laser beam. The monster turned sharply to the side where many faces were destroyed by the shot. Gunther stood with the launcher pointed forward. He looked at all this carefully and with a wary gaze. Gunther said exactly. He added as she screamed. Gunther looked forward, beginning to remember. Meanwhile, the faces began to growl with anger and irritation, opening their mouths wide. Gunther said that there were people who reacted earlier than others. He began to clearly remember those same faces. Gunther frowned and exclaimed that's where she is. He called by name Benzel. Benzel, meanwhile, appeared among the faces that were shot by a huge laser beam. Benzel angrily shouted that he didn't care. He added that if he misses even once, it will be the end. Benzel put his hand forward and said, in any case, hiding again among the faces will not be difficult for him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in confusion and incomprehension. The faces next to him repeated the same expression, turning their gaze upward. Benzel glanced to the side. A moment later, he completely turned his body to the side and fixed his gaze in fear. Benzel thought that some of the nerves connected to the faces had been severed. He decided, starting to panic, that they needed to be connected faster. Gunther waved his hand and shouted that he would not allow it. leaning over with his whole body to attack. He said that he would plant the remaining 2 shots into her right now. Gunther extended his hand to the launch system again, his mouth opening furiously. It opened its tentacles, revealing red veins. An identical red laser emerged from its launcher and proceeded to kill Benzel's faces. The monsters ran towards him, quickly kicking their feet. Benzel's body was hit by a red laser. He looked to the side with undisguised fear, noticing how the black energy dissolved in the air. Benzel began to stutter out of despair and, with even greater fear, said that it would be faster. Gunther's hand shrunk slightly in size. This released steam into the air. Gunther, meanwhile, swung again and shouted that this was the last shot. He quickly ran forward for the next attack. One of the monsters, whose cheek was very swollen, shouted for them to stop this freak. With bare feet, he began to quickly run across the stone ground and shouted for them to destroy his weapon. The monsters began to attack Gunther from all sides, swinging their arms with long red claws. One of them shouted for them to block him. The monsters enclosed Gunther in a dense dome, squeezing her on each side. Some of them jumped straight to the top of the dome for a stronger block. The monsters continued to climb on top of each other, jumping out from different directions. Those who climbed to the very top were pushed off from the lower rows of the blocking. Suddenly, a laser pierced all the monsters imprisoned in Gunther's dome from the inside. Benzel looked forward with undisguised despair and fear. Suddenly, a laser hit his head, completely disintegrating his body. His head, eyes, and teeth began to fly in different directions from the laser. Benzel's body leaned down, arms outstretched. Gradually, the entire black aura spreading from him began to rejoin his body. He moved his wrinkled hands, making a creaking sound. Ariel exclaimed that he couldn't even hit the heart. She added that it was a failure. Drops of sweat were running down her face from fear. She opened her mouth and said that the remaining time and bone spikes are now. Ariel did not finish, noticing something strange in front of her. With undisguised excitement, she shouted to Gunther that it was all over. She added that there was no time left and he would rather destroy the device in his head. Gunther shouted back a question to her, being next to the monsters. Failure. He began to fight off the monsters with iron fists and shouted that this was not all. Black blood began to splash from the corpses of the monsters in all directions. Gunther glanced quickly at the timer on his hand and shouted that it was the last. Meanwhile, the timer had almost reached its end, leaving a barely noticeable red streak. He began to push off with his feet from the stone ground. Gunther exclaimed that this was the decisive shot. Ariel asked, puzzled, where did he get another one? Gunther began to push his entire body away from the ground, where there were monsters who continued to reach out to him, and shouted that this was the last shot. He jumped off the ground with all his strength, rushing forward at high speed. Gunther began to move towards Benzel, whose head began to gradually recover from the dark aura being attracted back to it. Gunther put his iron hands forward and shouted that this was his body. Approaching ever closer to Benzel's recovering body, Gunther thrust his iron hand forward. Benzel's head began to recover with the help of tentacles extending from his body. Gradually, the white of the eye began to appear there, and behind this came the red pupil and iris. The head gradually began to acquire a dent shape. Benzel suddenly opened his eyes wide, noticing Gunther approaching him at full speed to attack. Meanwhile, someone remembered how a man pressed his palms together. This man bowed his head, from which blonde hair began to hang, and said the reason why he joined the civil guard. The man straightened his back and added that this is because he considers saving people the most important goal. He said that was why he did the same as his father. Benzel said with a sincere smile that he wanted to become a hero who saves people's lives. He pressed his lips tightly together, directing his friendly gaze forward. After some time, his face was transformed into continuous burns. From pain and inflammation, he opened his mouth wide, as if screaming. Suddenly, several stones flew at his disfigured head and bounced off his body. Benzel tried to protect himself with his hands from the attack of those who mocked him. The guy shouted for him to disappear. Another curly-haired blonde shouted, pressing his hands to his chest with hostility, and exclaimed that he was so disgusting. Benzel ducked to the side, dodging the blow. The kids kept screaming that he was creepy and a monster. Benzel pressed his hands to himself and screamed in mental pain. He opened his eyes wide, which were filled with sadness, and continued to listen to the screams of the children calling him a monster. Benzel seemed to be bleeding inside from mental pain. He was on his knees and crossed his arms over his chest, trying to cope with the flow of emotions. Benzel leaned his whole body down and, pressing his burned fists clenched to himself, began to cry tears of blood. He asked his father, did he think his death was worth it? His bloody tears flowed down in drops. Benzel pressed several fingers to his eyes, as if he was trying to pull it out of his sockets. He shouted, "They are treating him like an animal just because of his appearance." He continued to scream desperately, asking the question, was his sacrifice really not in vain? He did not know. Benzel pressed his palms to his face, continuing to feel intense pain in his soul. He didn't know what to believe. Continuing to squat down and press his palms to his face, he did not know what to do. He didn't understand anything. Benzel continued to cry desperately. Suddenly, a hand with long red nails touched his head. The shadow began to block his entire face. Benzel, stunned, removed his disfigured palms from his face and looked forward with incomprehension. Meanwhile, the hand smoothly stroked his head. The guy with long hair and elf ears lightly placed his hand on Benzel's ears. Julius, meanwhile, admitted that he had been watching him for a long time. He wanted to create a new world. His attentive gaze looked ahead. He carefully examined the disfigured face of Benzel, who was crying tears of blood, and stroked his face. He said the process would be difficult and painful, so he would need help from people like him. Benzel, continuing to cry tears of blood, asked in surprise, "What other world?" Julius responded, clarifying that this world. He also fell silent, thoughtfully thinking. Julius moved his hand to Benzel's chin and still continued to maintain a long silence. Benzel looked at him hopefully. The blood gradually stopped flowing from his eyes. At this time, Julius extended his hand forward and told them to create this one together. Benzel opened his eyes in surprise, not expecting to hear this. There was undisguised hope in his eyes. After a moment, he looked down as if trying to gather his strength. Looking up, Benzel began to think about what was good. Meanwhile, in reality, Gunther's hand powerfully pierced something with a black aura. He hit Benzel in the chest with all his might, who opened his mouth with incomprehension and a face shocked from surprise and pain. Gunther grinned smugly and exclaimed that he had won. Benzel opened his eyes and mouthed desperately. His body gradually began to split into small black tentacles of his energy. The skin next to his face began to wrinkle more and more. Benzel began to scream in pain. Benzel said weakly, "Is there really room for a monster like him among the heroes that are praised?" Bloody tears flowed from his eyes, and his body gradually began to dissolve into thin air. A moment later, his eye along with his teeth disappeared into the air. The monsters serving as his assistants tried to call him by name. They watched this with undisguised regret and despair. The bodies of the monsters began to tear apart and disappear into the atmosphere. The blood and black aura gradually dissolved. Gunther's body was filled with blood, but he continued to grin with anticipation of victory. He said, frowning slightly, that apparently this was indeed the case. Suddenly Gunther began to fall lifelessly backwards. His other arm was torn off. There was a dull sound from his impact on the stone ground. After some time, the carriage moved forward noisily. A lot of people followed this. Gunther lay peacefully on a wooden board. Suddenly he opened his eye, looking around carefully. He immediately stood up and exhaled in surprise. Suddenly someone called his name very loudly. It was the voice that asked him a question. Did he wake up? Gunther began to get up. A pipe was attached to his head, transmitting energy. Gunther, meanwhile, said with relief that it was all over. Ariel, meanwhile, told him to be careful. The pipe began to move effectively from his movements. Ariel pointed 2 fingers at the tube that came out of her chest and told him not to move too suddenly while connected to power. Gunther said, suddenly remembering what he almost forgot. Ariel, meanwhile, looked carefully to the side and said that he did a great job. She said they saved many lives because of him. Renner, meanwhile, said with a frown, besides, he did not expect that he would deal with the high vampire so quickly. It was amazing for him. Gunther looked to the side without any emotion and said that it was very risky. He asked the question, so what if the lower beings disappeared? Renner confirmed this and added that vampires who inherited the blood of the Supreme One died with him. Gunther, meanwhile, looked at Renner and, thoughtfully, asked a question. Then wouldn't it be better to deal with their leader as soon as possible? Renner thoughtfully confirmed, answering that in theory it was so. Ariel immediately said, looking ahead warily, that however, the last purebred vampire was Julius, but after he killed the Emperor, no one saw him. Gunther asked in surprise why. He clarified by asking if a pureblood isn't considered the strongest. Ariel answered, looking to the side thoughtfully, they also do not know the reason why Julius never participated in battles. Gunther remained silent thoughtfully, looking at her carefully. After a moment, he looked in the other direction and began to think further. Gunther put his iron palm to his mouth and said, if you think about it, then vampires feed on human blood. He asked the question, is this so? Looking down thoughtfully, he added, if they are going to exterminate all people, then they are contradicting their own goal. Renner confirmed this and said that they also found it strange. With the same thoughtful look, he looked down and explained that now he had no choice but to fight for the sake of survival. Gunther frowned. Ariel looked at him sideways and added that they would go to their headquarters to get more detailed information. Gunther looked at her and asked again, headquarters? He asked the question, are there any cities left? Renner confirmed this by saying it correctly. He added that there was only one left. For complete confirmation, he put his index finger forward, showing the number 1. Renner added that the survivors are gathering there, on holy ground that has not yet been touched. Ariel added to his speech that all the research and development for him was done in that place. She explained that this is the last stronghold of humanity that has not been captured after hundreds of years. Gunther frowned and made a strange sound thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the carriage continued to make noisy sounds from driving on the uneven road. Renner looked out the window and reported that they were almost there. He looked completely out of the window and, pointing his index finger forward, exclaimed that he could already see everything. Renner shared what he sees. He added that that place is the signal point for the start of a counterattack. Gunther also looked out the window, watching carefully what was happening. Renner said that this place of last hope for all mankind was holy land. Suddenly the bushes and trees were no longer so thick, revealing a burning city. The flame was so huge that the tongues almost reached the sky. Black smoke spread throughout the air. Someone's voice said that it was a Wahal. Renner opened his mouth in undisguised shock. Ariel looked out the window in shock. Gunther grinned and, rolling his eyes, said that this is the last hope of humanity that burns just a little. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the guy with blonde hair and an iron cap on his head was sleeping peacefully and soundly. Suddenly, a voice abruptly announced that Benzel had been killed. The vampire opened his eyes in fear and began to inhale air through his mouth. He pressed his hands to his chest and asked again, was he killed? He asked who killed him. Enemies. The hat from his head flew down to the floor. The vampire stopped crying desperately and shouted bitterly that they had finally shown up and came to kill him. He shouted that he didn't want to die. He started calling his mom. Behind him was a dark figure who took the guy in his arms and smoothly stroked his shoulders. This figure told him to be quiet because everything was in order and there were no enemies here. The boy continued to cry desperately and turned to his mother. The figure raised its red eyes forward. She said that this was all sad news. She added that although Benzel was dangerous, he was still a wonderful vampire. She asked Julius, who was sitting in front, a question. These are the tricks of people, aren't they? He said it was hard to believe that there was someone who could kill Benzel. Julius looked down thoughtfully. He turned to Young and told him to find out who killed him. The mouth behind him opened wide, answering that it was obeying. Suddenly, this creature flew away at high speed. Julius continued to look down, frowning. His black pupils and his red eyes shrank several times. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there were many reasons why Vahel was called the Holy Land. The most important thing was that the geographical location of this place was so perfect. A long bridge stretched from one rocky shore to another, on which the city was located. It was as if it had been given to them from above. Situated on the edge of the continent with rugged mountains, Trade was slow, and there was never much development. A small piece of land where you could produce your own food. It was difficult to get down to the sea due to the rocky island terrain. Immediately after this, there was water, which crashed against the rocks with a loud noise. The only way to enter this place was a bridge. The length of this bridge was 1,200 meters. If you defend it well, you can easily repel more than 10 times the number of garrison troops. Huge towers, with long steps leading up to them, went straight to the gates leading to the bridge. This is the place that never fell. The place became famous as a holy land given to them by God. Gunther asked in surprise, "What is this?" Meanwhile, people walked among the bridge with buckets, trying to extinguish the blazing fire in the city. Ash and smoke were flying everywhere. Gunther asked the question, "Is everything here already destroyed?" Reynor stood in front of him, watching all this. He said in confusion when they left, "Everything was fine here." The girl behind him with blonde hair and a pigtail watched all this desperately. Suddenly Reynor heard someone's voice and turned sharply to the side. He called a guy talking to one of the soldiers named Leonard. Leonard turned sharply to him and shouted with relief that they were all safe. He approached Reynor and, shaking his hand, admitted that he was worried that his news might reach them too late. Reynor, shaking hands in response, asked the question, did he really think that he could die so easily? Leonard began to look around in confusion and asked the question, what happened to Ariel? Ariel, meanwhile, looked out from behind Reynor and said, thanks to the care of Mr. Welf, they were able to return safely. Leonard looked at her. He exclaimed in embarrassment that she could call him Leonard. He added that he was glad they were safe and sound. Leonard said in confusion that she then. He looked away and fell silent. Leonard asked a question. Gunther. Gunther looked away and coldly confirmed that it was him. Leonard looked at him and noticed how a long pipe was attached to his head. He made a sound of indignation, frowning his eyes. Gunther looked at him and asked the question, who is this guy? Leonard, meanwhile, stood there unhappily. Reynor pointed his hand at him and explained that this was the leader in charge of protecting the walls of Valhall, Leonard Pulp. Leonard pointed to the destroyed bridge and explained that they had all been through a lot. He invited everyone to go inside, because they had already put out the fire, so everything was in order. Behind him, a soldier waved his hand, inviting refugees to go there. Meanwhile, they found themselves in a tall building with thick walls. There were rubble everywhere around him. Gunther began to move with iron legs along the wooden floor, which began to creak treacherously. Gunther looked to the side and said that they were talking about a holy place, but it was all destroyed. Leonard explained that they had given up defending the area beyond that bridge. He added that by pushing the defensive line towards the wall, they no longer had the ability to control the entire region. Reynor asked a question, but what happened? He said that they had dealt with Benzel and were driving in the hope that everything was fine here. Leonard asked again in fear, clarifying, Benzel? He asked the question, did they kill him? Reynor grinned and smugly replied that he had dealt with him. Leonard looked at him in surprise. Suddenly he looked down with displeasure and test. The pipe connecting Gunther's head and Ariel's chest moved slightly. Gunther asked the question, why is it wrong with him? Leonard said as soon as they left the Holy Land they were attacked. Ariel furrowed her eyebrows and asked the question, were they really high vampires? Leonard admitted that he didn't know, because this was the first time they had seen such monsters. He said with excitement, starting to wave his hands, that they were very different from the text that he had encountered before. He began to say that their bizarre, perverted appearance and shape, but he fell silent from fear. Leonard opened his eyes wide, covering his mouth, and began to stutter, saying that these creatures staged a crazy show and a real massacre. Gunther asked again, show. He clarified, is this a circus or something? What kind of joke? Leonard rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said that if he had seen everything with his own eyes, he would not have been laughing. Reynor gloomily asked the question, how did they break through the main gate of the fortress? Leonard agreed with this and said that they barely defeated them, but the next invasion dealt too much of a blow to their defenses. Leonard looked up and said to Gunther that he would like him to remain outside and guard the bridge until the repairs were completed. Gunther frowned with displeasure, pressing his lips tightly together. After a moment, he resigned himself and said he was sorry that he had to refuse. Leonard froze indignantly. He asked the question why. Gunther grinned smugly and said that they were cannon fodder on the front line. If he was in the rear, it would increase his chances of survival. Leonard's mouth opened in surprise. Frowning his eyebrows, he said with contempt that he was still an ignorant cretin. Leonard Pulp pointed his finger forward and shouted the question. Does he know why he can just stand here like that now? Opening his mouth wide and starting to spit, he exclaimed that he was their only weapon. 136 of his comrades sacrificed their lives. The researchers who worked endlessly to create his limb. Leonard put his hand on his chest and angrily added, all of this was made possible thanks to the sacrifices they made to protect this holy land, risking their lives. Gunther frowned, pursing his lips. Leonard shouted, but someone like him, who didn't know what it meant to sacrifice anyone. He angrily clenched his fist, which began to shake from the approaching anger, and said that he was a gladiator who, in order to save himself, inflicts pain on others. He furiously asked him a question. Is he going to continue like this? Leonard rolled his eyes angrily. There were deep wrinkles near the bridge of his nose. Leonard Pulp pressed his hand to his chest and angrily exclaimed that he should have become the corpse knight, not Gunther. He continued to scream, his mouth open furiously, that he would never recognize him. Gunther watched this with contempt, still frowning. He yawned and covered his mouth with his hand, saying that he was a decent young man. Gunther said every time he meets someone like him, he always wants to say. Leonard froze in place, saying nothing more. Gunther continued to stretch his neck and said something. Then he adjusted his jaw, moving it in different directions. Leonard continued to watch him carefully, waiting to see what he would say next. Gunther, meanwhile, approached his ear and through a grin told him to go to hell. Leonard shrank all over from the rage and anger that came to him. He began to clench his teeth tightly to better hide his emotions. A moment later, with a sharp movement, he snatched the sword from its sheath. Leonard said angrily, clearly pronouncing every word that he. Leonard suddenly began to attack and continued his speech that he was an idiot and a freak. The next moment he flies out of the building, breaking through a brick wall. The soldiers, seeing this, run up to him with an alarmed cry. Commander! He is okay. It looks like he's dead. Ariel, who has been connected to Gunther through a wire all this time, exclaims, he must refrain from sudden movements while connected to power. He, still clenching his big fist, notes, exactly. But this guy was the first to argue with him. It was only self-defense. With these words, he grins, but she does not support his light mood, but only frowns with displeasure. The setting sun is shining above the horizon, and the night sky begins to slowly cover the earth. Leonard Pulp stands silently, waiting, with a splint on his neck and his hand wrapped in a bandage. Gunther is not at all sincere in saying that he is sorry. After all, he could send him straight to the next world. Leonard also wants to answer him sarcastically, but they are interrupted by Ariel, who declares that in order for people to win this war, Gunther, no matter how strong he is, cannot cope alone. It took a lot of manpower and resources to create his modified body. But even this will not help him if even one part is faulty, so a constant supply of materials and labor is necessary. Thus, they need to save as many people as possible and protect this holy land so that the supply does not stop. He, looking at her resolutely clenched fist, clarifies, does she mean that he will have to fight everyone he sees? She insists this is the best way to win. Gunther casually yawns and interrupts her. That's it. He understood everything. Then they should give him a weapon faster. Renur, who at that time was putting large bags on the table, said an improved supply of this had just arrived. Then he opens a package containing modified limbs. He notes there are only 2. Started screaming. 2. Are they kidding? What's happened? She thought the weapon would be much larger. Leonard hastened to apologize to them. He asks for forgiveness. Almost all their strength was spent defending the fortress and putting out the fire, so they did not have time to make more guns. For a couple more pieces, they will need a little time. Gunther, taking one of the limbs, which was attached to a mouth with large white fangs, cannot be angry. They have a lot of chutzpah. They couldn't have given him a more decent hand. What kind of wall decoration is this? But Leonard Pulp exclaimed insultedly in response, what is he talking about? This is a weapon with incredible biting power. But he only clicked his tongue in displeasure. After a short amount of time, Gunther tries on his other hand with a large piece of fabric covering it almost completely. But as soon as it makes a swing, it immediately decreases in size. He notes that this copy is quite useful. Is this something you thought? Ariel explains that it is a shell shield. This is a type of weapon whose size can be freely adjusted. It is much stronger than a regular steel shield and has significant resistance to fire. He adds, when will they be able to make something like a bone launcher? Although you can only use 6 shots, they are quite powerful. She repeats thoughtfully, bone launcher. She thinks it will take 6 months. There are many different materials available for each weapon. With the exception of human limbs, almost everything can be considered disposable. Gunther wants a more precise answer, so nothing is normal. Ariel tries to explain that getting materials in wartime is quite difficult. Suddenly, Leonardo Pulp announces that he will return as soon as he receives a report from the patrolmen, while they cannot rest. Captain Renner, also heading towards the exit, says that he should go too. He has things to do. The two of them should have a good rest. Gunther and Ariel are truly alone, and there is an awkward pause between them. There is a calm atmosphere on the bridge leading to Wahal. He, picking up the sword, examines the blade and notes that this is a good weapon. This will be enough to prepare for the battle. At this moment, she is thinking hard about something. Then she says that he was a little rude in his conversation with the commander. The corpse knight was chosen after discussing the idea with hundreds of people. Among them are workers, the royal family, and nobles. In the end, they all came to the conclusion that he was the best fit. Therefore, he should not worry that someone else could have taken his place, because she believes that only he can save the world. Gunther says he never worried about this. She looks down at the book in her hands and quietly adds, she's glad in that case. Suddenly he adds, it seems there were 136 people. Oriel looks at him again in surprise, and he, sitting with his back turned to her, explains that he is talking about those who died trying to become people for energy. She briefly confirms this, right? Gunther looks at her for a few moments, and finally asks, then why did she decide to become such a person after seeing them all die? Why does she need this? Ariel, looking him straight in the eyes, says because so-and-so had to do it. But he, not impressed by her heroism, turns away again and at the same time says he does not understand her. The quiet night continues, and only the sound of the surf can be heard outside. Gunther listens carefully to everything while she stands nearby and reads a book. Suddenly the door opens, and Leonard Pulp runs inside, calling out to him, they must get ready. These freaks have arrived. He frowns, and soon they stand in front of the bridge. Gunther unplugs the charging cable while Leonard pulls Ariel closer and tells her to stay close. She decisively turns to him and orders him to survive. Gunther is silent at first, but after putting on his helmet, he exclaims, of course. After taking out the sword from his belt and opening the shield, he walks forward and resolutely says, whoever comes, he will not destroy them all. After a few meters, Gunther stops in front of the thicket of the forest and sees a mysterious silhouette on the horizon, trembling and getting closer. The monster, coming very close, opens its red eyes and hoarsely says, what? Only one for today. He squints and thinks, such strange movements. What's the deal with this anyway? He doesn't look very fast. If this one had the speed of other vampires, he would be able to block any attack from above in a second. Therefore, he should try to come closer. Everything will end right now. After thinking about it, he takes it apart and puts the blade of his sword forward. The vampire at this moment also takes big steps and moves towards him. At the same time he says, are the audience here? He welcomes everyone. His dear fans, he always tries for their satisfaction. He put his whole Ibelin soul into today's performance. The first act is simply the King of Pigs. By that moment, it is almost overtaking it, and making a big jump, flies closer, weapon in hand. At the same time he says, the monster must die. But the next moment he just quietly flies past, landing, wondering if it was his imagination or if he didn't even hurt the vampire. The trajectory of the strike was perfect, so how did this one escape? He is surprised by the voice of the monster, which is heard next. Ungrateful spectators, the order of the performance must be observed. And so, the first act. The King of Pigs and the Choir of Dwarfs. They start. With these words, he, lying in an unnatural position, scratches his palm with his nails until it bleeds, and then from the wound into black flaps, and the vampire adds, higher. Material similar to human flesh inflates and turns into a huge black and red tent. Gunther, watching this, says in surprise, circus? So that freak was telling the truth. Then he listens to the silence that ensues, when suddenly the tent opens and someone flies out to meet him. Gunther manages to defend himself with a shield, but the monster approaching him, with a red mask on his face resembling a pig's head, exclaims, "Honey." He pushes away, but then sees that he is surrounded by several dozen exactly the same creatures. They all wield cleavers and run around as if they are leading a round dance. Gunther is perplexed. What kind of crazy dwarfs are they? But one of them rushes to the attack again, screaming, "Honey." The rest do the same, and attack him in a crowd. But almost immediately all the vampires find themselves cut in half, and Gunther, getting out of their captivity, scatters the monsters to the sides. He wields it with a sharp sword and at the same time defends himself with a shield. Despite all this, the vampires continue to try to defeat him. Gunther knocks one of the monsters to the ground, but he blocks the blows with the wide blade of his knife and says, "Honey." This makes him terribly angry. The next moment he cuts the vampire with all his might, causing blood to even splash into the air. But when Gunther looks up and sees about a dozen more monsters running towards him, he says contemptuously, "Weaklings. It's time for them to stop wasting their time." Then he again pushes off from the rocky ground and deals with the vampires in the air. Having finally reached the tent, Gunther says, it's time for him to move on to the leader's neck. From the open curtains, you can see red eyes and an ugly square mouth that pronounces drawlingly, "Honey." He frowns when suddenly a powerful stream of flame shoots out of the tent towards him. Gunther manages to cover himself with his shield without making a sound. The two vampires inside repeat even louder, "Honey." Heading towards them again, he grins. "So, then, the king of pigs and dwarfs?" The monster, which looks like a very scary pig with a crown on its head, says that if he is their enemy, then the king will destroy him. After this, it again blows out a stream of flame. But this time, Gunther avoids injury by using his shell shield. Another vampire, who is sitting on top of the pig, repeats, "The king's fire incinerates everything. He won't be able to take a single step. He must stand still." But when Gunther, having gathered his strength, nevertheless steps forward, not paying attention to the flames, the monster exclaims, "How?" His Majesty must blow even harder. The pig does as ordered, but he is still moving forward, speaking slowly. Such a weak flame will not be able to kill him. With these words, Gunther throws his sword forward, hitting the king straight. The vampires, seeing this, scream in horror, but a fist belonging to Gunther also approaches him. Finally, the two of them are defeated, and he takes the sword out of the ground with the words, he was worried. But everything turned out to be much simpler than he thought. Vampires, looking at him, tremble with fear. Gunther, looking forward at the newly appeared circus tent, says, "So this is where the second act begins." He steps inside with careful steps and moves along the red corridor, which looks like a blood vessel. But it will not last long. Finally stopping, Gunther looks in surprise at the middle of the stage. Something resembling a bread knife sticks out from there, and at the very end the blade is visible. He, looking back at the destroyed spectator seats, noted that they took care of the decorations comfortably, and the stage is very beautiful. The monster, who turns out to be illuminated by a red light, says tiredly, he is very grateful for such words. He is the first spectator who came to watch the second act. So he was well prepared. Second act. He fails to finish, as Gunther sharply waves his weapon right in front of his face, but missing this time too. He thinks with annoyance, it can't be. He thought he could hit it this time, but he dodged it so easily. What kind of body is this? Arches his body in an unnatural position, goes down, and then again scratching his other palm. He says he prepared everything very carefully. Second act. The next moment, red shoots emerging from the new wound wrap around his entire body, like a cocoon. He finds himself head down, and mysteriously announces the confession of the eternally suffering actor Ibelin. As soon as she finishes this, his face is also covered with red, and she, arching her back and thus bending in half, says, "The audience should enjoy." Gunther is again the first to attack, smashing wooden boxes to pieces, and once again misses a loop. But he does not give up, and again runs past Eibelin, trying to strike her. He fails, and then he kicks the ground with such force as to break it. Further, throwing the resulting stones in his direction, he adds, since the monster is so resourceful, then let him try to dodge this. Gunther fails to do this, since her body resembles a very flexible cord. The next moment a strange hilt appears in his mouth, but then he takes out 2 full-fledged swords from there and rushes into battle. Gunther defends himself thanks to the score, and at the same time tries to strike back. Their blades collide, and then they pull their weapons back. He jumps into the air and tries to hit Eibelin as he goes. When he dodges, he realizes with irritation that this cannot be. No matter how he attacks, the monster dodges everything. What should he do? Suddenly a blade appears right in front of his eye, and after that he is thrown out of the tent. As soon as Gunther lands on his feet, Eibelin immediately jumps on top of him. At this time, Leonard Pulp is watching their fight through a telescope. Renur, standing a little behind, impatiently asks, well, is Gunther coping? He states that for now he is under pressure. Afterwards he adds, they are far away, so he can't see exactly, but it seems that this vampire is blocking all the knight's attacks. In addition, she rules the dwarfs in the area. Unexpectedly Leonard falls silent, and then exclaims, he was pinched almost at the very bridge. Captain Renur tries to snatch the pipe from him, screaming. He also wants to look. The commander must move away. Ariel, watching their argument, frowns in irritation. Gunther, actually finding himself already on the bridge, tries to resist the attacks of the Eibelins. She is like a snake wriggling in the air and trying to attack. But Gunther also desperately defends himself with his shield, and jumps into the air to finally hit him with his sword. For a few seconds the fight stops, and he sighs heavily and says, what a freak. She still with the same creepy smile, twists again and jumps forward, holding the tip of the sword at her outstretched arm. Gunther makes every effort to prevent the bridge from being completely crossed. Due to their active battles, dust rises in the air and bright sparks sparkle. Ariel, watching this through a telescope, reports that it seems that the vampire is repelling all attacks known to him. If Gunther doesn't act unpredictably, this will end badly. The manager, turning to Leonard Pulp, asks if there is any way to help him. He notes that during the last battle, the fortress's guns were destroyed. All they can do is shoot at the monster from the fortress gates. She reminds that the most important thing is to avoid the battle on the bridge. Captain Renur immediately asks the question, why? Ariel suddenly asks them, is it too late? Afterwards, she explains, the muscles in Gunther's body are very heavy and incredibly dense. There is no fat in it. Just at this moment, they break through the fence of the bridge, and the ion throws it outside the structure. She turns around and says seriously that if he falls into the water, he will immediately sink to the bottom. Everything happens exactly as she says, and Gunther really touches the surface of the water. It seems as if he is sinking to the bottom. But after a splash of water is heard, it turns out that, while falling, he managed to plunge his sword into the support of the bridge and hold on to it. Gunther noted that he was told that water is his main enemy. Although with such a strong current, anyone who falls there will die. Then he begins to climb up, when suddenly he notices a decreasing scale on his wrist and says, well, he didn't think this vampire was so strong. Eibelin suddenly jumps right at him, but soon they find themselves on the bridge again, and their blows collide, causing bright flashes. Gunther makes a sharp lunge with his sword, but he responds by arming himself with 2 of the same, continuing to move closer. Gunther takes a step back and angrily says, oh, she's crazy. She's not bad. The vampire cannot be compared with those monsters that came before him. But even so, he will be finished very soon. Suddenly, Ariel calls out to him from the observation point and announces that he must retreat. That's an order. He thinks about it, but almost immediately does it and runs into the castle as fast as he can. The soldiers are given the order to close the gate, which they immediately do. One of them points to the side and explains that Gunther should go there quickly. And he, approaching the others and at the same time taking off his helmet, clarifies that they told him to retreat. Do they have some kind of plan? Shouldn't he be completely focused on this during battle? Renner started first. They all thought carefully and realized that he could not defeat this vampire. They use strategy. Ariel gives him a charging cable and continues. It's called standing until dawn. Gunther, although surprised, listens to her carefully. She says that now they have neither defensive weapons nor enough supplies, so the only one who can fight a high-level vampire on equal terms is him. There are still about 5 hours before sunrise, but it will hardly be enough for even 2. After these 2 hours, he will need to return and replenish his energy, so they can buy more time for the battle. Captain Renner at this time uses a sword to disconnect his right limb and makes a note that he now needs to replace his arm. In addition to what was said, he says, in the end, there is only one way out. Ariel, looking at his wrist, notes, however, there is one nuance in this regard. It will take longer than usual to replenish his energy reserves. Gunther is interested and asks what. And how much? She thoughtfully explains that maximum recovery after 2 hours of activity will take about 20 minutes. The trainer, still changing his arm, adds that for this it will be necessary to maintain his stable condition. Therefore, he will not be able to move. They need to find a way to protect him and Ariel during this time. Asks in surprise, is this possible? He, along with Patrick who came up, says now. After this, the door creak is heard, and Leonard Pulp appears in a small gap, looking at them worriedly. But then he closes the doors, the soldiers build and arm themselves, screaming, the vampire will be here soon. They must get ready. Leonard also follows them, and, drawing his sword from its sheath, supports them. They must hold out. 20 minutes. They must show what they are capable of. Gunther at this moment is still waiting for his hand to be changed, and grins, you can go crazy. Gunther notes that he will have to fight, but ordinary people are powerless against a high-level vampire. In these 20 minutes, they will all simply die. Captain Renner, passionate about work, answers coldly, he knows. Everything, but they will still fight. Such words have a strong influence on him. Continues, and the soldiers are filled with hatred for the vampire who is about to appear. Leonard Pulp, coming forward, twists his mouth into an evil grin and says, if they don't burst into flames here and now, then who else can light up this world? After this, all spear tips are directed towards the main gate. The very next moment, a powerful blow creates a hole in the middle of them. Everyone inside the castle hears a desperate cry, orders to shoot and hold formation. Bright red blood so fills everything outside that it even slowly flows into the room. Gunther frowns at such sounds, but then closes his eyes, and when he opens them, they become full of determination. Ibelin, looking like a snake, wriggles in the air and at the same time kills a soldier who turns out to be many times weaker than him. Leonard is also thrown aside, shielding himself as she tries to reach him. Ibelin was already ready to plunge a knife into the crumbling shield, when suddenly a mouth rushes out of the darkness and sinks its large teeth into his hand. Gunther, appearing after him and controlling this very hand, shouts contentedly, what? He couldn't even imagine that the people on the wall would oppose him. Leonard Pulp began screaming at him in horror. The required time has not passed yet. What is he doing? Captain Renner, also looking out from behind the destroyed wall, notes he is fighting. He fights with one hand. Ariel, who also wants to see what is happening, understands that he has already exceeded his own limit. It will be difficult for him to hit the monster directly in the heart. But he rushed 5 minutes before full recovery. Will this be enough for him to stand until the morning? What was he even thinking about? Suddenly, the trainer announces that he has changed the location of the battle. They all actually see the two of them breaking through the walls, and Renner says, what? Where? Leonard frantically says, is this really the place of the third act? Gunther, holding tightly to the Ibelin, exclaims contentedly, they both will not be able to get out of the depths of the sea. After this, there really is a big splash on the surface of the dark blue sea. Continuing to fight even in the water, they sink deeper and deeper. Gunther clenches his teeth and directs the blows of his fists at Ibelin, who finally, with great difficulty, tries unsuccessfully to dodge. Then he joyfully understands. Great. Looks like this vampire is practically powerless in water. All that's left is to get to her heart. Gunther clings to the flesh, causing her to silently scream. But then he wraps himself half around the metal body and penetrates with the blade of the sword instead of connecting the arm. smiling contentedly. Yon makes a little effort while Gunther still keeps his teeth tightly closed and watches the subsequent actions. They are rapidly approaching the bottom, when suddenly one of his hands detaches and floats up. Because of this, Gunther tries to fight with his remaining hand, but it penetrates the junction of the other limb, and also breaks it off. Following this, they begin to shout at each other, but are not heard. Suddenly, they both finally reach the bottom, and the black sand almost instantly covered them with one large cloud, covering everything around and not letting in the rare rays of the sun. But soon Eibelin breaks out of this veil and quickly floats up. She is prevented from carrying out her plans by Gunther, who breaks out after him with his mouth wide open. Even despite the lost limbs, he sinks his teeth into the monster's body and thinks angrily, even a power of this level cannot kill him. Gunther finally tears off some of the flesh, revealing the heart. Young tries to confront him and points his sword at him. He almost touches the organs, when suddenly there is silence. In the midst of this, a gurgling sound is suddenly heard. A gray-haired woman with an ornament on her forehead squints, and, looking down, suddenly looks up. She announces that she has remembered. She remembered a place where no one went, a cesspool where not a single fly could survive. Gunther told her. She actually remembers this place, and hears distant crying. These memories bring a slight smile to the woman's face, and she adds this intermittent cry, which he, slowly dying, was able to squeeze out of himself, the last cry asking for help. Then she suddenly became interested. Anyone who came into this world would not want to be in his place. To be buried sewn in a chest of garbage. What meaning does he give to the word life? And why did he cry so persistently for help? Now she understood. Gunther, very young, stood in front of her while numerous drops of blood flowed from his fist, and beaten people lay behind him. He, whose face was covered with bruises and abrasions, was there any point in asking again? Whatever. An elderly woman suddenly grabs his cheeks and, like a madman, exclaims, "This is the place." No one wanted him to be born. No one wanted him to live. But just like when, with the last of his strength, he screamed for his pathetic help, he must fight to the end just as he had survived all this time. He has both the strength and the right to do so. Besides, in relation to the parents and the world who abandoned him, this is the best month. Did he understand her? He is very surprised by her fiery speech, but then blinks, yes. Then the woman finally relents and remarks, okay, then he should get ready for the next performance. The time has come unexpectedly from the fact that someone is desperately calling his name, from which he sharply opens his eye, but at the same time his gaze remains empty and glassy. Leonard Pulp waves his arms and announces, "Over here? The head is here. It's so big. How do you lift it?" Separated from the body, the head was able to float ashore. Although the condition is deplorable, everything seems to be fine. They were very lucky. It's good that he came out this time. Ariel takes the head and calls him by name again. Leonard tries to hurry her up. She must take him quickly. The battle is not over yet. She calmly answers, yes. Rainier's face reflects complete bewilderment as he looks at Gunther's head lying on the wooden bench. His face distorts into a strange one, and he, looking away, asks displeasedly, what is he trying to say? Ariel, taking his head in his hands, notes that it seems that without a body he cannot speak normally. After that she turns to Gunther and tries to calm him down. Soon he will get new limbs. He just has to wait a little. But when the head tries to escape from his hands, she orders more strictly, it must stop kicking. Soon his new body is ready, and Gunther, adjusting his head, notes that this is terrible. He thought he was going to die. Who else needed to be dealt with? Despite all their experiences, but at such speed. He is interrupted by Leonard Pulp, who notes that no, it seems to him that the vampire is still alive. He says in disbelief what kind of nonsense this is. He remembers exactly how he bit off the monster's heart. Leonard explains, fine if that's the case, but where they found his head, they also found footprints left along the seashore. He assumes they belong to the high-level vampire he fought. And following the tracks, they discovered a suspicious cart, which could be the hideout of that creature. However, when dawn comes, this monster cannot fight, so the vampire decides to wait for him there. He exclaims even more in bewilderment, suspicious cart. This is unthinkable. This can't be. He already said that he definitely bit through her heart with these teeth. Leonard Pulp insists that he will have to check her anyway for their own safety. And also, it's better for them to move out now, before it gets dark. Gunther only clicks his tongue displeasedly in response to this. Soon the two of them, along with 2 other soldiers, are sitting in ambush and watching a wooden cart that resembles a dilapidated house. He notes that it really looks suspicious, but he definitely killed this vampire. Leonard, also looking forward with big eyes, says that they believe him, but a check would not be superfluous. Gunther finally goes forward, and after looking at the many tracks left on the ground, he mentally notes that the tracks are still fresh. After looking at the house, he also understands that all the windows are boarded up. Everything looks exactly like a vampire's hideout. But if that creature really is hiding inside, then the time of day will play into its hands. If he angers her, then she will destroy this cart herself. As protection, the place is most likely guarded by lesser vampires. So quiet. But when Gunther comes close to the front door, he wonders what's going on. From outside, not a single sound reaches him. Opening the door and letting in some sunlight into the complete darkness, he looks around and asks, "Is there really anyone here?" But suddenly 2 red eyes light up behind, and the vampire says, "Honey." 2 slams sharply, Gunther becomes wary, and soon fights back the creature, which attacks him from behind. Red sparks flash in the ravine, and the clanging of metal is heard. He turns from side to side, delivering more and more blows. Soon the vampire breaks through the wall of the house and flies out, but Gunther manages to grab him and prepares to kill him. But suddenly someone's voice is heard nearby. "You have to stop." Then more dwarf vampires creep closer and say in a hissing voice that he is the king's killer. But he contemptuously asked, "What is it?" Should he have killed the leader too, and they would immediately weaken? The monster replies that everyone who is here cannot fight or even walk. They are defective with mutilated bodies. Asks again, "Are they defective?" The vampire confirms this. Yes, a marriage that could not become a quality product. Now they are not even able to fight him. The moment has finally arrived when they can complete the performance. He abruptly throws away the vampire who has been holding all this time and says, "It's funny that this is said by the one who kills people." The monster explains that it's all because they promised to destroy all people, and the vampire oath is unbreakable. So now he will show the final performance. Next, the vampire leads Gunther deeper into the building, while even more red eyes light up behind him. He looks around and says that this whispering is getting on his nerves, and they aren't even real pigs. The monster answers, stuttering a little. They couldn't become like people, so the owner wanted them to be pigs who would obey him. In this way, they could be a good product for him. He doesn't respond to this, and finally the vampire pulls back the red curtain and announces that he is presenting to him as expected their latest and most beautiful product, Ibelin. Gunther grabs his sword when he sees the same monster he fought earlier. She, bent in half, lay on a red blanket. When the Ibelina sees him, she mentally notes that it's strange that she doesn't feel the thirst for blood. Afterward, she tenderly says he is her spectator. Gunther, still perplexed, directly asks how she survived. He remembers exactly how he gnawed her heart. She finds out that he only ate part of it. Unless it destroys completely, the vampire will not die. Moreover, if the heart, the main source of their strength, is damaged, then they cannot control the blood. With these words, she again makes a deep cut on her palm, drawing blood. He raises the sword to chest level and comments that it was very nice of her to tell him this. If she could not control the blood, they would all have long ago become burning lines above the sun. So, this time only he will remain alive. With these words, Gunther points his weapon at Ibelin. Leonard Pulp sat in ambush all this time along with 2 soldiers. Finally, he asked them how much time he still had. The guy, looking at his pocket watch, answered, "About an hour." Leonard noted that this was enough for now, but if he didn't show up in 40 minutes, they would have to intervene. Another man, who was looking thoughtfully at the ground, suddenly asked where vampires were also once people. Leonard Pulp asked in surprise, "What is this about?" The soldier reluctantly said that there had previously been rumors that stray children and orphans were disappearing in the city. Trying to find them, they came across one very strange place. In a huge dungeon, where not a single ray of light penetrates. Tools for dyeing human bones and metal plates were collected. In one corner, there was a pile of small broken skulls and mutilated bones. The guy listening to all this stammered and asked what kind of place it was. The man replied, something like a factory where they produced goods. Here Leonard already asked, product? The soldier confirmed this. Yes, they did not make unusual people put them up for sale. He had heard that the smaller and uglier they were, the better. The guy couldn't stand it and exclaimed, this can't happen. Does he even buy this? For what? The man admitted that he does not know all the details, but as far as he knows, rich merchants and nobles are interested in them. Apparently, the size and ugliness of a product determines a person's power in society, the same way they buy beautiful clothes or jewelry. The guy, more and more amazed at this news, said, but they are people. The soldier, lowering his head down, said sadly, it seems to him that when a person has absolutely everything, if we are not talking about something so unique and rare, it no longer has value to them. He heard that some of the survivors end up joining the circus. He always thought that this was just a scary story for children, but if this is actually true, everyone who is there is a victim of this production. He then turns to Leonard Pulp, which they are protecting. Do people really have that much value? He looked into his eyes and immediately found something to answer. The blade of the sword cuts through the wooden wall. While Gunther tries to put all his power into his attack, and easily jumps over him, and at this time says, he pinches her and breaks her bones. This terrible pain will never end. Even if she screams, begging for death, he ignores it. Perhaps he accidentally kills her and calls it liberation. That's why she asked why he's still tormenting her, so easily gives her this freedom. Well, that's not what they said. Closing her eyes, she remembers how a richly dressed man became thoughtful, and finally turned to her with a grin, her fashion gone. Eibelin brings his eyebrows together, and at first, smiling slightly, closes his eyes and seems to writhe in pain. But when she opens them, the coldness appears on her face again, and finally she says, she has one last question for the viewer. Now, what is fashionable now? This surprises Gunther, and he asks again, what? Nowadays, a very popular story is about a man who, despite everything, remains alive. With these words, he raises his sword up, and she, looking at him sadly, closes her eyes and calmly comments, this is a difficult, lonely performance. The next moment, part of the roof and wall of the house shatters into splinters, and a bright, almost fiery light bursts from there. He walks forward with decisive steps, and his whole posture reflects belligerence. The island on which the city is located is immersed in the silence of the night. The man, going out onto the veranda of the house, notes that 2 high-level vampires have already died in Vahel. Another guy, standing nearby, asks, what? Surprisingly, too. A man with long hair says it looks like they have some new weapon. Survivors are said to be flocking to the Wahol in droves. The guy thinks about it and clarifies how many strong vampires there are. He replies, if we mean their total number, then 8. Then the brown-haired man counts, which means there are 6 more left, and they are all now heading to the Wahol. The blonde also notes that he heard that people there do not have enough supplies for food and can help them. But the guy, pointing his hand towards the surface of the water, shouts, is he crazy? Why would they help arrogant idiots for whom their land was never worth anything? Moreover, he must pay attention to the position of their mainland. They, surrounded by seas on all sides, are most likely to survive. Moreover, vampires hate water. Has he ever seen one of these monsters who wasn't afraid of it? The man wants to oppose something, but suddenly a loud sound is heard. They both look around in puzzlement. The next moment the blow is repeated, but at the same time something appears opposite them, casting a shadow on the roof of the house. The guy frowns and stutters, saying, what is this? A silhouette with red glowing eyes is reflected in his eyes, and then a loud bang follows again. After a while, Gunther stood in a smart suit and calmly looked ahead. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest over this, and a fluffy white tie, which was decorated with a black brooch, wrapped around his neck. An electrical cable protruded from his head, through which he replenished his charge level. Next to him stood Ariel in an elegant black and white dress with a corset on her chest. Gunther indignantly spread his arms to the sides, looked at his outfit, and asked what it was. Is now the right time for such robes? Ariel calmly explained that in honor of defeating 2 high-level vampires, she decided to travel a long way to meet him. Therefore, he must look the part. Ariel looked at him demandingly with his blue eyes. A cable extended from her chest through which charging took place. Gunther looked in her direction with his only remaining eye and asked in surprise, who was she even talking about? No matter how outstanding this person is, he has no desire to engage in some nonsense while they are all on the verge of life and death. Behind him stood Captain Rainier, who frowned with displeasure at his words. He, too, was dressed in a smart gray suit, his neck adorned with a fluffy white frill tie. Captain Rainier calmly assured that she deserves it. Thanks to her, Baal exists to this day. He looked sternly in the direction where Gunther stood and, pursing his lips, demanded that Gunther under no circumstances blurt out anything unnecessary. His head is already pounding, so let him control himself. Gunther looked at him gloomily and remained silent significantly. After some time, a beautiful carriage pulled by 4 horses arrived. At the coachman's command, the horses stopped. A man in a smart olive-colored suit with black embroidery demanded that everyone bow their heads. He raised his hand, bent at the elbow, and solemnly said, Her Majesty, the only blood heir of a noble family, the Queen. He extended his hand to the side, pointing at a woman in an elegant red dress with white embroidery on the hem and belt. A gold-colored cloak was draped over her shoulders. On the woman's head sparkled a crown with 3 sharp thorns. The herald shouted solemnly, Olivia Hound. Queen Olivia slowly approached the people greeting her. Opposite her stood, bowing respectfully, Captain Rainier and Ariel. Gunther stood straight, ignoring the rules of etiquette. Behind them, at a distance, stood more people, bowing their heads respectfully before the Queen. Together they said that they greeted Her Majesty. Gunther continued to stand calmly and look at the Queen. Olivia looked at him with interest, smiling at one corner of her mouth. She covered her nose and mouth with her palm and said displeasedly, It's dirty there. Lots of dust and strange smell. Her subordinate, politely bowing his head and putting his hands behind his back, apologized guiltily and said that he would teach the servants a lesson later. Gunther indignantly asked the question, What kind of nonsense? He said irritably that, of course, it wouldn't be clean there, because they were on the battlefield. Captain Rainier indignantly poked him in the side with his elbow. He glanced sternly towards Gunther. Drops of sweat flowed down his bald head from excitement. Gunther, in turn, also looked at him in surprise. Olivia asked her servant, So this is the corpse night? In Cal, right? The servant whispered in her ear, covering her mouth with his hand, that it was Gunther. She thoughtfully touched her chin with her hand, examining it, and said something inaudible. Gunther looked down at her with a questioning gaze. Olivia said thoughtfully, apparently, since he's dead, that's why he looks awkward. She affably spread her hands to the sides and asked a question. Does this mean he dealt with 2 high-level vampires? She solemnly announced that in order to thank him for the feat accomplished, she personally came to this wilderness, where danger awaited her everywhere. The servant clapped and said enthusiastically, This is so noble of her. Her Majesty's heart remains faithful to her people even in such difficult times. Her morality will be an example for all of them. Olivia, covering her mouth with her hand, said that it was terribly dirty there. She suggested we go inside and talk there. After some time in a high stone castle, there was a huge white cobweb hanging from the ceiling. The Queen sat on the throne with her arms crossed over her chest and her legs crossed. She said dissatisfiedly that, of course, it was no better inside. The servant, feeling guilty, bowed before her and assured her that he would severely punish those responsible for the cleaning. She waved one hand in protest and said no. Now, after all, it is the height of the war. She generously forgives them. Olivia looked at the corpse knight and, turning to him, said, Well, and Cal. The servant quickly told her, Gunther. She said indifferently, Well, yes. Then she calmly asked the question, What reward does he want to receive? Ariel intervened in the conversation, who told Her Majesty that now they need more manpower and other resources. The Queen looked at her and Gunther, who were connected by a charging cable. Ariel continued that she knew that many nobles, including Queen Olivia, doubted their development of the corpse knight. However, The plan was successful, and thanks to Gunther, there were glimmers of light of hope in this war, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Ariel paused and added that it would happen again. They still lacked both human and material resources to transform his body. Gunther looked at her silently with one eye. Ariel, resolutely clenching her hand into a fist, said, "So if Her Majesty fully provides them with her support, they will be able to build a bridge that will lead them to a crushing victory." Olivia thought silently. Then she indifferently asked what she said her name was. Ariel? Queen Olivia haughtily said that she did not ask her. She grimaced her face with displeasure and coldly said that she recognized their merits, but she did not have the opportunity to sponsor only them with limited resources. Olivia pressed her hand to her chest and solemnly said, she, Olivia Hound, ruler of the Balls, as the last true hope of humanity, is obliged to contribute to every cell of their entire mechanism in order to pave the way to a brighter future. Gunther looked at her angrily from under his brows with one eye. Olivia haughtily reported that, moreover, the help they are providing them now is beyond any praise. In any case, this is a very significant fact that cannot be denied. Gunther said that he doesn't understand what she's even talking about now. Captain Renner, ignoring his words, said, turning to the Queen, that everyone thought that the Corpse Knight project was absurd and would definitely fail. That is why all the funds were invested in other tools. Gunther looked in his direction in surprise and asked the question, what? Seriously? There was a voice that said that no one would ever have the courage to admit that her decision was wrong. Queen Olivia looked ahead angrily. Ariel indignantly continued that let her at least take into account the fact that people gave their lives to create a person like Gunther. The royal servant indignantly asked the question, what are they allowing themselves to do? Queen Olivia interrupted his speech with a hand gesture and said that all research regarding the Corpse Knight project was carried out in strict secrecy. She winced contemptuously. Only the phrase, a knight who has returned from the dead reproaches the honor of the royal family and causes unrest among the people. Therefore, for the future of humanity and for them too, the decision to officially recognize this project may harm them. Gunther looked at the Queen calmly. Olivia raised her arm, bent at the elbow, and showed her index finger. She said that as a reward she would give him the title of Count and grant him fertile northern lands. The royal servant shouted out in admiration that this was Her Majesty's generous and correct decision. Olivia arrogantly extended her hand and said, if he agrees with this, then let him kiss her hand. Gunther looked at her hand and said that he could not do this. Captain Renner became agitated and said his name condemningly, Gunther. Gunther did not react to his remark and continued angrily, Her Majesty has no idea what they face here every day. There is no such thing as honor or pride, just as there is no such thing as his or her truth. If the fate of all humanity lies in the hands of a brainless girl, who for some reason was proclaimed queen, then you can't even dream of any future. Ariel turned to him and angrily shouted his name, Gunther. Captain Renner nervously joined his palms and, looking down, said that he asked for forgiveness from Her Majesty. Gunther has no manners. Queen Olivia clenched her hands into fists, furrowed her brows, and clenched her teeth angrily. Then, with a glare of anger, she cursed furiously. Suddenly, the front door swung open. Leonard stood on the threshold, supporting the wounded man by the arm. He cried out in fear, trouble. The Queen turned her head furiously in his direction. Captain Renner looked fearfully at Leonard and the wounded man and asked anxiously what happened. Leonard said with excitement that right now huge monsters are heading towards Bull. He held the blonde man, who winced and groaned in pain. Over time, night has come. Captain Renner, looking through the telescope, said that because of him they now have big problems. He angrily asked the question, does he even understand what he did? Gunther grimaced with displeasure and said, if it weren't for him, the Queen would continue to do whatever she wanted. So he has no intention of pleasing this woman. At this time, Ariel looked ahead thoughtfully. She walked up to the blonde wounded man and asked the question, is this true? Was Toronto really destroyed in a few hours? A wounded blonde man, wrapped in a blanket, replied that these creatures landed on the shore and destroyed everything completely. He added with excitement in his voice, just a few beats later. Gunther said indifferently that they already understood that. He asked whether it would be too hasty to classify them as vampires. Captain Renner looked through the telescope and said in a trembling voice that there was someone there. He put away the telescope and looked ahead in fear. At the top of the hill, against the backdrop of the night sky, in which the round moon shone brightly, stood a dark silhouette. Captain Renner fearfully asked the question, "What is this?" A huge, black monster, from which a red glow emanated, bared its sharp fangs predatorily and looked into the distance with red, glowing eyes. Everyone peered intently into the dark forest with pine trees. Suddenly something red burst out of the ground. Dry leaves and small stones scattered to the sides. On the opposite bank on the hill stood a dark silhouette with red legs. Gunther looked at this with curiosity. He asked in bewilderment whether the meaning of the word vampire had already changed. How can something like this be considered one of these creatures? Ariel, holding a spyglass in her hands, looked into the distance and said, "Blood is the strength and will of a vampire." She heard that high-ranking vampires, thanks to their willpower, can create anything they want using their blood. She looked at the monster's sharp fangs and guessed that it was most likely the steel titan Miranda. It was a humanoid monster, black in color with red streaks. Its eyes glowed with red fire. Its sharp teeth were angrily clenched in a predatory grin. He moved forward rapidly. Ariel reported that this is the same one who destroyed the walls of the capital and captured this. Their attacks will not work against him due to his steel-hard skin. She's heard a lot about him, but he's much worse in person. Gunther looked in her direction in surprise and asked a question, "So this idiot is so famous?" She confirmed his words, saying, "Yes, all because of the huge number of fortresses that he managed to destroy." However, thanks to this very fame, many studies have been carried out to find its weaknesses. Gunther looked mischievously in her direction and said, "Keep it up." He asked the question, "Well, what are the results?" Ariel sadly shook her head from side to side and said that this monster does not have a single weakness. She looked up at Gunther, waiting for his reaction. He looked at her in shock, without answering. After some time, a carriage drove across the bridge, accompanied by people on horseback, raising columns of dust. Ariel, Gunther, and Captain Renner could be seen in the carriage. Ariel said that based on the information they have, he has no weaknesses. They don't know where his heart is, but the main problem is that his skin is so tough that it is impossible to pierce it. Ariel sat next to Gunther, her hands clasped in her lap. A cable was coming out of her chest. Gunther refilled his charge level by placing his hand on his knees and leaning forward slightly. He suggested that if the monster invades the battle, then... Ariel didn't let him finish and said sadly, "Yes. The stronghold of humanity will fall." Gunther thought silently. Ariel said, "So after all the observations of him, she decided that the monster was the biggest threat. He destroyed so much that his location was very difficult to track." Gunther crossed his metal arms over his chest, closed his eyes and asked, "Is there any information about where he is going?" Captain Renner, who was sitting next to him, excitedly asked what he was talking about. He said that they were not allowed to know this. The monster always acts alone. Ariel added that, in addition, since the monster is high-ranking, the sun is its main enemy. Gunther clarified by asking the question, "Does she mean that he tries to avoid sunlight as much as possible?" Ariel confirmed this and added that when the sun rises, he takes on a different form from that of the Titan. The sound of carriage wheels could be heard along the pavement. Ariel said this is their chance to win. Now, this is the only way. Gunther looked ahead sternly and said that this was a deadly game of hide and seek. Captain Renner leaned over the table, studying the map. He ran his finger over it and said, "It's a fast enough monster, but he doesn't think Miranda will be invading Bahul today. They have about 1 day to prepare." Captain Renner looked at the map, on which mountains, trees, and houses were drawn. He pointed to the painted houses with his index finger and said that judging by his movements, he would most likely be hiding in the vicinity of this ruined village with many buildings. If they don't find him there, there's a good chance he'll invade Bahul the next day. Captain Renner looked at the city depicted on the map, surrounded by a stone wall, and added with excitement that the winner of this battle would be determined in this very place. After some time, a group of people approached a huge hole in the ground, which visually resembled a human shoe print. Someone shouted excitedly, "Footprints!" Gunther, looking around, said that the tracks stopped here. He asked excitedly, where was the monster hiding? Leonard Pulp looked at the notebook in his hand and said that there were about 120 houses in this village. He said that they would start the search from the south and let Gunther start from the north. Leonard Pulp looked at the soldiers in front of him and asked, since this was such a serious task, shouldn't they have taken more soldiers with them? He asked excitedly why there were so few of them. The warriors standing in front of him were silent. One of them excitedly reported that the rest had been sent to produce defensive structures under the direction of the queen. Leonard Pulp was shocked to hear this. Gunther smiled mockingly and said, "The pathetic pride of people." Laughter, and that's all. Leonard pointed to the side and resolutely shouted, "In any case, it's time for them to start searching. They don't know where the vampire is hiding, so they need to split up into groups of 5 and search everything here." A loud scream was heard among the gray houses with green tiled roofs. The soldiers resolutely shouted, "Yes." After some time, they carefully examined houses, carts with cargo, warehouses, and counters in search of a vampire. Groups of 5 dispersed throughout the village, searching every corner. Where it was dark, they illuminated the space with torches. The soldiers searched, and Ariel eagerly looked at the watch in her hand. Gunther easily broke down locked wooden doors with his iron hand. Having broken down the wooden door with such force that it sent chips flying in different directions, Gunther entered the dark room. He looked around carefully and said, "The titanium steel is big and strong." He is sure that he was huge during his life. So he explores larger areas. Gunther walked up to the large wooden door and said, "For example, here." He hit the door hard and broke a huge hole in it. Behind this door was the street. Gunther looked thoughtfully at the sky, colored with pink and orange sunset colors. At this time, someone opened a window on the second floor of a large gray house and informed Captain Renner and Ariel that there was no one there either. Captain Renner looked to the side and said that there were only a few houses left. He asked nervously, what should they do? Captain Renner said with disappointment that their plan was obviously doomed to failure. Ariel suggested that maybe the monster was hiding in a form they couldn't even imagine. Captain Renner looked up at the sky and said, "They are in big trouble. The sun will set soon." At this time, in one of the houses, Gunther angrily smashed wooden barrels and swore. He nervously said that he had already searched more than 10 houses, but had not even met a rat, let alone a vampire. He shouted furiously, "Stop hiding." Suddenly Gunther heard a knock and turned sharply towards the sound. Through the open doorway, he saw the black silhouette of some creature quickly walking along the corridor. Gunther was surprised. He quickly jumped out into the corridor and angrily ordered him to stop. Gunther looked at the retreating black creature and in shock asked the question, "What is it?" He shouted again for him to stop immediately. Gunther caught up with the monster and stopped at a safe distance from him. He calmly said, "Stop." Gunther looked at an incomprehensible creature covered with black fur. From a distance, he could see a mouth with white teeth and asked in shock what it was. The black, fluffy creature opened its mouth predatorily with white sharp fangs and let out a menacing roar. After some time, on the street in front of the house, at a round wooden table, Julius, a high-ranking vampire with long white hair, was sitting on a chair and drinking something from a glass. Behind him stood a black, fluffy creature with white sharp teeth. It was dark outside, and only the round moon shone lonely in the dark night sky. Behind them, in the distance, a coniferous forest was visible, shrouded in white fog. Julius thoughtfully put his hand on the table and silently looked into the distance with red eyes. On the table in front of him were 2 glasses and an earthenware jug. The black creature was spinning around him and growling, showing white teeth. Julius thoughtfully asked the question, "A mortal knight?" The black monster confirmed this and added that he had heard about him. Julius guessed that it too must have been created in Valhalla. The black monster said that lately he has been hearing about this place more and more often. He asked with interest, "What is it all about?" "This is just the last city he left." Julius thought and lowered his red eyes. He looked into the distance and thoughtfully said that Dehil is the place where it all began. Therefore, he left it to finish everything there. He looked thoughtfully at the wooden chairs standing around the table and said that the time had come. The black monster helpfully said, "If so, He will give the order to Miranda. Julius closed his eyes and said one more thing. Let him contact that person. Let him bring the corpse knight to him. After some time, an explosion was heard above the gray houses with green-tiled roofs. The bright sky began to be filled with blue smoke. Ariel and Captain Renner fell down in fear, hiding behind a stone wall. Huge gray boulders were flying towards them. Captain Renner looked to the side in fear and called, "Gunther?" He opened the door and, looking into the room, excitedly asked the question, "What happened?" Captain Renner widened his eyes in shock, a drop of sweat running down his face. He said anxiously, "Don't let him tell him that he found it." Captain Renner watched as Gunther approached him, dragging a huge bear carcass on his shoulders. Gunther asked the question, "Could a vampire turn into a bear?" The head of a dead bear hung limply on his shoulder. Ariel and Captain Renner looked at him reproachfully. Captain Renner said he didn't think so. Gunther abruptly threw the huge bear carcass aside. It fell noisily onto the wooden barrels. After some time, in the village square, among wooden boxes and barrels, Gunther and Ariel stood side by side, connected by a charging cable. Ariel said that the sun would set in an hour. Gunther asked a question, "Are they sure that the monster is hiding here?" Leonard Pulp extended his hand with his index finger and ordered the soldiers to search all the houses again. Gunther asked the question, "How are they going to look for him if they don't even know what he looks like?" Moreover, if the monster is so dangerous, it was necessary to prepare in advance. Ariel said they see manpower and resources running low. It's too risky to go beyond their limits, but they can't do it any other way. Leonard Pulp said that they did not have much time left. They needed to set fire to all the houses. If they leave only ashes here, someone will definitely show up. Behind him, the sky turned pink and orange. Ariel tried to object, saying that buildings are flammable. If they do something wrong, the fire will spread to the forest. Leonard Pulp held out his hand in protest and said irritably that they couldn't just stand around and wait to die. Gunther said it seems to him that the monster is not here at all. How can they draw any conclusions with only one clue? Captain Renner looked at them with excitement and listened to their bickering among themselves. Gunther noticed that the sun would set soon. They needed a different strategy. Captain Renner nervously shouted, "No!" Everyone turned their heads in his direction and looked at him in surprise. He closed his eyes angrily, clenched his fists and said, "They can't give up. If they give up now, then the next battlefield will definitely be Bahal." Captain Renner asked irritably, "Have they forgotten why he went with them?" He frowned angrily and said because they had a plan. He believed that they could protect the Bahal. Captain Renner, with his eyes closed in despair, added, "or at least prevent the destruction of this." He stated emphatically that there was no way they could give up. Captain Renner raised his head, opened his eyes, and looked at them, saying, "There is one place that he has not examined properly. He'll go and check it again." Gunther, Ariel, and Leonard looked in surprise after Captain Renner, who quickly ran forward. Gunther admitted with surprise that this was unexpected. Leonard stood with a surprised look and said that it was because the Renner family was now in Bahala. Gunther turned his head towards him with a smile and clarified by asking the question, "Family?" Leonard, sadly lowering his head and shoulders, said that he had a daughter whom he loved very much. Gunther remarked mockingly, then the bald man was clearly interested in protecting the fortress. Leonard raised his head and looked in front of him, saying, "He will go and check everything again." He turned to Ariel and Gunther and said before the sun goes down, "Let them not give up." Gunther and Ariel stood next to each other, connected by a cable. Gunther was still replenishing his charge level. After some time, evening came. Wooden boxes and barrels were scattered in one of the village buildings. Captain Renner desperately leaned over the table, resting his hands on the tabletop. There was an open empty chest on the table. Captain Renner cursed in despair and said, he looked at absolutely every place where the monster could hide, but to no avail. He looked out the window through the open shutters at the evening sky and said, "The sun is setting." Suddenly the door behind him slammed shut. Captain Renner froze in fear. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He carefully turned his head and looked towards the door with eyes huge in fear. There was no one there. There were only suitcases and wooden boxes on the stone floor. Captain Renner drew attention to the red suitcase standing among the boxes. There was a sound coming from the suitcase. Overtime. Against the backdrop of the evening sky stood a gray brick house with a green tiled roof. Suddenly the roof and wall shattered into bricks, and a huge red monster appeared from there. Captain Renner flew out of the destroyed house with the monster. The huge monster threw him out. Captain Renner, along with the rubble and bricks, fell to the ground with his back down. Ariel and Gunther rushed towards him. She screamed his name in fear. A huge monster with many tentacles rose from behind the wall of a destroyed house. Gunther looked at him in shock and cursed angrily. He knew it would happen. They were wrong. Ariel was on her knees and holding Captain Renner by the shoulders, who was pointing at the monster with an outstretched hand. From fear, he could not utter a word. Ariel asked him in fear, "Is he okay?" Captain Renner said in a broken voice that he had found him. Ariel, making an effort, tried to lift him to his feet. She asked in surprise, "What?" The exhausted Captain Renner had difficulty saying that he had found this freak. He opened his eyes and said in despair that he could have killed him. Gunther asked irritably, "Is he kidding me?" What stopped him? Captain Renner lowered his eyes and said with excitement that this was a monster. He fell silent, remembering with emotion what had happened. Earlier, Captain Renner, drawing his sword from its scabbard, approached the red suitcase. He opened it and looked inside. Inside the suitcase lay a small boy with white hair and big ears. The boy lay on his side with his legs bent and his hands clenched into fists pressed to his chest. He was scared. Captain Renner reported that this monster was a child. Gunther looked at him in disbelief. Gray bricks flew next to him, almost touching him. The monster, having increased significantly in size, raised its head up and opened its mouth. Gunther looked up at him in shock. The monster growled, revealing sharp fangs. After some time, a huge humanoid red monster appeared from the destroyed house. He had a powerful and muscular body. The monster swung its huge arms to the sides and destroyed the wall, from which bricks flew off. He screamed menacingly, terrifying. The monster's eyes glowed with red fire. The monster clenched his hand into a fist and raised his hand to strike. His powerful and huge fist was rapidly approaching from above towards Gunther and Ariel, who was holding the wounded Captain Renner. Everything around turned red. The monster sharply struck with his fist, from which bricks flew off in streams. His fist hit the stone wall, breaking it. Gunther barely had time to dodge, jumping to the side. He held Captain Renner by the scarf with one hand and asked if they had any other plan. He, dangling from side to side, said, "There is no definite strategy." Regin asked excitedly, "Does anyone know how to contain it?" Captain Renner said he had no idea. Gunther abruptly threw him aside. Captain Renner flew some distance in the air and groaned desperately. At this time, the monster stepped over the ruins of a stone house and took a step forward with its huge legs. Gunther held Ariel on his back, who held his neck tightly with both hands. The village street was covered with dark dust. Gunther asked Ariel how to defeat him. She silently looked at the monster with eyes huge in fear. She said that all his strength is in the heart. When there is a wounded heart, then the Titan will fall. Gunther looked at her thoughtfully, and she continued that we need to think about how to do this. He must be killed at any cost. Gunther thought and looked forward decisively. After a while, the blond soldier in the iron helmet widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth. He ran away in horror. A huge red leg of a monster hovered high in the air above the soldiers. The three soldiers quickly began to run, scattering in different directions. The night sky over the village turned red. The huge monster looked down at the tiny people who were desperately trying to escape and took a step. From his height, he saw in the distance a city glowing with lights, surrounded by a stone wall. He walked decisively towards it, not noticing Gunther, who was sitting on the gray roof with a large object in his hands. Gunther, holding a piece of a stone column in his hand, approached the monster in 3 leaps and threw it in his direction. The stone column, compared to the monster, was like a sliver. This lightly hit the monster's arm. He turned his head to the side in surprise and looked with a fiery gaze. Gunther ran and rushed at the monster. He hit him in the red, huge leg with his fist. Gunther asked in shock, "Is his skin impossible to pierce?" He looked at his clenched fist and asked another question. Is it really that even his fist can't cope with this? Gunther swung and struck again with all his might. From his blow, a white glow with long rays appeared. The glow grew, illuminating everything around. This light attracted the monster's attention. He looked at his leg with interest. Gunther did not give up and continued to hammer his fists hard against the red skin of the monster. After some time, Gunther was disappointed to discover that his metal fingers on his hand were broken. In despair, he raised his arms, bent at the elbows, up in thought. The monster leaned over and looked in surprise at the tiny man in knight's armor. Gunther turned his head thoughtfully and looked to the side. He saw the monster's huge, red palms slowly approaching him. The monster tried to catch Gunther with its huge fingers, but he managed to dodge. The monster reached out its fingers towards Gunther, who quickly ran away from it. He, escaping from the huge fingers, said, "No matter how invincible a person is, everyone has weaknesses." He's sure the monster has it too. The monster put out his hand and blocked Gunther's path. Gunther stopped and wondered what to do next. At this time, the monster joined both of his palms into a lock and hit with all his might the place where Gunther had just been. He jumped high and managed to dodge. Gunther tried to scratch the monster's hard skin with his iron fingers. The fingers slid along without damaging it. He tried again. At this time, a red palm reached out to him with huge fingers. Gunther tried to dodge by jumping to the side. Red fingers caught him, grabbing his leg. The monster looked with interest with glowing eyes at the tiny knight, who swayed from side to side, hanging upside down. The bright light from the monster's eyes blinded Gunther. He looked at its eye and thought it was a defenseless place. Gunther looked carefully at his eye again and thought. He was surprised to notice that the second hand of the monster was approaching him. The monster was held in one hand by Gunther, and with the other he was preparing to hit it with his finger. The monster struck his finger hard at Gunther, who shattered into pieces. After a while, Queen Olivia looked ahead resolutely. Hiding behind the stone wall of the observation tower, she watched as the monster approached them. Behind the queen stood warriors in helmets who reported that the steel titan was approaching. One of them shouted in shock that he was going straight across the ocean. Olivia said emphatically that no titan is invincible. She didn't know about high-ranking titans, but there were quite a few cases where low-ranking titans were defeated by ordinary people. She stated that there was no need for this corpse knight's help. Queen Olivia crossed her arms and asked the question, "Are you ready?" The royal servant replied, "Yes, the preparations are complete. Everything is ready to launch." She looked to the side and saw a huge launcher. There were many sharp arrows sticking out of it. Olivia said how beautiful. This appearance very well symbolizes the power of the noble royal family. The most powerful and beautiful weapon than any other ever created by mankind. The royal servant solemnly announced that hundreds of giant arrows, ready to be shot with incredible force, would definitely pierce the skin of the steel titanium. In any case, there will be nothing left of the monster, not even a heart. Olivia said in anticipation, "The moment the steel titan comes, everyone will understand that the true emperor and hero who will rule humanity is she." Her eyes burned with a determined fire. The gold-colored cloak billowed in the wind. She resolutely said that she would show everyone the power of the great royal family, and that she was never wrong. She extended her hand forward, turned her palm up and looked at it. Olivia, looking at her palm, said, "Then let her get ready." Angry lights sparkled in her eyes. Frowning, she resolutely shouted the order, "Launch!" In an instant, hundreds of sharp arrows flew forward. A large search party was approaching the deep footprint left by the Titan. Renur looked at the lying fragments of iron armor and asked in panic, "Is this really the last trace?" The man next to him in armor replied that this was all true. Renur leaned forward slightly and pointed his index finger at the broken armor and told them to wait. He began to peer into it intensely and carefully. Renur said thoughtfully that it was flesh. With feelings filled with indignation, he asked the question, was this flesh just an effort to save humanity? Renur clutched the broken piece of armor to himself and said bitterly, closing his eyes, if he had been more decisive, if he had not doubted for a moment, then this would not have happened. Tears were streaming down his face from intense pity and despair. He continued to frown in pain and apologized to Gunther. "Renur, out of melancholy and bitterness from the loss, began to apologize again, pressing the destroyed part of the armor closer to himself. Ariel sadly looked to the side and barely noticeably called Gunther by name. The cold wind blowing through the night forest blew her hair. Suddenly something rushed past her at high speed. Ariel turned around sharply, looking at what had landed below. Reynir. Ariel and the soldiers looked at this in shock. Gunther landed on the ground, starting to slide many more meters, and shouted that they were all crazy freaks, because he was still alive. Gunther spoke every word with difficulty, trying to hold onto the ground with the broken launch system. Ariel, relieved and immediately overcome with emotion, called him by name. Reynir, meanwhile, ran up to her and, pointing his hand at Gunther, asked the question, "What is this?" He asked him if he had been sitting on the tree all this time. Ariel ran up to Gunther and, taking his head with her hand, sincerely said, "She is glad that he is alive." She added that he made her worry. Gunther frowned in confusion, his mouth slightly open. A moment later, he tusked displeasedly, starting to look around the coniferous forest. After some time, the horse quickly galloped along the asphalt road of the burnt bridge. The horse was hitched to the carriage in which Ariel and Reynir were sitting. Reynir looked down and asked in panic, "Eyes?" Gunther weakly confirmed this and said, "Eyes." He began to make strange sounds that did not have accurate and understandable information. Reynir held his chest with one hand and his shoulder with the other, and asked the question, "What?" "What does he mean?" Reynir asked him to say it louder. Gunther again began to repeat strange sounds that had no exact meaning. He said weakly that they couldn't open. He paused slightly and added that his mouth, but later began to make strange sounds again. Reynir put his ear close to his mouth and looked to the side, puzzled. He said tensely that his eyes were not covered with skin. He asked a question. If they couldn't open his mouth, would they attack his eyes? Gunther began to break free from his grip, clenching his teeth tightly. Reynir, meanwhile, frowned at him and said that he couldn't make it out, because he was just muttering under his breath. Ariel was looking at him carefully at this time. The energy transfer tube was again attached to her chest. Ariel explained that the most important thing was to get to the heart. The damage to the eyes was just a disruption of his coordination. She concluded that they wouldn't kill him like that. Gunther began to barely noticeably say through his teeth that he didn't want to. Reynir looked to the side and said, repeating after him, he didn't want to just attack his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He turned to the lying Gunther and asked him a question, being in a stunned state, but wants to penetrate inside him through his eyes. Ariel opened her eyes in shock. She looked to the side and thought about it. Ariel said after a moment if he could do this, then they would have a chance. She leaned against the wall of the shaking carriage and added that the problem would be how he would get to his head. Suddenly the carriage began to shake very violently. Ariel and Reynir simultaneously turned to the window and tensely began to watch what was happening. From the carriage window, one could then watch how huge long rockets rushed at full speed into the body of a Titan standing in the sea. The rockets hit him with all their might, beginning to explode. The bright light from the Titan's body began to spread over a long distance. Many missiles still continued to fly towards him at a fast speed. Reynir approached the window and asked the question, "What was it? Is this the same weapon prepared by the Queen?" He frowned and noted that it looked quite intimidating. There were loud sounds outside the carriage that shook everything around. Gunther, who continued to lie in the carriage, exclaimed indignantly that he also wanted to see. Ariel puzzledly asked the question, could the steel Titan withstand this blow? Meanwhile, strong steam was emanating from the water upward. Titan acquired a blue and black tint, instead of its usual red. Steam was emanating from his entire body due to the extremely hot temperature. The Titan squeezed the red hand after a while, moving his fingers slightly. He picked it up and rubbed it on his face. The Titan continued to walk across the sea with confident steps, thereby raising large waves. A soldier looking through binoculars and standing on a tower warned his comrades that the steel Titan had not fallen. Olivia stood behind him, carefully watching the attacks on the Titan. The soldier meanwhile added that the Titan is still coming. Patrick behind Olivia turned to her in panic. Olivia rolled her eyes in displeasure and asked the question, "What about the supporting cast?" Patrick answered with undisguised excitement that this was the next plan. He clenched his fist, sweat running down his face from intense anxiety. He moved his gaze downwards, noticing something strange. Olivia's hand clenched, almost starting to shake from the intense tension. Patrick immediately clenched his teeth out of extreme anger, starting to grind them. He fixed an angry gaze forward, continuing to watch the Titan. The Titan, meanwhile, approached the city, beginning to destroy everything that stood in the way. The soldiers watched this in shock. Houses began to become covered with cracks. Meanwhile, Rainier was running in the destroyed building and, cursing, asked the question, "Has he already broken into the house?" Rainier, meanwhile, gloomily added that a little more. He explained that he needed to become a little more decisive. For complete motivation, he clenched his leather-gloved fist. Ariel watched him in surprise, continuing to hold Gunther in her arms. Suddenly someone called Rainier, calling him Dad. Rainier suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side at the source of the sound. Gunther, meanwhile, opened his eye and questioningly began to observe the further development of the situation. A girl approached them and quickly ran towards Rainier. Rainier put his hands forward, catching her. Meanwhile, the girl joyfully exclaimed that he was alive. She admitted with joyful tears in her eyes that she was so glad that he was alive. The girl again addressed him as her father. Suddenly, she pulled herself away and corrected that he was a general. Rainier exclaimed indignantly and with relief, "Audrey!" He asked her a question. Why hasn't she evacuated yet? He shouted that he told her to leave when the steel giant began to cross the sea. Audrey looked to the side and asked a question with a smile. If she left, who would make the body of the corpse knight? Rainier immediately hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Ariel continued to hold Gunther in her arms. Audrey exclaimed. Her only thoughts were about whether he was safe. She asked him not to worry about her. Audrey clenched her fist confidently and admitted that now she is stronger than him. Rainier frowned in confusion and said, confirming that he still did, but he didn't finish. Gunther, meanwhile, said something barely noticeable, which again could not be distinguished. Audrey happily turned to the side when she noticed him. She asked him with a sincere smile, "Is he Gunther?" She extended her hand forward, saying that she had wanted to see him for a very long time, now standing in front of him. She imagined that her name was Audrey. She was the daughter of General Rainier. Gunther glanced down at her hand. After a moment, he looked up, filled with dissatisfaction and indignation. Audrey said thoughtfully, "Hand." She immediately apologized. Gunther, meanwhile, told her that they didn't have time to change. Ariel asked her to connect his body part together. They need to build a modified weapon into the body, like the 253 or 350 from the text she was developing. Ariel added as they planned to climb onto the Titan's body. Audrey asked in surprise, "On the body of a Titan?" She looked askance to the side and exclaimed that she still had a Type 350. She would come up with something. Taking Gunther's torso in her hands, she thoughtfully said that she would connect the body parts that she brought first. Audrey explained that it was the torso and arms because they were more valuable. Rainier frowned as he noticed that everything had become quiet. He asked the question, "Maybe Titan is approaching." Suddenly, the door in the building they were in broke into small pieces. It began to spread throughout the building. Several stones and pieces of wood began to approach Rainier's face. He did not notice this and looked only forward, where the red figure of the giant began to appear. His foot pushed Audrey away as fast as he could. He continued to look at this helplessly, watching as the monster carried away his daughter with him. The giant, meanwhile, broke the second part of the house, starting to emerge from there. A lot of debris began to scatter throughout the city with a deafening noise. Rubble of the building falls down, and Audrey screams in fear. Rainier, holding onto the stone ledge with one hand and grabbing her with the other, asks if she's okay. She just screams in response, "Dad?" He tries to calm her down and tells her to hold on a little longer. He will pick her up. But just at this moment, Rainier's hand begins to tremble, and Audrey, trying not to drop part of the suit, says that he is trying to make him old and weak with his body. This is the last remaining knight torso. Gotta take it. But he starts to get angry. What is she talking about? She is more important to him than that. Suddenly the ledge cracks, and he realizes that they are falling down. But at the very last moment, Gunther manages to open his mouth and grab his hand, holding onto the stone ledge with his only limb. Captain Renner says in shock. Is it him? Gunther hums in response, and then he asks in surprise, what did he say? He continues to try to say something, but only one word clearly comes out, his. Then the manager says he doesn't know what to say, but he is very grateful to him. The remains of houses are scattered into small pieces in the air due to Miranda's heavy steps. People run away and scream at the same time. Evacuation. Leonard orders everyone to drop their luggage and run to the outskirts of the island. Suddenly a woman's voice is heard from behind. How long does he think his people will hold out? Turning around, Leonard Pulp sees Olivia Hound and says in surprise, Her Majesty? After thinking, he notes that at this rate, it seems to him that it will be difficult for them to survive this night. She looks up and then asks, What about the corpse night? Leonard replies that he heard that Gunther and the others are preparing to fight the Steel Titan in a different way. She grins. They will look. Everyone will die on an island where there is only one way out and one way in. Well, if they all die, then there will be no one to judge her. After that, Olivia turns around and adds that that is. Her words throw Leonard Pulp into bewilderment, who remains standing in the middle of the street. Inside the best preserved building, an order is heard. You need to connect it quickly. Ariel, watching as Gunther's missing body parts are attached, says that once he is connected, he must go out and fight. He, looking at his hand, which resembles a part of a reptile's body, answers he knows it. By the way, this weapon is strange. After that, he touches the head of the Renner and squeezes the skin. At the same time, he notes that it sticks perfectly. She explains that the weapon is modeled after a lizard's paw. It is designed for easy climbing on steep and slippery terrain. Renner, despite the discomfort he experiences, still says that he is very grateful to him and never thought that the night would save them. He is surprised and says, What is the captain talking about? What he saved was not him, but only the body. He thinks he cares whether he died or not. With these words, Gunther finally removes his hand from his head, and a red mark remains on the skin. The manager, not paying attention to this, also says whether it was so. He always thinks only of himself. There must have been times when he was happy with someone else. When he hears this, he frowns and then asks again, with someone else? With someone else? Like those who didn't have the courage to kill him. So they threw the newborn blood clot into the trash. His parents? What about the other gladiators who only thought about killing him and gaining glory? Or who kills him, the audience betting money? They shouldn't make him laugh. There's nothing fun about being together. There were people around him who thought only of killing him or knocking him down. But he survived. Even if everyone wants him to die, he fought to the end and survived. There is nothing more valuable in this world than this. Renner, after listening to his entire speech, lets his gaze fall to the floor and tries to explain that there are other things besides survival. This is the life of a person who has nothing. Looks at him closely. When suddenly Patrick appears, the connection is complete. Then he disconnects the wire from his fists. It's his time to fight again. Ariel calls out to him, and for a few seconds, closing her eyes, she says she also hopes to see him tomorrow. He stops and turns his head to the side, but then turns away again and says dismissively, What a joke. After that, he goes outside, where he meets Miranda and his base is overtaken by the sound of a loud blow. People move back, and it gets closer to the edge of the cliff. Extreme panic and horror are reflected in their eyes as they all raise their heads up and look at the Titan Miranda. It suddenly turns its attention to the knee, along which Gunther is climbing at that moment, trying to run with all his might. Miranda tries to swat him like a midge at first, but he manages to avoid this fate, and by jumping, he sticks with an extra pair of hands to the hard skin. After this, thanks to this, Gunther continues his way up, but at the same time he moves onto the back of the monster. Examining this body, he understands that he needs to rise a little more. Suddenly the hand of Miranda appears next to him again, who this time manages to throw him to the ground. Gunther breaks through the stone square and ends up deep in the ground. Looking at one of his limbs and seeing that it is half torn off, he says with displeasure, Here we go again. But the very next moment he jumps high again, not wanting to give up. 2 soldiers watch this. One of them, looking up in shock, asks what kind of person this is. Gunther is running along the roof of one of the buildings when suddenly Miranda destroys it. causing him to jump high to avoid getting hit. At this moment, he manages to push off from a small stone slab, and thus tries to jump on it again. Everything goes well, and thanks to the lizard's 2 hands, Gunther is attached to Miranda's hand. But it again tries to bend it into a fist, and then throw it off like an annoying bug. He skillfully dodges and avoids all attacks. Gunther sees huge fingers nearby and spits in displeasure. Miranda leans down and strikes in the same direction, destroying several buildings. At that moment, he finds himself among a pile of rubble, but when they all fall to the ground, Gunther clings to Miranda's knuckle. Unexpectedly, he notices something in the country, turns around and asks, "Is this a dungeon?" It looks very deep. How could this be on the island? His thoughts are interrupted by the sudden swing of it, causing him to fall back to the ground. Once again swings and hits down with all his might. Ariel, watching this from the side, sadly says, "Gunther." His leg comes off and the air flies up, but he still fights for survival and uses his hands to move along the ground, escaping from this. But Miranda still doesn't take her eyes off him, and once again throws him aside, which is why he breaks through several buildings on the fly. His green hand is halfway off when suddenly Miranda clenches her fist tightly. Gunther meets this gaze and writhes in pain. Then a loud knock is heard, and he, still managing to properly grab onto the lizard's remaining hand, ends up on the back of it. Slowly approaching the neck, Gunther realizes she's almost ready. If only he could distract it. Miranda feels it and tries to remove it from her body, but at the same time, looking to the side, it freezes in place. And a dark silhouette carefully watches this while standing on the ground. Miranda doesn't move at all, and Gunther understands. Now, after that, he again pushes off from the body and flies up. Finding himself above the eyes of this one, he rushes down and shouts, "It must die." Miranda is trying to catch him at this moment. At the previous moment, a bang is heard. There is a soft, small toy lying on the ground. The boy with wavy hair picks it up and gently presses it to his chest. He couldn't do anything while his brother was being beaten. Because the monster is too big, it was quite hard. The king, hugging the child, says, "The child should not be afraid. In the world that they will create together, there will be no more monsters." The boy looks at him with big brown eyes and smiles warmly. Miranda's eyes sparkle with white light, and it draws attention to the children. The girl shields her brother while they both tremble with fear. It shakes off its palms and clenches its fists, when suddenly Gunther flies on top of Miranda. It tries to catch him, but it manages to penetrate the eye and claps its hands. The girl, with her mouth open, carefully watches what happens next, and in the next moment it dissolves, as if it had been made of sand all this time. While the remains of the monster are scattered, Gunther walks barefoot on the cold stone ground, leaning on a long wooden stick. The residents, looking at him, wonder what kind of guy this is. His body, is it a monster? Monster. But he doesn't pay attention to these conversations when his friend calls out to him in a child's voice, "Uncle, is he not the man who defeated the Titan?" The same green-haired girl stands in front of him. Gunther, and looking back at her, notes that it was him. With these words, he turns around and leaves, when suddenly she shouts after him that she is very grateful. Thanks to him, she is alive. Her brother is alive thanks to him too. Although Gunther stops, he does not turn around, but only grunts and continues on his way. Finally, when he enters the dilapidated castle, Audrey is the first to immediately shout to him, "He is incredible. How can he move so deftly in the air? He is a born warrior. If he had a more beautiful face, they would erect a monument to him. Maybe he should get a hair transplant." The trainer, approaching her, sternly orders her to stop. Ariel, gently placing her hand on Gunther's shoulder, quietly says that she is glad that she was able to see him again. He turns around and says coldly, "Seriously?" Her expression didn't even change. Such words plunge her into shock. She doesn't even find what to answer while he still watches her intently. The next moment, Olivia Hound enters the hall and immediately says that she is sorry that she disturbed their fun. Renur also says in surprise, "Her Majesty." She immediately turns to Gunther. He managed to defeat the Titan, but he was seriously shaken. Fortunately, most of her precious citizens were unharmed thanks to her quick evacuation order. Most of the weapons and all the enterprises, as well as the siege, were destroyed. And now, the time has come to decide who will be responsible for all this chaos. Does he understand what she means? What about Captain Renner? At the decisive moment, when he could kill the vampire, she heard that he hesitated and did not complete the task. It was a fatal mistake, punishable by public execution. Audrey, hearing this, gets scared and folds his hands together and asks Her Majesty to have mercy on him. Although her father was a mercenary, he has a very kind heart and has never killed a single person in his entire life. But Olivia responds contemptuously. She is sorry, but she cannot do it. Someone needs to bring punishment for what happened. Finally, Gunther's voice reaches her. The more he watches, the more he sees what trouble this witch is creating. It's true that the bald man is a complete coward, but no matter how much he thinks about it, it seems to him that the one who, fooling around, lost a bunch of soldiers should suffer even greater punishment. But why? In front of her, she won't admit that it's her mistake. With these words, he turns off the power and approaches her closely. Olivia Hound begins to get angry and wants to answer him caustically, when suddenly someone interrupts. A black and red silhouette with the same red crown on her head says, "The princess still has not realized that she is playing an inappropriate role." Gunther, looking to the side, says in confusion, "What? How did he not notice?" Olivia also exclaims, "It's him." The next moment Gunther's head flies past her due to the stranger's long arm throwing it away. Then, taking out his sword, he says that he is the brother of the king, the last of the royal family, the one who did not become king. Velvet Dog. He promised Julius he came to pick up the immortal knight. The soldiers, who were also in the hall at that moment as guards, find themselves cut in half by 2 more hands. The vampire, raising his 2 red swords, says knights should not waste their lives in vain. He is the last of the royal line. He only needs to take the immortal knight as per his promise. He will not touch them if they get in his way. He only needs this head. They don't think it's worth giving their life for. With these words, one of the many pairs of hands, he raises his head up. The men stop and, after exchanging glances, slowly leave the hall without touching the young man at all. Olivia Hound, turning to him, notes that she heard that her uncle became a real monster. The vampire grins and answers, and not everyone is still fighting. Well, the princess will stand in his way because of this head. Olivia gives him a cold look, but still steps aside and closes her eyes. The vampire passes by, but finally turns over his shoulder and says that her steps are too loud. A real princess steps silently. Such a remark angers her and makes her clench her teeth tighter. Soon the monster goes outside and finds himself surrounded by puzzled residents. Is in his hands, and slowly turning around, he shows everyone Gunther's head. Renner, watching this from the roof of one of the dilapidated buildings, shouts, "They must stop him. If he crosses the bridge and disappears into the forest, they will be powerless. The forest is dark and full of obstacles. It will be difficult to track them down, much less fight them. The sun will rise soon. They need to tie him up so that he cannot hide in the forest." Audrey, standing behind, reminds, "But they don't have weapons." Hearing this, he actually becomes silent. She suddenly asks, turning to the vampire, "But why doesn't he run away? If he escapes, they won't have time." He calmly replies that a true king never shows weakness. Such a phrase only irritates Gunther, and he rolls his eyes upward. Soon the monster slowly walks along the dilapidated bridge and remains unpursued by anyone. Suddenly, someone's order is heard in front of him. He must stop. Even Gunther, hearing this, also looks up. Leonard Pulp appears in front of them. The vampire asks, "Does he want to stop him?" All because of this head? Leonard answers emphatically, "Yes." Then the monster clarifies why. He clenches his fists and declares because they think that this head is the last hope of humanity. The vampire asks again, "Humanity?" All the people he met lived solely for themselves. You will kill and despise other human beings. People only harm each other. He thinks that it is worth giving his life for such creatures. Leonard Pulp falls silent, looks down, but then loudly says, "This is so." He believes, no matter what, that humanity must be saved. No matter how vicious this world is, he believes in the goodness of human beings that will never lose their light. He must believe that even if people only harm each other, it can heal these wounds. There is loyalty within them, He will not calmly watch people turn each other into monsters. As Leonard says this, he pulls a sword from his belt and other soldiers approach him from behind. The vampire, closing his eyes, disdainfully notes how touching the speech is. But only a few people out of thousands think so, and there are only 5 of them. Do they think 5 people can stop him? Leonard Pulp says sternly, he doesn't know how to do it. Gunter has already saved them, now it's their turn. With these words, he and the other warriors rush forward with a loud scream at the vampire, who only frowns. Some time ago, while firmly stepping forward, Leonard says, before him, it was an honor to fight alongside them. One of the soldiers walking right behind him replied that the captain had once saved his life. He is not afraid to die for him. But perhaps it is a senseless death. Everyone, he's scared. Leonard Pulp thinks about his words, but then says it will never be meaningless. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. He will not be recorded as a great hero or the main character of history. They are not generals or kings. But despite this, their small battles and courage matter. If something can be changed, he will make every effort. It will never be pointless, he believes. The men were sincerely surprised to hear such speech, but then they looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Now this same soldier is gritting his teeth in pain and fear, and being without a leg, he is holding on to his wounded shoulder. Leonard is on his knee, and his severed hand lies next to him. The vampire, opening 4 pairs of bloody hands out of 5, says, sounds very convincing, he respects their marriage. So this time he will spare them. They may consider it mercy. Royal duty. Out of powerlessness, Leonard Pulp only bows his head. Soon the monster and passing through the clearing, they are almost at the forest. Should a king really walk through the forest? But in the forest he can hide from prying eyes. Gunther's head, hearing this, sighs displeasedly. Suddenly someone shouts to the vampire and asks him to wait. Turning around, he sees Ariel, who, having grabbed the sword, is breathing heavily due to the fact that she had to run. Wondering if she's going to fight him too. She emphatically exclaims, yes. But he notes that mercy alone is enough. If they fight, he will definitely kill her. Does she really want to fight him? Tries to escape from his hands and stop her. But Ariel says she thinks that without this head, they won't get anywhere at all. And so, she will try to save at least someone for the last time. She will protect someone who has fought alone all his life. She will fight. The monster, hearing these words, grins and mockingly says, what a touching confession. This comment brings a man's blush to her cheeks, but still she does not lose her determination. The vampire again opens his hands, immediately armed with swords, and adds, her will was heard. They should not hesitate. He will kill her. With these words, the monster bares its sharp fangs and rushes at Ariel. She closes her eyes and freezes in place, when suddenly an unusual light reaches her. When she opens her eyes, she sees how the rays of the rising sun are burning the vampire. He, also seeing this, stated that the sun had risen. At this moment, he stands under the shadow of a tree and, looking to the side, says, there are only 50 steps left to the forest. 50 steps. It's not much, but it's a very difficult step. When the sun finally rises in the sky, and it turns deep blue, Olivia Hound's face reflects seriousness. But still, she grins and sighs and says how arbitrarily he is a representative of a real royal family. Uncle is very pathetic. Hiding in the shade of a small tree, putting his own life in danger, was something a low-class vampire would do. Isn't that right? How stupid of her. People did not follow the deposed king. He would never have thought of such subordinates. The vampire, still trying to hide under the tree canopy and getting a little burned, agrees. Yes, as soon as her father became king, he exiled him to the island, so he had no followers. And what will they do? Olivia, coming closer, replies, right, how can she end a member of the royal family? Cut down the tree a little at the base. Or set it on fire. The monster frowns and clarifies, is she going to destroy the tree and burn it in the sun? This is not worthy of a descendant of the royal family. She frowns, and he explains, he didn't kill just like that. If he wanted to escape, he would have done it. But he didn't. It was all to protect the honor of a true member of the royal family. Being trapped in this shadow is also important for protecting one's honor. They could take advantage of his weakness while he defended his honor. If she wanted to end him in such a cowardly manner, it was an unthinkable choice for a descendant of the royal family. Ariel, who sees Olivia Hound listening to him attentively, tries to reason with her and shouts, "This is sophistry. Her Majesty must understand. This man was in the shadows because the knights detained him at the cost of their own lives. They need to cut down the tree and get rid of him now. She should not turn a blind eye to the sacrifice because of this honor." The vampire continues to say, like a true member of the royal family, he wants to offer her a deal. Ariel desperately calls, "Her Majesty." But the monster, smiling slyly, repeats, "Is she listening?" Olivia thinks about it, but looks up at him and narrows her eyes. Once upon a time, when she was younger, there was a feast. A man with combed back hair, standing opposite her, scornfully said how pathetic she was. She holds a fork 3 times a day and still hasn't learned royal etiquette. Now he understands why her father considered her insignificant. She is unworthy of royalty. Stupid Olivia. This makes her angry. Some time later, she was sitting on the throne when a servant turned to her in surprise, and so Her Majesty accepted the offer. Olivia Hound crossed her arms and said seriously, "Running away from a fight is dishonorable. She will prove that she deserves to be in power." By the way, where was Patrick all this time? She had never seen him, and excitedly explains that he was looking for an escape route for Her Majesty, just in case. Sighs and crosses his legs, saying that he was looking for a way to escape himself. In any case, if he dared to disappear without saying a word, she would tear off his limbs. He must not forget that his grave is next to hers. Patrick was frightened by such words and faintly answered, he remembers this. Currently in the fortress building, Audrey's surprised voice rang out. They left this vampire alive? What? Why? Ariel explained. The queen accepted his challenge to a duel. She repeated in bewilderment, a duel? Captain Pulp and the others sacrificed themselves for the opportunity to kill him. There is something more important. But she doesn't have time to finish, as Ariel simply interrupts her and says sternly, they have no other choice. They will do everything they can. Captain Renner, standing nearby, asked, but what kind of duel did he challenge her to? She, thinking about it, became even more worried. Soon, people appear near the tree under which the vampire was located and tents are set up. A very pumped-up man, raising his clenched fist up, announced that he was a warrior among true warriors. He, John Byron, is a descendant of Baron Byron. As the representative of the Great Queen, he will smash it with his own fists. The monster, continuing to slowly ignite, only silently glanced at him. Ariel, standing under one of the tents, noted that this was an honorable fist duel, a type of honorable duel that nobles usually participated in. Audrey, standing nearby, clarified, an honorary fist duel. What is this? She explained that the applicant who proposed a duel and the acceptor who accepted it took turns striking each other. If you dodge the blow or move even one step, then the participant loses. And what is honorable about this? Audrey continued her thought. The point is to fight without dodging until one of them falls. Everyone is fighting for their own lives, and thus are going to make a decision that affects all of humanity through a mock fight. Captain Renner seriously reminded that in any case, Gunther's head was at stake. They must win. Ariel added that if a fight is between royals, each side is represented by 4 people who fight in their place. And it seems like they only have to win once. He has no representative. Despite the obvious anxiety, he still tried to cheer up. Only 1 victory out of 4 possible. This is not so bad. They just have to make him take 1 step. Is this possible? At this moment, John stood with his teeth clenched and resolutely thought, perhaps he can win. And since they, the duel acceptors, strike first, he only needs to knock him down with the first attack. It doesn't matter how strong a vampire is if his face is defenseless. He will hit him with his own steel fists, and he will definitely fall. What if he wins this duel? Then his title will be raised. No, he can even claim the position of emperor. Honor and wealth await him. Finally, the judge stands between him and the vampire and announces that this duel is approved by both sides. If they cowardly avoid the blow, or lose their balance and move even a step, then I will be considered a loser. Acceptor of the duel, Baron Byron attacks first. John Byron, immediately, shouts loudly and, raising his fist, says, "For honor and wealth." With these words, he strikes the monster. Renur, seeing this, exclaims with hope, "It can't be. What force happened?" Clouds of dust rise into the air, but almost immediately the voice of a vampire is heard. Enough. This is followed by a heavy blow. The vampire's face distorts, and a dent from the blow remains right there. But still the judge announces, Belbrickhound has not moved. He wonders, is it his turn now? John, frightened, asks him to wait, but the very next moment he finds himself under attack. Belbrick attacks him so hard that he not only moves, but falls to the ground. The judge immediately states that he fell. Belbrickhound winner. People watching the battle say in horror, "It seems John Byron is dead." Ariel, Audrey, and Renur are silent, unable to find words. Patrick, approaching Olivia in chaos, says, "Her Majesty." But she, still sitting with her arms crossed, answers him, "He shouldn't worry. She didn't expect much. They only have to win once. They also have winners of honorary fist duels. They need to wait for these people." A second man appears and introduces himself as Bruno White's second son, Nicholas Brunn. He will knock it down with one blow. Belbrickhound, still holding Gunther's head, replies, "He definitely looks stronger." At this moment, Nicholas thinks that in the fight, it's not just about strength. If he targets his weak points and creates panic, it will be easier for him to move him. But he has a weak point. Thinking about this, he strikes and screams loudly. His weak point is his temple, which falls on the entire head of the Belbrick. His face contorts again and movement appears to occur. Audrey, watching this, opens her eyes in horror and freezes in a silent scream. The judge frowns and announces in surprise, Belbrickhound held back the blow, did not take a single step. At this moment, he actually continues to hold Gunther's head in his hands, and the upper part of his body simply arches back, almost bent in half. Nicholas Brunn, pointing his finger at him in bewilderment, shouts, "What? It can't be how he withstood this blow if his back was arched. People can't do that." The man noted, however, according to the rules, he had to take a step in order to lose. Nicholas tried to insist, "Does this make sense?" The judge also did not back down. There is no mistake. An agreement is an agreement. He said he couldn't accept it. But suddenly Belbrick announced that now it was his turn. This frightened Nicholas Brunn. The next moment he struck such a strong blow that Nicholas was thrown back. The judge did not dare to say anything, and the men behind him asked again, "It seems he is also dead?" Finally, he was replaced by a new fighter. A guy with long hair, but nevertheless a toned body, proudly declared that he was the third representative. The Duke of Rambler's first son, Joseph Rambler. The most important thing in battle is to know your own opponent. He analyzed his patterns and habits in previous fights and predicted 1,000 fights. And as a result, he discovered a vulnerable trait. Belbrickhound said without much interest, "And what is it?" Joseph smiled slyly and exclaimed, "That's right." And by this phrase, he had the entire lower part of his body Belbrick. But he too was knocked out of the fight with one blow. Audrey, like the others, was shocked by this situation. She said desperately that right now she didn't know what they were doing anymore. Is this really that important? Ariel, not wanting to give up so quickly, said that there was still hope for the last representative. They know him. Audrey asked in surprise, "Does she know him?" Ariel noted that this was a good representative. Soon, when Belbrickhound heard about this, he repeated in surprise, "Gunther." Olivia Hound, approaching him, repeated, "Yes, he is her last representative." He noted that he could not approve of this. The head belongs to him. Whoever wins the duel gets the head. But she clarified, "Yes, they were talking about the head." Did she say? He owns only his head. And they have his body. Roughly speaking, they have more of it. If she loses in the fight for the royal name, will she definitely give her uncle his head, or is he afraid of losing honor? At the last words she smiled, which irritated Belbrick, but he did not show it and only smiled in response. Soon, when Gunther's head was attached to the body, he exclaimed in bewilderment, "An honorable fist duel! It can't be. What kind of nonsense is this?" Was he told that this was why Ariel couldn't kill the vampire? And that vampire idiot missed it again. What nonsense is this? Olivia, coming up behind him, said, "This is an honor. This is a noble pain." And he, who has lived such an insignificant life, cannot understand this. He looked at her and contemptuously replied that he didn't even want to understand this. She, slightly surprised by this, nevertheless noted that in any case, if he wins the duel, this bald man, or rather no, the public execution of Captain Renner will be cancelled, provided he fights fair. Audrey was the first to exclaim with gratitude that she was very grateful to Her Majesty. Olivia Hound, not paying any attention to her words, also added that the duel will be held at sunset. They must be ready. Gunther just looked at her with a frown. After a little time, the sun touches the horizon, and he, looking at his new hand, wonders why it is so strange. Ariel explained that this is an arm designed for maximum wide swings. But he must be careful, it was created in haste and will not last. And this one has a strange color because they sewed it from the hands of Captain Palp and other knights. Exclaimed in disgust. What, are these the hands of a man with a huge jaw? Horror. He feels bad. She looked at him silently and waited until he was silent, then asked, amazingly, really? He said that his life was most important to him, and that his body was woven with the deaths and sacrifices of other people. Gunther at first wanted to answer her rudely, but after looking at his fingers again, he resolutely clenched his fist and answered, not quite. When the first stars appear in the sky and the sea begins to rage, the judge on the bridge announces that this is the last honorable duel. It is approved by both parties. As he continues to repeat the rules of the duel, Belbrick Hound reflects. He had a lot on his mind. He did not expect such an opponent, and what should he do? As if he knew she would do this. Stupid Olivia. Everything that happened went according to his plan. And, of course, he became convinced that his joints could fall out at any moment. The upper part of his body will fly away, but the lower part will remain motionless, which means no one has a chance against him. Isn't that cowardly? But it doesn't matter, he will watch the knight lose. Such is his revenge for what his father did to him. Finally, the man says, Gunther, the duel acceptor, attacks first. The very next moment, he, clenching a huge fist, directs it straight at the face of Belbrick, who suddenly frowns. As the attack approaches, more and more bewilderment and confusion appear in his eyes, as if everything did not go at all as he thought. The only question that arises in his head is what? Gunther's blow caused a huge flash that took the head off Belbrick Hound's body. His severed head flew a few more meters along the destroyed bridge. Gunther moved forward slightly from the power of the blow. After a moment, he moved his hand to the side, thereby watching as Belbrick Hound's body continued to stand in place. Meanwhile, the head hit the asphalt several times, still flying for some distance. Gunther said in surprise that he had blown his head off. He looked ahead and asked the question, did he win? The judge began to look around carefully and said with concern. He immediately pointed his palm at Belbrick Hound and said that he had not moved a single step. He shouted that the blow had no effect on the duel. Gunther began to stretch the hand with which he had recently hit, and told him to go far. He added indignantly that he hit like a real professional. Belbrick Hound's head began to gradually recover from the blood and black aura. A moment later, a head made of flesh appeared on his body. Belbrick Hound thought he was close to victory. He mentally exclaimed that it was his turn now, so it was all over. He clenched his fist and swung with all his might, thinking about stupid Olivia. Belbrick Hound thought, no matter how hard she tried, he stopped thinking any further. Raising his fist, he tried to strike directly at Gunther's iron face. He grinned and thought smugly that he would never defeat him. Some time ago. Gunther's mouth fell open as they twisted something into it for him. He made different sounds when he began to open his mouth wider. Gunther, with his mouth wide open, asked the question, why was he digging into his throat? The man was holding a screwdriver in his hands, still starting to twist something in his mouth. Ariel stood next to him and explained that he reinforced the inside of his mouth with steel so his head could withstand the blow. Gunther began to straighten the iron jaw with his fingers when the screwdriver was pulled out of his mouth. He said, starting to close his eyes, that he felt dirty. Ariel told him he wouldn't last long. She said the fight would end sooner than he thought. She strongly added that he must win. Suddenly, a voice called out the name Gunther. At this time, Belbrick Hound struck him with all his might. Half of his face collapsed from the strong blow. Belbrick Hound suddenly froze, puzzled, not understanding what was happening. He mentally asked the question, "What?" Gunther stood still, grinning. The judge, meanwhile, exclaimed in shock that Gunther had not moved a single step. Gunther, meanwhile, grinned even wider and said that now it was his turn. With a crazy smile and a threatening look, he clenched his fist with all his might to attack Belbrick Hound. Gunther hit him in the jaw with all his might, thereby breaking his head again. Belbrick Hound's head flew high, beginning to spray blood in all directions, which had a black and red tint. Belbrick Hound's feet suddenly landed completely on the asphalt, making a loud thud. Belbrick Hound made an incomprehensible sound. His head began to gradually recover in small parts. Belbrick Hound raised his fist and, calling Gunther a freak, angrily exclaimed, "How dare he?" He struck Gunther with all his might, whose face was again severely compressed by the blow. Gunther continued to stand still. From the strong recoil, smoke began to rise up under his feet. Patrick approached Olivia, who was sitting on the throne, and said that Gunther was the last acceptor. He asked the question, "Can he win?" Olivia put her hand to her chin and wrapped her other arm around her waist. She nervously chewed the nail on her index finger, constantly clenching her teeth with anger. Gunther, meanwhile, again took off Belbrick Hound's head with a hard and firm blow. It began to fly long distances from the body. Belbrick Hound's body swayed slightly. The body stood on its toes, thereby beginning to restore the head. Belbrick Hound mentally cursed and thought this was dangerous. He is stronger than he thought, because his whole body was now aching. Belbrick Hound thought pitifully that he still hadn't found his weak spot. He clenched his fanged teeth as his head began to fully recover, and thought, if he kept this up, he really could. He suddenly fell silent, starting to panic. He opened his eyes in shock, frowning deeply. Belbrick Hound mentally asked the question, "Will he lose?" He clenched his teeth angrily and stared forward, asking the question, "Is he the royal person of this servant?" He clenched his teeth even tighter, starting to grind them. Belbrick Hound said with undisguised concern that he should not make him laugh. He added that only he has a chance to become king. Belbrick Hound confirmed that he was the only one. He immediately opened his mouth furiously, showing his long and sharp fangs, and shouted that only he could become a king. Gunther, meanwhile, was kneading his face with an iron hand, starting to creak. Opening his mouth, he spat out a lot of iron parts. He swore and said, "Why is this happening?" Belbrick Hound wrung his hands desperately and exclaimed that his father had taken this chance from him. No, he didn't just take it. Belbrick Hound exclaimed indignantly that because of him he would never be able to take the throne again, because he had taught him a lesson. He separated all his arms that were wrapped around his body. Meanwhile, the arms gradually began to slide onto the back, turning into huge red wings. Belbrick Hound exclaimed that he taught him a lesson by cutting off his hands. His torso had no arms, and there were terrible scars on his shoulders. Gunther cursed, saying what a crazy family. Belbrick Hound, meanwhile, began to stretch his hands, which were behind his back, and said that he would prove it to him. He will prove it to them all. Belbrick Hound swung all his fists at Gunther, shouting that they would never defeat him. Gunther leaned down sharply, dodging the fists. Belbrick Hound opened his mouth in shock and asked a question in confusion. Did he avoid it? Gunther, without a doubt, immediately struck Belbrick Hound in the chest with an iron fist, who began to scream desperately. Ariel opened her mouth, pleasantly surprised. All the other palace personalities watched this in shock, not believing their eyes. Olivia opened her mouth in shock, carefully observing the situation. Belbrick Hound's entire body was torn into many pieces, which began to fly around. Belbrick Hound screamed desperately as he began to fall backwards. There was a huge hole in his chest with bones sticking out and bleeding. Belbrick Hound was breathing rapidly and called Gunther a freak. He asked him a question while bleeding. How dare he dodge the blows? He exclaimed that this was dishonorable. Gunther asked again, "Honor?" He said caustically that he uses tricks and attacks from behind. He added that it was not for him to talk about honor. Meanwhile, Belbrick Hound continued to sit on the asphalt road. Gunther, meanwhile, closed his eyes in smugness and said that he was going to clean his bald head, but that was enough for today. Belbrick Hound swore angrily as he began to rise from the asphalt. He said through his teeth that he was impudent. Suddenly his arms glowed red, as if they were growing new flesh. Belbrickhound looked at this in shock, raising his shoulders slightly upward. He mentally asked the question, "What?" Belbrickhound realized that he could not control his blood. He asked a question, looking fearfully at his chest. Did he damage his heart when he hit it? Part of his heart was practically missing from his chest. Belbrickhound thought in his mind that vampires can't control their blood without a heart. Gunther suddenly began to choke him. Belbrickhound clenched his teeth, not expecting such an attack. Gunther, meanwhile, said that now. He raised Belbrickhound up and said that the real fight was about to begin. He raised his other iron hand to strike. Belbrickhound told him to stop and wait. Gunther, meanwhile, was squeezing his neck tightly. Belbrickhound exclaimed to think of the royal honor. Out of lack of air, he muttered that he had a proposal. Gunther angrily stuck out his fist and told him to shut his mouth. His iron fist appeared in Belbrickhound's eyes. He hypnotically told him to go to sleep. Suddenly, blood began to splash abundantly in all directions, staining the columns and railings. Olivia's eyes widened and her mouth fell open in shock. She, abruptly rising from her throne, said, "He dodged." She asked him not to shy away, but he couldn't resist. She shouted excitedly, even under the threat of death, even under the risk of the end of all living things. Olivia angrily asked how he dared to discredit the honor of the royal family. She angrily asked, "Her honor?" Patrick stood behind her and looked disapprovingly in her direction. The queen, with her mouth wide open and spitting saliva, shouted furiously, "How dare he?" Patrick looked at her sternly and asked the question, "Didn't she see?" Olivia looked at him in surprise, a question in her gaze. Patrick asked in surprise, "Did Gunther evade?" He reported that he did not see this. Patrick guessed he must have taken the blow after all and stayed on his feet. He swung and knocked the vampire down with the fourth blow. Patrick turned his head to the side irritably and asked a question, "Did everyone see this?" 3 men in fine clothes stood in front of him and looked at him with excitement, their eyes widening. One of them, who had a beret on his head, his voice breaking with excitement, hesitantly confirmed, "Yes, exactly." Another, fair-haired man in a green camisole said, "Yes, it is." Gunther withstood the blow and then knocked out his opponent. A bald man in a blue camisole looked sternly to the side and said, "Yes, that's exactly what they saw." Patrick turned to the man in light clothes, who was holding the box in both hands, and asked what the archivist wrote down. The archivist asked with alarm, "What?" He tried to say something, but didn't dare. The young man behind him, who was wearing the same white clothes, excitedly told him to snatch it quickly. The archivist tore out the sheet of notes and said that Gunther, after the 3rd blow, knocked the vampire down with the 4th blow. Yes, that's how it's written. He quickly began to write something with a pen. Patrick asked again, "Right?" He looked forward and angrily asked, "If everyone says that it happened, then it must be true." The queen asked in bewilderment, "Does this mean she won?" Patrick decisively bent his arm at the elbow and clenched his fist, answering yes. She won the duel with honor. Olivia's eyes widened in surprise. Then she sadly looked down and, holding back tears, asked, "Really?" She happily raised her hands up and said with glee that she had won. She defeated him. Her subjects raised their hands in victory and shouted joyfully that the great queen had won. Hooray! Glory to the queen! Audrey and Ariel looked around in bewilderment. After some time, knocked-out fangs and teeth flew in the air against the background of a bloody sky. In the distance, Gunther held the vampire by the neck with one hand and struck with force with the other. He told him to lie down. The red-eyed vampire shouted at him to wait and stop. He said in despair, "How long can you beat him?" Belbrick asked the question. Doesn't he really feel sorry for his defenseless, armless enemy? Gunther, raising his fist, asked how much to hit. He said decisively, "Until dawn." Belbrick screamed in frustration to stop and wait. He has a proposal. Let him listen. Gunther punched the vampire hard in the face again. Belbrick shouted, "Julius." Gunther asked in surprise, "Julius?" Belbrick confirmed this, saying it was Julius, the last of the pureblood vampires. He asked with a smile, "People are looking for him, aren't they?" Belbrick said that he knew where he was hiding. Let Gunther spare him and take him to Julius. Gunther held the vampire by the neck and asked in disbelief, "Does he know?" Belbrick calmly replied that he did not need to fight other vampires. He only needed to kill Julius. He smiled cheerfully and added that the people, will win. Gunther asked in surprise, does Belbrick think he will believe him? If Julius dies, he dies too. No one in their right mind would rent it out. Belbrick wrinkled his eyebrows in displeasure and said that he was laughing at the vampire's promise. He promised Julius that he would bring him a corpse knight. Gunther looked thoughtfully at the armless vampire, whom he held tightly by the neck with his hand. Belbrick said that he was obliged to bring him to Julius, no matter what. He slyly narrowed his red eyes and smiled, saying that it was not for him to think about the consequences. Belbrick smiled smugly and said that it was a good idea for Gunther. He then asked the question hopefully, what would he say? Gunther, still holding the vampire by the neck, sighed thoughtfully. He touched his chin with his fingers and thought. After a moment, he said that it was tempting. Gunther grinned mockingly, raised his fist to Belbrick's face, and cheerfully said, he will think a little more and decide. At that moment, a fist crashed forcefully into the gray face of the shocked vampire. Belbrick angrily shouted that Gunther was the devil. After some time, in a half-destroyed gray brick house, when it was light outside, someone called loudly, Julius. Ariel asked in disbelief, does he want to lead them to Julius? Not believing it, she asked again, is he? Belbrick, shackled in iron from neck to feet, was suspended from the ceiling by iron chains. His upper body was shackled and his legs dangled limply, sticking out of it. Gunther and Ariel stood in front of him and looked up at him. Belbrick answered yes. He clarified that he was leading the corpse knight to Julius. Belbrick added indignantly that this was too much. He may be a vampire, but he is the last of true royalty. He frowned with displeasure, trying to move. Belbrick said that as a prisoner of war, he wanted to be treated politely and freed from these cumbersome, ugly shackles. Gunther clenched his fist and showed it to the vampire. He said menacingly that he had an honorary title and a long tongue. Gunther inquired, asking the question, does Belbrick want to be beaten again? Belbrick looked at the corpse knight's fist with alarm and looked away with dissatisfaction. Ariel said they couldn't trust him. He lost control of his blood. A vampire is a vampire. Without the shackles, they won't be able to control him. Ariel explained that they were unable to understand him. They say that vampires keep their promises, but if Gunther kills Julius, Belbrick will also die. She asked with interest, if his goal was never to kill all people, then why did he become a vampire? Belbrick's red eyes lit up with a cheerful fire. He shook his head from side to side, stretching his tired neck, and cheerfully told them that she was a very curious girl. Belbrick asked again. She wants to know why he became a vampire. He tilted his head to the side and mockingly said that the royal family has many secrets. Gunther, showing his fist, asked indignantly, what kind of nonsense is this? Another pun. Belbrick raised his head excitedly and promised that if they left him alive, he would lead them to Julius. An unkind fire flashed in his eyes, and his lips stretched into a smile. He said he promises. After some time, a clear day stood over the destroyed city. Columns of black smoke rose into the blue sky. Gunther walked down the corridor, followed by Ariel and then Captain Rainier. Ariel, trying to catch up with Gunther, said with alarm that they cannot trust the vampire, but if they really get to Julius, everything will work out in their favor. A cable ran from Ariel to the corpse knight, through which it was charged. A spark of hope appeared in Ariel's eyes. She said they needed to prepare thoroughly first. Ariel felt some liquid come out of her nose. She touched it with excitement. Looking at her fingers, Ariel discovered that it was blood. Gunther, continuing to walk forward, said all he had to do was kill this Julius and it would all be over. He clarified by asking a question, right? Without waiting for an answer, Gunther sadly said that he was tired of this war. He sees no end to this. At this time, Ariel began to fall, and the charging cable became disconnected. Gunther heard a groan behind him and turned his head to the side in surprise. Captain Rainier stopped and called out in alarm, Ariel! She lay on the gray slabs in an unconscious state. Gunther turned around and, seeing Ariel on the floor, asked with alarm, what is this? What happened? He looked at her pale face and saw blood under her nose. Captain Rainier and Gunther shouted with excitement, Ariel! She opened her eyes with difficulty and groaned. After a while, someone told them to be careful. People in black cloaks and white masks with long beaks on their faces carried Ariel in their arms. Her face was flushed and beads of sweat appeared. Someone's voice said that she had a fever and rapid breathing. Large drops of sweat fell from Ariel's face onto her clothes. The voice excitedly ordered that she be stripped and given more oxygen. Let them bring water. Gunther asked anxiously, "What?" He looked in shock at Ariel's naked back, which was covered with scars, welts, and some kind of machinery. Ariel was held by people in cloaks and masks and carefully removed the remnants of her clothes. Gunther said in shock, "Her body." Captain Renner calmly said that Gunther had never seen anything like this before. This is an enhanced human body. Numerous drugs are introduced into the body. Her body contains many mechanical devices to detoxify and control poisons that produce drugs. These devices have distorted her intestines so she can only eat prescribed foods and soups. Captain Renner added that they were lucky to be alive. Gunther recalled that Captain Renner said Ariel was the only one. This must have been difficult for the human mind to bear. Captain Renner lowered his head with excitement and said that he had been up all night struggling with her body. Gunther asked why she lost consciousness. Any chance of recovery? Captain Renner rubbed his brown-gloved hand over his chin and answered thoughtfully. He could not find any other reason than high temperature. He had never encountered anything like this before. He widened his eyes in surprise and, pointing his index finger at Gunther, asked if he was worried about her. Captain Renner reported that he killed her. Gunther asked angrily, sputtering, "What was he talking about?" He screamed furiously, "If she dies, he will die too." Angrily clenching his hand into a fist, Gunther demanded that he do everything possible to save her. Captain Renner looked sadly towards Ariel and remained silent. After some time, a man in a black cloak and a white mask with a long beak on his face reported that, fortunately, her breathing had returned to normal, but they could not determine the cause of her illness. For now, all they can do is wait and watch her. Captain Renner replied with excitement that he understood. Gunther stood next to the bed Ariel was lying on and connected her with a charging cable. He looked at his charge level gauge on his wrist and said that was strange. Ariel has passed out, but he is not receiving any energy at all, even though it is connected. He angrily demonstrated his charge level. Captain Renner explained that he was trying to charge it even though Ariel hadn't even woken up. This is all he is. Gunther asked irritably, "So what? He should silently watch while the energy continues to decrease." Captain Renner sighed heavily, looked at the corpse knight and said, "The power is generated at 100% when the device is in a stable state of movement. If you move vigorously or become ill, energy production is greatly reduced or even limited." They both looked at the pale, exhausted Ariel, who was still unconscious. Gunther clarified with displeasure, asking the question, "Does that mean she can't produce enough energy in her current state?" Captain Renner looked at Ariel with excitement and answered yes. But luckily it can maintain some power. Gunther said, "It's a pity. This means he will have to stay on a leash to conserve his remaining energy." He rested his hands on the edge of the bed in disappointment and closed his eyes. Captain Renner sternly said that even this was not guaranteed. If she gets worse, she might not even be able to tap into the energy, let alone maintain it. Gunther said that dying a slow death is worse than fighting vampires. Captain Renner frowned and said, "Right. They won't be able to fight." He bent his arm at the elbow, pointed his thumb towards the bed and said, "Gunther still can't move. Let him take care of Ariel. They will mobilize everyone and try to find another solution." Gunther looked angrily at Captain Renner, but did not answer. After a while, light from the setting sun broke through the window. Gunther, with his arms crossed over his chest, stood next to the bed where the pale Ariel lay. He looked at his hand, where his energy level was displayed. Gunther said he had less than an hour left. Hard. He heard a sound and looked to the side in surprise. Ariel lay with her eyes closed, her face covered in a deep blush, sweat streaming down her face. She moaned painfully. Gunther said displeasedly that she was bothering him. He twisted a wet towel in his hands and said that he needed to wipe her sweat, otherwise she would irritate him. Gunther carefully blotted the beads of sweat on her forehead with a towel. He looked at her and thought that she had such a small face, nose, lips. Gunther took Ariel's hand in his and mentally added, and even hands. He looked with pity at Ariel's small palm and thought about how to endure this flesh-tearing pain in such a tiny body. Gunther wondered why. He looked at her exhausted face and mentally asked why she was putting up with this. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and Audrey appeared on the threshold with a wooden basin. She loudly announced that she had brought him some water for his bath. Audrey froze in surprise. She saw Gunther holding Ariel's hand. He looked at Audrey in surprise. She lowered her eyes and quickly said that she apologized for intruding without warning. She will leave a bowl of water there. Gunther said she had it all wrong. He was just wiping away sweat. Audrey, blushing with shame, backed towards the door and sadly said, "Have a nice time." The door slammed shut. Audrey's scream was heard from behind the door, saying that Gunther had taken Ariel's hand. He yelled furiously, spraying saliva, so that she would stop talking nonsense. After a while, through the window one could see that it had become dark outside. Gunther carefully wiped the sweat from Ariel's forehead. He thought, looking at her, that he was continuing to go crazy. She always pretended to be so strong, and now she lies here. Gunther stood next to Ariel's bed and looked at her sadly. He remembered her sweet face before her illness and how she said that she hoped to see him tomorrow. Gunther clasped his hands together and pressed it to his mouth. He closed his eyes sadly and bowed his head. Ariel lay with her eyes closed. Gunther thought sadly, mentally turning to her, that he also hoped to see her tomorrow. The next day, there was a scream of abuse. Gunther shouted angrily that she didn't wake up. Yesterday he begged all day, but she didn't wake up. He stood next to the blood where Ariel lay and was indignant. Captain Renner looked at him silently. Gunther cursed angrily and looked at his energy level. He reported that he was starting to lose energy. Captain Renner looked at him anxiously and said, "There is no more time." He had no choice. He will use the last possible remedy. Captain Renner anxiously pressed his hands to his chest, joined in a lock. Gunther asked in surprise, "The last thing. What is he talking about?" Captain Renner put his hand to his mouth and said through his fingers, "From now on they believed that Ariel with an enhanced human body could not demonstrate her full potential until energy production was fully restored." Footsteps were heard behind him. Captain Renner ordered the entire workforce to be mobilized and the development of a new strongman began. Gunther looked at him in disbelief and surprise. After some time, a man in black clothes came down the wooden steps of the stairs. A voice rang out, ordering them to carry it carefully. People in black cloaks and white masks on their faces carried Ariel on a stretcher. She was unconscious. A charging cable was connected to her. Beads of sweat ran down her face. Someone shouted, "Watch out!" Gunther walked to the side of the stretcher and looked gloomily ahead. On a wall of gray stones hung a stone slab with letters carved on it. Gunther stopped and looked at the stove with interest. He asked, "What is this?" Captain Renner put his brown gloved hand on it and said, "Gunther is seeing this for the first time. People's names are written here. Accurately. Names of people who applied for energy worker status but were unsuccessful." Gunther was impressed by what he saw. He sighed thoughtfully and said, "The names of inspiring heroes are locked away in the corner of the basement. It's so unfortunate." Captain Renner sadly lowered his eyes and said, "Not everything is as they would like." Who called him loudly? Captain Renner turned and saw two people in black cloaks and white masks. They quickly walked towards him and reported that the preparation of materials for the production of energy for one person had been completed. Captain Renner said, "Okay. Since there is no time, you need to start right now." Gunther asked indignantly, "One person? What to do with one person?" Captain Renner stood next to the gray slab with names on it and said that it takes a lot of materials to make one energy drink. All the materials they have at the moment are only enough for one person. Gunther said thoughtfully, "No, for starters, it's surprising that even one person submitted a petition." He asked in surprise, "What kind of idiot would do such a thing?" Captain Renner frowned. He looked down and said that his life had always been worthless. Just as Gunther had previously been unable to kill a vampire, he was unable to make a clear decision and always doubted. He clenched his fist and looked to the side with a frown. saying that if he escaped in the same way this time, he would not be able to protect Audrey. Captain Renner turned to the stove and looked sadly at the names. He said resolutely, "This time he will definitely do what he has to do." Gunther looked at him in surprise. Captain Renner, clenching his hand into a fist, said that he would become an energy drinker and save him. Gunther was shocked. After some time, Captain Renner, wearing only a beige shirt, was sitting on a wheeled bed. Opposite him stood Gunther, his arms folded across his chest. Behind him was the bed where Ariel lay motionless. Captain Renner said that the production of the energy drink itself does not take much time. Even if there was a power outage, if he became a power engineer, Gunther could probably live until his head rotted. Captain Renner sat with his hands folded on his stomach. Gunther extended his hand forward, palm up, in a questioning gesture and asked worriedly, "But what if in the end he doesn't succeed in becoming an energy drinker?" Captain Renner frowned sadly. He calmly told him not to worry. He definitely can. After a while, people in black cloaks and white masks took hold of the rollerbed beds and said that they were starting the first phase. Captain Renner raised his hand and waved goodbye. He said he kept it a secret from Audrey. As he was being taken away by men in black cloaks and white masks, he looked over the shoulder of one of them and asked Gunther not to tell her. Gunther silently watched as he was taken into a dark room fenced with iron bars. After a while, the hand with bright blue veins clenched and unclenched. Captain Renner lay naked on the bed. The lower part of his body is covered with a blanket. He is covered with bright blue veins, his eyes are wide, his hands are pressed to his chest. When men in black cloaks and white masks brought him back to the basement, Gunther asked what happened. One of them replied that to begin with, the first phase, the administration of the drug, was successful. After some minor preparations, they will begin the final, second phase. The corpse knight said thoughtfully, "This is not the end." He asked with a smile what it felt like to become not just bald, but bald with a blue head. Captain Renner answered in a weak voice, "Okay, but not like that." He lay on the wheeled bed with his eyes closed, beads of sweat running down his face. Captain Renner opened his eyes and weakly said that the chances of success of the first phase were 50%. If suddenly it doesn't work out, then it's a good start. Gunther said encouragingly, "Like this, with such willpower, let him continue." Captain Renner turned his head to him and said weakly he was thinking. Then he asked weakly, what energy was left? Gunther looked at his wrist, where the energy level was displayed, and said, "The energy level is such that even if he dies soon, there will be no speeches." Renner frowned at him, leaned his elbows on the bed, raised his upper body, and said offendedly, when he woke up, he had something to say. Gunther was surprised and said that he refused to talk nonsense like a will. Captain Renner looked at him and said with excitement that Audrey was not his real daughter. Gunther said indifferently, yeah, something like that. Then, when the meaning of the words spoken reached him, he opened his mouth in shock and asked loudly, "What?" Gunther pointed his index finger at Renner and said indignantly, "No, not like that at all." He, being in shock, asked if he was her father. "So why?" Captain Renner, sweating from weakness, said that he was devoted to the mercenaries with whom he spent his whole life, and having lost everything, he remained on the street. More sadness from the fact that there is not a penny behind one's soul, there can only be shock from the betrayal of people whom one took for family. Captain Renner sat on the edge of the wheeled bed, clasped his hands together and placed them on his knees. The nails on his hands were bright blue, the same as the veins on his body. He said sadly that he could not rise again. Captain Renner remembered how he once sat doomedly on the dark slabs, putting his hands on the knees of his bent legs. He continued his story by saying, "And that's when he slowly died." Captain Renner remembered how a small hand reached out to him and offered him a piece of bread. He raised his sad eyes and saw in front of him a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She broke a piece of bread into 2 parts and held it in both hands. Captain Renner said he met this child. The memories are still vivid. So shabby, she gave half of the bread with her own hand, which was almost gone anyway. Captain Renner, remembering this, clenched his fists and closed his eyes from an excess of feelings. He said even though Audrey's parents abandoned her, he is still grateful to them. Captain Renner looked in front of him with a gaze full of tenderness and love. He said that thanks to them, he was able to become a father to her. In this cruel, merciless world, he was able to rise again with his Audrey. Gunther listened to him silently. Captain Renner put his palms on his knees and said those wounds that he received from people. He said with hope that Gunther would be able to meet someone who would help him heal this. Captain Renner looked at him with warmth in his eyes and added, "He sincerely hopes." Gunther was silent. Two men in black cloaks and white masks appeared behind Captain Renner. One of them reported that preparations for the second phase are complete. Captain Renner glanced sideways in their direction and said decisively that they were starting now. They obediently reported, "Yes." A moment later, the iron wheels on the wheelchair began to spin. Someone ordered him to stand in the other direction. Gunther silently looked at the dark room fenced off with iron bars. After some time, some mechanism worked noisily. Someone put both hands on the iron lever. Red and blue liquids bubbled and glowed in the cauldrons. Captain Renner winced in pain. Beads of sweat ran down his face. After a while, Audrey stood at the open window, putting her hands on the windowsill and looking out into the street. Her long, white curls fluttered in the wind. She turned her head to the side and looked there with big eyes of surprise. After a while, Gunther was sitting on a chair next to the bed on which Ariel was lying. He looked at his energy level and said sadly, "Something more valuable than survival." The energy level went completely black. Gunther looked ahead doomedly and added, "It seems, no." His head fell back lifelessly, his mouth opened slightly, his eyes closed. Gunther sat lifelessly on a chair and saw a white light. A voluminous text was written on the stone monument with those who died to donate energy, on which each name was stamped with something sharp. Loud tapping sounds were heard below. The man, holding a long nail and a hammer in his hand, continued to scratch someone's name on the stone surface. Having struck the monument for the last time, he put an end to it. It had Renner's name on it. Meanwhile, 12 days, 5 hours and 4 minutes ago, Renner was lying on a wooden table. His skin was pale in color and blue veins spread across his body. Someone was covering him with the edge of a blanket, covering most of his torso. This was Renner's time as an energy drinker. The energy drink's production was recorded as essentially a failure. Even so, it gave energy that was enough for 12 days. Gunther had the strength to clench her fist immediately after the energy from Renner began to flow to him. Meanwhile, Renner stood behind him, focused on energy. A tube was inserted into his chest to transmit this. The entire skin on his chest took on a red, inflamed hue. Gunther looked at the timer on his hand. It was almost completely full. It may or may not have been a miracle. Renner opened his eyes and frowned forward. It was his will. A huge and long scar stretched across his chest, into which a pipe was inserted. Meanwhile, Ariel had a tube inserted into her mouth through which medicine and food were poured to save her life. Another miracle was that on the 11th night Ariel came to her senses. At that moment, she sleepily opened her eyes as medicinal liquid was poured into her through a pipe. Although her body was very weak, this girl pulled herself together and began producing energy the next day. Ariel was helped to move by masked people, supporting her by the shoulders and palms. They led her weakened body through long and cold corridors. At this time, Renner carefully watched how she was recovering. It was rumored that Renner's health was rapidly deteriorating. Ever since he saw Ariel wake up, it had been a relief. A dark energy seemed to reign next to Renner's body, completely eclipsing the entire space. At the last moment, Renner lay weakened on the wooden table, calmly placing his hand on his chest. Audrey was kneeling in front of him, holding his other hand tightly. Gunther, meanwhile, stood next to the bed, crossing her arms over her iron chest. Renner then spoke at that moment, but his voice often broke off from severe weakness. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead. Renner said, pronouncing every word with force, "What life is." He didn't know what kind of torture it was. Audrey, with undisguised emotion and strong excitement, brought her eyebrows together and opened her mouth. Renner added at this time that even in such a ruthless and merciless world, he opened his eyes slightly, looking forward. Renner added that she came to him. She became such a little hope. Renner began to close his eyelids, beginning to feel how it became heavier from the strong weakness that had come over him. In a half-weakened voice, he thanked Audrey. Audrey, meanwhile, pressed his hand to her cheek, looking at Renner sincerely and lovingly. At this time, Renner addressed her, calling her his daughter. He began to gradually close his eyes, which reflected Audrey's barely noticeable smile and sincere eyes. Memories of his strong hand squeezing Audrey's small hand began to appear before his eyes. The next memory was how they were sitting near a brightly burning fire and roasting meat on it. Audrey joyfully looked at the playing flames, moving her hands. At this time, Renner was holding the meat over the fire and leaning his other hand on his bent leg. A moment later, before his eyes, there was a memory of them entering an empty house with heavily stuffed bags in their hands. Audrey looked around animatedly, still with the same sincere smile that never left her face. Renner immediately remembered how Audrey put a bandage on his head, taking care of him when he was sick. He remembered how he clapped his hands and laughed wildly when the embarrassed Audrey brought her beloved boyfriend to meet him. Renner opened his eyes again, from which tears began to flow, and, stretching his palm forward, very quietly said what she was like. He closed his eyes, and the last tear began to flow down his cheek very quickly. Renner's hand began to fall down weakly, and he said the last word that she was beautiful. Renner slumped lifelessly with his whole body on the table. The last tears flowed from his eyes, soaking into the pillow under his head. Audrey leaned her whole body towards his dead body, not getting up for some time. She didn't cry in front of him. Some time later, Audrey stood with her hands clasped in front of her, and still said with the same sweet smile that it was her father's choice. She added that in the end, thanks to her father, Gunther was able to hold out until Ariel woke up. Audrey said even she would do that. But after Renner's death, many said that a quiet groan could be heard from Audrey's house for several days. The doors of her house were tightly locked, as were the windows. After some time, in one of the towers of the city of Valhall, Gunther leaned against the wall, carefully looking around. Ariel was sitting in Chula at that time, reading a book in her hands. The pipe transmitting Gunther's energy was attached to her. Gunther said, "Corpse night, Gunther." He asked again, "Tomorrow. Are they going to kill Julius?" Ariel continued reading, and with poorly concealed sadness reported that so much had happened. Gunther said, following Belbrick's words, they could arrive in a few weeks. Crossing his arms over his chest, he looked ahead thoughtfully. Ariel remained silent, continuing to read the book with a green cover in her hands. Gunther looked at her and said that in this time the battle would be over. He immediately remembered and said that he was more indifferent than he thought. Ariel abruptly slammed the book in her hands and smiled sadly. Gunther casually added that she almost died because she was also bald. Ariel continued to look down with a sad look and said if he didn't have such determination, he wouldn't even be able to start. Gunther made a thoughtful sound and said that it was good. He looked in the opposite direction, pressing his lips tightly together. Gunther said awkwardly he was glad to see her face again. He said, continuing not to look in her direction, so that next time she would not strain herself so much. Ariel glanced sideways in his direction. She smiled sincerely, without answering him. After some time, outside the window there was a night sky, which was gradually illuminated by the rising sun. Ariel slept peacefully on a soft bedding, covered with a sheet. And next to her, sitting on his belly, sat Gunther. Suddenly he heard a strange sound outside the house. He looked warily at the approximate place where this happened. Gunther began to look through the opening between the doors leading to the street. Suddenly the door opened, revealing a black figure standing behind it. Gunther at the same moment abruptly approached the door. He took the sword in his hands and put it in the doorway to stop the unexpected guest. Patrick froze abruptly at the entrance, looking stunned at the iridescent blade in Gunther's hands. Gunther asked him why the queen's servants came running to them at dawn. Patrick pressed the blade to his shoulder and suggested that Gunther was having a very difficult time. He said not to worry, because he did not come here on the orders of the queen. Patrick removed the blade from his shoulder, thereby beginning to intensively shake off his shoulder. He said that to begin with, he would like to greet them cordially, because he, too, was indebted to Captain Renner. Patrick pretended to say that this was a very big pity. Gunther looked warily in his direction. He said as he began to sheathe the blade of his sword that he had a very different feeling than when he was next to the queen. Patrick replied, "This is because the environment makes people." He stuck out his hand and said with feigned gratitude that he would take it as a compliment. Patrick said he heard they were going out tomorrow, but there was one person who was dying to see him before he left. Gunther pointed his thumb back and said that he would then wake Ariel up. Patrick pressed his index finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, and said no. He added that he was the only one who had to go. Gunther put his hand with the timer forward and explained with irritation that when the power was turned off, he could only move for 2 hours. He asked the question, what to do if at this time you have to fight a vampire? Gunther immediately asked a second time. Maybe there was something more important there than all of humanity. Patrick thoughtfully pressed his hand to his chin and made a sound. After a moment, he looked at him with a sly look and said with a grin that yes. Patrick said that the person who wants to see him is more important than the fate of all humanity. He clarified, emphasizing his words, that the human history of humanity itself. Patrick again began to shake off the invisible dust from his shoulders and added that this was the King of Kings, as well as the ancestor of mankind. He asked Gunther if he was interested. He added with mischief that they were humans and vampires. Patrick smiled crazily, tilted his head, and said that it happened in the end. Gunther frowned, looking forward with dissatisfaction. Patrick added at this time that if he goes with him, he will find out. He looked at him with an even more cunning look, calling him by name. The cold stone walls are lit by small kerosene lamps. Gunther comes down the spiral staircase and asks in surprise, "Is the king the queen?" This is some kind of nonsense. How many kings are there in this kingdom then? He seemed to have seen only one who was called a king. Patrick, who has been walking ahead of him all this time, turns around and tries to explain that this man is different. A true king who leads humanity, awakening the order of things and the providence of God. He is the truth. Gunther still asks another question with some bewilderment. Since he says that this is the real king, does this mean that they are not going to the queen? Patrick laughs and asks again, "Queen?" He jokes so much. Does he think the queen looks like someone who can lead them? He still doesn't understand anything, tries not to aggravate the atmosphere and says with a smile, but he's a funny guy. He grins proudly and replies that he will take it as a compliment. Soon Gunther's bare feet finally reach the edge of the stairs, and they find themselves in a large hall with stairs while various things are scattered on the floor. Looking around everything, he says, "Here." But suddenly he remembers how, in a battle with Miranda, he saw the entrance to the dungeon and continues, "This is part of the underground structure that he saw then." What are they doing here? Patrick, having already managed to get a torch, answers that this is the deepest and widest structure in the entire history that has ever existed. Expensive marble and onyx, and a central square made of precious stones. Even though it's underground, the air is so fresh. There is drinking water, and there is also a room in which hundreds of servants and valets can easily live. The city of Wahol was originally created to serve this place. Gunther, not showing any particular interest, asks, "What is this place?" He enthusiastically says that this is the place where the kings of past eras descend before death. A place where you can find eternal life. This is the paradise of kings. He repeats, "Eternal life?" It's hard to understand. Patrick, stand nearby, beckons him closer. He should come. Gunther follows him down a long corridor with high ceilings until they find themselves in another room, in the middle of which a red carpet is laid out, and mysterious paintings hang on the walls in elaborate frames. When he stops in front of an installation reminiscent of a guillotine and is stupefied and says, "This is what?" Patrick, coming closer, replies, "In this place Julius was tied up." Gunther clarifies, "Julius, that pureblood vampire?" He confirms it, "Yes. A creature that can live by drinking human blood. It burns alive in the sun, and dies when its heart is destroyed. A vampire. In other words, for them blood is will and strength. It was the source of life force. However, the pureblood vampires who existed from the beginning were different. They did not need to drink blood. Even without feeding on anything, this creature lives forever, noble and great, similar to the mythical one. However, they learned one surprising fact about pureblood vampires. It is also true that, Just as for other vampires, human blood is the source of life force. The blood of a purebred vampire is the source of life force for humans. As he says this, he imagines thick red blood flowing from the vampire's chained hand, and the elderly man lying directly below it greedily drinks it. All signs of old age disappear at this moment, and the man becomes young again, but his gaze reflects madness. Gunther repeats, "The source of life force?" He continues, "Yes, the blood of purebred vampires returns lost youth and life to people. Thus, if a person continues to drink blood, he can gain eternal life." Then he clarifies the result. "Well, so the people who are here live by drinking the blood of a purebred vampire." Patrick emphasizes that this place is only for selected kings and servants. However, since the blood of a purebred vampire is like a mirage, when it leaves the body it evaporates almost immediately. That is why fresh blood is needed, which can be obtained immediately, at any time. Julius was tied up in that place and could not regain consciousness as the axe continued to swing and cut off his head. This is how he provided his own blood to people for 950 years. Although he is not shocked by such information, he still grins and says that he doesn't even know who the monster is. Patrick, becoming more and more inspired, continues, "But thanks to this, humanity was able to achieve the greatest era of prosperity in history. Thanks to the final unification of the influence of the great royal dynasty in all politics and government, the above-ground kings could descend here before their death and receive an assessment of their deeds from the underground kings. How righteous was their life? Did they make their own kingdom richer? Thus, all kings had to make efforts to create a great kingdom. And what made this system possible is the first king of this kingdom, the head of all kings, all thanks to Hound." Gunther, smiling, again clarifies, "A great kingdom." From what he had seen before, the entire royal dynasty was out of their minds. If they become even greater, everyone will die. What was the mistake? Isn't it because they made a mistake in something? Patrick continues to lead him through the corridors, and after a pause, he suddenly says seriously, 41 years ago. One person committed the incident, freed the imprisoned Julius, and escaped with him. Gunther notes that this is a man who has a conscience, but he immediately repeats with displeasure, "Conscience." The knight only has to think about the damage humanity has suffered just because of this conscience. Afterwards, Patrick still tries to calm down and continues the story. As soon as the huge vampire disappears, the underground kingdom begins to collapse. Once the source of vitality for eternal life ended, the decades seemed to immediately return to the people of this place, and they died, taking on an ugly appearance. Gunther just at that moment approaches one of the kings, who, having died, turned into an eerie statue. His hands resembled gnarled tree branches, and his skin slid off like melted wax. Patrick, passing by other similar corpses, considered one person. Another man. They died one by one, stopped drinking the blood of a vampire. Not so long ago, the second king, Pro's Hound, went to another world. However, the last hope, who dedicated himself to humanity for 1,000 years, the true king of kings, Hound, is still alive. Well, now it's time to face the history of mankind. True with these words, Patrick opens the door in front of Gunther, and after a bright light falls on his face, it also reflects shock. The room, dimly lit by dying candles, is full of shelves on which books are located. But there are also huge stacks of them laid out on the floor, taking up most of the room. Someone's weak and hoarse voice is heard. He has been watching over him for a long time. One born in death continuously desires life. Although alive, he cannot live. Although he is dead, he cannot die, being on the border of life and death, a corpse knight. All these words belong to the Hound, who writes this down in a book with hands with terrible fingers. Some of them are fused, and on all of them the nails have an unhealthy brown look. His face is almost lost. 2 eyes are faintly visible through the hard folds of skin, and his mouth resembles a large hole. On his head, instead of hair, only gnarled shoots grow, reminiscent of tree branches. He, depicting something like a smile, welcomes him to his own palace. Gunther, looking at the Hound with disgust, says, "It can't be. What a freak." He replies that he wants to tell the knight the same thing. Gunther already decides not to continue the bickering, but immediately asks, how long has he been looking after him? The Great King is apparently a slacker. King Hound, without ceasing to write down, replies that he is not only looking after him. He records the lives of everyone, when he was born, who he grew up, what kind of life he lived, how he left this world. This is all his strength, all that is in this kingdom. After listening to him, he replies dismissively, "He's just like crazy." Why did such a know-it-all call him? Hound rolls his eyes upward, and then, reaching for one of the books, replies, "It contains a story about the whole life of Isabella Hound. This girl was the one who could have become the great queen, but refused the throne. And after Julius was released, they disappeared together. This is how this book remains unfinished. Finishing this book is one of his long-time goals. Well, if he meets Julius, he won't ask him." Which, in the end, he made her promise that she decided to condemn all people to death. Gunther asked again, "Promise? So wasn't Julius going to kill all the people?" It seems to him that he, too, will hate people if for 950 years they keep him tied up and cut off his head. Hound explains that hate is a human emotion. For pure-blooded vampires who have existed since the beginning of time, this makes no difference. The reasons why Julius wants to kill all people is that he made some promise and forgot Hound, renouncing eternal life and the throne. She whispered what she wanted. After this, his already terrible expression becomes even sadder, and he adds, "But compared to this story, there is an even more curious one, his. At the last moment, he will make a choice. Death or life. Remain human or monster. Which, in the end, will be written on the last page of history." He's very, very curious about it. Gunther, listening to this entire long speech, does not experience any vivid emotions. He is only silent. When morning comes on the island, he is equipped with armor, and the gauge displays a full charge. When the form on his artificial body is finished, he connects the power cord and takes out a sword. Ariel, standing behind him, announces that they are finally moving out. He politely asks if she slept well last night. She, looking at him in surprise, replies, "Yes, did something happen?" Turning around, he answers in confusion, "Nothing special." Nothing happened except that she snored like a locomotive. Ariel blushes at these words, but then still reminds that as long as they move together with the Bellbrick Hound, Julius will not be able to find out about their location. But he notes that it is a double-edged sword. She agrees, exactly. So the moment they leave the Wahole, she thinks the main thing is to move quickly, to focus on them. Gunther still asks if this is not too risky a game. Ariel answers, but making the Wahole a battlefield is even more dangerous. Soon they are already walking across the bridge, when suddenly a carriage approaches them. The next moment, Audrey's cheerful voice reaches them, announcing that they, too, have completed all the preparations. They're moving out now. He, seeing that now instead of long hair she has a bob, he notes that this hairstyle suits her. She, straightening her hair, asks again, does it suit her? Now her mood has changed, so Gunther asks, "What about Bellbrick?" Audrey, approaching the cart and knocking on the metal grate, says that since he avoids sunlight, he is in this direction. When he comes closer, the Bellbrick Hound, approaching the bars, angrily orders that they must treat him like royalty. Gunther shows him a clenched fist and says, "This idiot talks a lot. Does he want another blow?" Then after these words, the Bellbrick becomes silent and looks away displeasedly. Finally, a guy dressed as a plague doctor announces, "Well, they're off." Horse-drawn carts move forward, soldiers walk next to them. Gunther walks, connected by a wire with Ariel, and closing his eyes, remembers the words Hound, death or life. Remain human or monster. He is very curious about his final choice. Afterwards he sighs heavily, but does not stop moving forward. At this time, from one of the bridge towers, Olivia Hound is watching them. As soon as she leaves, Patrick follows her as always. Julius, who is sitting at the table with his eyes closed, suddenly takes a deep breath and opens them. Gunther and Ariel walk forward without speaking, their faces showing deep thoughtfulness and determination. His feet, equipped with metal armor, firmly step on the cold and black earth. Gunther's voice is heard from the carriage, 528 kilometers. Bellbrick's answer is heard from a nearby cart. Yes, at the moment, there is so much left from their location to Julius's location. He notes displeasedly, "It can't be. That's how vampires can measure distance. It's all because of their mysterious body composition. If they can travel 450 kilometers with a cart like this every day, in about a month, it will be decided whether it is life or death. By the way, Julius also knows that they are coming. If you shut your own thoughts properly, won't this expand the distance? Bellbrickhound repeated mockingly. Julius, it's just ridiculous to apply human common sense to purebred vampires. He was always in that place, except when he committed the murder of the king. And since then, he has also been in that place. Gunther, leaning out of the window, noted, well, apparently there is something amazing there. Bellbrick explained coldly that Isabella Hound was buried in that place. He repeated thoughtfully and forgot. If it is Isabella who freed Julius. But he doesn't have time to finish his thoughts when he suddenly feels something fall on him. Looking to the side, he sees that Ariel, who has fallen asleep, is leaning on him. Gunther, gently stroking her hair, said quietly, she must be tired if she sleeps even in such conditions. She should take a little better care of her own body. Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard nearby. When he looked to the side, he saw Audrey pointing her finger at him and opening her mouth, trying to say something. Gunther immediately tried to explain, no, there is nothing like that. She knows that Ariel fell last time. She shouldn't make such a strange face. At that moment, she looked at him with extreme disbelief. Suddenly, one of the horses reared up and Audrey fell onto the floor of the cart from the stairs and at the same time exclaimed, what? But she was even more shocked when she looked to the side and saw how Gunther, also almost falling, was still carefully holding Ariel. But he tried to explain again and shouted, no, he just has to protect her. But looking at Audrey's expression, he said with disgust, what a face. When Ariel got out of the cart, she immediately asked what happened. The soldier who was driving the horses pointed forward with a trembling hand and said, there. In front of them lay a field on which the corpses of people were scattered. The remains of wooden buildings protruded from the ground, and the ground was soaked in blood. Gunther, putting on his helmet and taking out his sword, asked her to step back. Then he boldly walked forward, passing by the corpses. Along with this, he said, the smell of blood can still be felt. It seems that not much time has passed. Then he saw the hand of one of the dead, which had gray skin and black nails. Gunther also noted that they were not infected or bitten. What is this? Seeing that some people were missing their heads, he suggested that it seemed that they were being crushed to death by something. The carts moved a little forward across the field, and one of the commanders ordered to be careful. They don't know where vampires might come from. They also have to collect all the bodies that may still be useful. Audrey, also looking at the dead, suddenly pointed with her hand and said, that corpse. They all have no hands. Ariel turned around and asked, hands? Bellbrick's mocking voice was heard from the cart nearby. This is interesting. They entered the boy's territory. She is once again perplexed, she clarified, boy. He explained that among the high-ranking vampires, there are two crazy people who do not understand words at all. And the name of one of them is Denny's, who has no wrists. He comes from a dirty family, and therefore did not want to compare himself with this, but you can be confident in his skill in killing people. Expected. And really, how many of them can survive? Do they remember? They still have 582 kilometers left. The road to Julius is not at all easy. A cloudy but starry night soon sets in, and Audrey announces she plans to advance as quickly as possible, avoiding all-out battles. Ariel also added, and the most important thing here is the black carriage. Gunther clarified what it is. She explained that this cart was manufactured in a laboratory in Wahol to make the journey easier. The cart has a huge number of devices installed, and there is also medicine. The black wagon is needed to deliver advanced corpse weapons, which is why they must make it a top priority and protect it. He suddenly said, top priority? The higher priority is her. Ariel, a little embarrassed, said in confusion, although this is true, but every time Audrey hears their conversations, she looks at them with a look full of suspicion. Gunther still tried to change the subject. Well, isn't it easier for them to protect a small cart than something like a wagon? Ariel agreed, yes, and to prevent the cart from breaking, it was reinforced with several layers of iron plates. It is designed in such a way that impacts of any force will not damage the device. Suddenly, they heard someone's frightened scream, They were being attacked. Men dressed as plague doctors ran away from the explosion and shouted, "Attack! They must run." Vampires. Gunther, without giving in to panic, immediately connects the power cable and announces that they must get ready to perform. Audrey, giving the order to the others, shouted, "They're moving out!" Not far from them, a bright explosion occurred again, which threw the cart up. The next moment, someone's silhouette flies past and lands, creating a shock wave. He stopped in bewilderment and said, "What is this? Are these vampires?" A huge black and red silhouette appeared in front of him, vaguely resembling a hand. When all the dust settled, it turned out that a huge red palm was really rising in front of him, and the vampire, fused with this, pronounces like a madman, "Today's dismemberment, 30 pieces. He needs to fill up to 30. 30 pieces he needs to fill." Gunther, having examined it, thinks, "It can't be. What a freak he is." And his black hair, if his hair is black, then he is a low-level vampire. And if so, he abruptly, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, rushes into battle. 4 more palms are already reaching out to him, but Gunther, waving his weapon, exclaims, "This means that he will need to kill several." His blade flies through the air, with which he tries to attack one of the monsters. But the vampire, squeezing the sword between his fingers, says that human strength cannot destroy the body given to Denny's. But when Gunther manages to move the weapon, the monster says in surprise, "What?" The next moment, he finally frees his sword from captivity and cuts the vampire. But immediately he is thrown aside by the fist of another monster, who screams joyfully, "He dealt with one, and filled out my own part, 2 pieces. But Gunther, quickly taking control of the situation, cuts the vampire in half with one sharp movement of the weapon. At the same time, he notes that his movement is very extraordinary. He really moves freely. Moreover, his recent attack was quite ferocious. Look to the side, he sees several more vampires chasing the cart and says, "It can't be." The horses are running with all their might, and the soldier, sitting on the roof of the cart, uses a powerful weapon and tries to scare the monsters. He shoots. They can't come any closer. They must stop. When the magazine runs out of cartridges, he fearfully says, he must load this. Suddenly, a huge red hand appears right above the man, which is about to grab him. But it turns out to be Cut in Half, who climbed onto the roof and wonders how many vampires he counted. The soldier answers in a trembling voice that he saw about 30 of them. Then he, looking at the military installation, clarifies how he thinks something like this can kill a vampire. He shouldn't do nonsense. If he wants to live, he must find a metal chain. The man repeats in shock, "Right? Yes. At this time, the guy in the mask lies on the ground and tries to cover himself with his hands, asking for mercy. But the vampire fearlessly crushes it with his huge finger. After that, he stomps around a little more, and finally 2 fingers lift up the severed human wrists, and the monster exclaims joyfully, "Already the 12th pair of wrists." The vampire who was running nearby noted that they were still far from filling the norm. Still far away. The vampires, still not letting the military detachment out of sight, rush after this, surrounding us on both sides. Gunther, still on the roof of one of the carts, skillfully wields a metal chain and gets rid of the vampires, cutting them into pieces until only a metal clang is heard nearby. Because of this, there are still fewer monsters. Finally, he jumps to the ground, and taking out his sword, thus continues to follow the squad. Suddenly, he is overtaken by a huge red fist, which tries to hit him, but only hits the ground. Gunther dodges and, trying to stop, falls to the ground. But at the same time, he also manages to kill one of the vampires, cutting him into small pieces. Men dressed as plague doctors watch this through the small window of the black carriage and discuss whether he can fight freely moving with one chain. This kid is like a monster. If it goes like this, he will win easily. But as soon as the man says this, his head is cut off. Ariel, standing next to her, watches in horror as the body falls, and then looks out the window. Several vampires gathered to the side attack them. One of the monsters shouts at the horses. They need to aim at the horses. Without them, carts are meaningless. Other vampires, who have assembled something like catapults from their wrists, throw stones towards the squad in command. One more time. Gunther saw this. No. The red hand throws a large boulder, which goes straight towards the animals running forward. He approaches at the last moment and, stretching his sword forward, tries to stop it. Extreme excitement is reflected in his face, and the next moment bright spots of blood splash. Gunther looks to the side and sees that he is unable to stop the stone, which flies past and kills 2 horses. The rest of the animals stumble and fall along with everyone else, and the cart stops. He, looking out the window, clarifies that the equipment is in order. People anxiously answer, yes, yes, no damage, but horses. He replies that he will quickly harness them again, but a stone flies past Gunther again, and he looks to the side and sees vampires rushing straight towards them. He still notes, no, there is no time for this. Looking around, he walks around the cart and says, since the hill is steep, they can roll on their own. A shocked man screams from inside, what is he doing? He just shouldn't tell them that he's thinking of taking them down the mountain. Gunther, starting to push the cart, answers, exactly. They must hold tight. Ariel, also leaning out the window, tries to stop him and shouts for him to wait a little. But at this time, he no longer listens to anything, but only pushes it and jumps on top. The cart quickly rushes forward. People in masks hold on to the handrails, and she finds herself pressed against the doors and gritting her teeth from the surging pressure. Gunther notes that it's faster than he thought. Suddenly, one of the assistants looks out the window and notifies everyone, Rock, set ahead. He immediately jumps to the ground and answers, he understood everything. After this, Gunther tries to brake with his feet and uses the cart to make a shallow trench in the ground. The man screams in fear, they're going to crash. But at the last moment, they manage to turn to the side, and the stone only slightly scratches the metal plates. The assistant exhales, when suddenly he again says in surprise, what? Slides down one of the slide levels and flies through the air for some time. When it lands, Audrey, looking forward, suddenly announces, bridge. There is a bridge ahead. Maybe they can get away with it if they cross it and then destroy it. But suddenly one of the men adds, no, that is, they need to go to the bridge, but there is no way ahead of them. Ariel tries to shout to Gunther, and he, still trying to regulate the direction of the carriage, answers, he knows everything. After that he jumps up and tries with all his might to brake with his feet. While they shout, he knows everything. Although the cart slows down a little, it still continues to roll down. Gunther digs his feet deeper into the ground and breathes heavily. But despite all this, he still does not stop, trying to save everyone, and at the very last moment, when they find themselves near the edge of a cliff leading into a cold, deep river, Gunther manages to slow down, at the cost of broken legs. They find themselves at the very edge, but he still exhales with relief, really. Soon he, tying the cart with a chain, pulls it across the bridge. Everyone else helps him from behind and chant, they must push faster. Faster! Suddenly one of the assistants turns around and, pointing his hand forward, announces, they have arrived. They caught up. They are coming. And you need to push faster. At that moment, a squad of monsters actually descends from the mountain. But they still cross the bridge and announce that they have arrived. After this, the man notes, now, if only the bridge is broken. Ariel looks ahead, anxiously distracted. He sharply swings his weapon and hits the field behind which the bridge is attached. The tree breaks in half, but this only destroys part of the entire bridge. Audrey notes with horror that it did not collapse. Ariel screams for him to hit both the support pillars and the ground at once. He, looking at the red scale, which is almost gone, understands that he no longer has time. But he must destroy the bridge in one blow. The vampire is already running along it and screaming with pleasure, share! He, swinging and striking, says, no! When one of the support pillars begins to fall, a red monster's hand jumps on top of it. Red hands stretch forward, but fall down along with the destroyed bridge and find themselves captured by the stormy streams of a mountain river. Ariel, running up to Gunther, tries to call out to him. But he, before falling and leaving, says, if so, he may die. After that, only the dull thump of the body on the ground is heard. After some time, the vampires manage to escape from the stream, and bypassing the forest they come out into a clearing flooded with sunlight. It immediately burns their red hands and exposes their bodies. When all the monsters approach the black cave, one of them comes forward and announces that he has brought hands. Denise, who comes forward, notes that they have suffered. However, now they look like the number is less. The vampire stutteringly asks for forgiveness. He is sorry. Since a knight who looked like a monster intervened, they lost many minions and could not fill the entire share. Denny's, who in addition to missing hands is also missing part of his leg, jumps closer and angrily asks again. He couldn't fill in the share, yes? Even with the perfect body he gave them, he couldn't fill the share. Just not this, no. He knows that the responsibility for the unfilled share must be repaid with his own lives, insofar as they failed to fill the share. The monster finds himself engulfed by the ugly red fingers with which Denny's grabs him and screams in fear. He shouldn't take the heart. He really asks for forgiveness. The rest of the vampires behind also fell to their knees and began to beg him. They really ask him to grant them forgiveness. Next time they will definitely fill the share. They should be granted forgiveness. Suddenly the fingers retreat, and the vampire is surprised at the whisper that reaches him. Denny's, who now finds himself entwined with these red shoots, wonders what's wrong with his hands. About it. Is everything really good? The monster is silent at first, and then confirms yes. Denny's examines his hand for some time, which is suspended on his chest like a pendant, and announces that he will grant them forgiveness this time. Vampire, immediately falling to him, many began to thank him. He is so generous. They are very grateful to him. They sincerely thank him. But he, without responding to their cries, strictly remembers then about the hands. What's the share this time? How much should they bring? With these words, he continues to examine the part of the body on his chest. Denny's looks at it as if nothing else exists for him, and this hand is the most valuable to him. Suddenly, a number flashes through his head, 10,000 pieces, and at the same time, severe shock is reflected on his face. When daylight comes again, the squad, returning to the road, stops and one of the soldiers announces that they urgently need to check the condition of the remaining equipment and people. Other men obediently answer him, "It will be done. Fast." Gunther knocks on the cart in which the Bellbrick hound was locked and wonders how many are left now. Bellbrick answered confidently, "The remaining distance is 578 kilometers." He repeated irritably, 578? It can't be. So much noise was made, and they only drove 4 kilometers. Ariel noted, holding back, as they focused on escaping. Well, it's good that they managed to protect the black cart. Bellbrick hound, listening to their conversation, mockingly asks, "Is this considered normal? If things go like this, not to mention even 500 kilometers, will they be destroyed within 100? They must try to at least bring the head of the corpse knight safely." This is followed by his raucous laugh. Afterwards, stepping aside, Gunther notes that although this is upsetting, the vampire is telling the truth. So it will be difficult for them to walk even 100 kilometers. Moreover, there was a problem with horses. They are too vulnerable to attack. They are also very exhausted. If it goes like this, Ariel, also looking at the bodies of the dead horses, suddenly says, "There are a lot of horse carcasses as material." Then they try to do it themselves. How do they feel? He asks in bewilderment, "What?" She happily replies, "They have the best warrior, whose body can be freely transformed." With these words, Audrey winks cheerfully and points at Gunther. But he turns out to be not enthusiastic about this idea. Ariel, crossing her arms, says, "Probably, if Gunther becomes part of her horse, it will be easier for him to fight." The problem is the production time. It will take quite a long period. But Audrey exclaims enthusiastically, they should try to get production up and running faster. Since they can do it, it is their best effort. Ariel, although a little stunned by this proposal, still agrees. When night falls, the entire squad is still in the same place. There is a noise nearby, and the lower vampires once again head towards them, and I repeat loudly, 10,000 of them. They shouldn't even think about returning until they fill the 10,000-piece share. They must collect all the hands. Hands. The soldiers, seeing them, immediately announced, "Vampires." Ariel yells at everyone to leave. They said they could do everything. Audrey, also worried, noted that they were trying. He should be silent for a bit. But he, seeing the vampires getting closer, noted that they were advancing. She had to finish faster. Fast! The monsters quickly moved their huge fingers and repeated, 10,000 hands. They will collect it. Suddenly one of the vampires jumped up and ended up directly above the Gunther, who had managed to get scared. Finally, Audrey announces the connection is complete. Gunther grits his teeth, and suddenly a bright red spark flashes. One of the vampires stops and says in bewilderment, "What?" But the next moment he, with his new horse legs, crushes the monster, who at the same time notes that this is a monster. He smiles like a madman and tramples the vampires one after another. Raising his feet, Gunther notes, "Amazing. Is this the power of horse muscles? He can run endlessly and trample anything. Just anything." Ariel, handing over the wooden boxes to an assistant, says they will be stacking the cargo for now. But suddenly she becomes silent when she sees Gunther running across the field and laughing joyfully, cutting down monsters. At the same time he says, like this, "Here, that's it." It seems as if there is no limit to his fun, and once again, having cut the vampire, he mockingly turns to him. Did he say that he would kill? The monsters try to grin and scare him away, but Gunther, crushing them with his big feet, exclaims, "This is nonsense. Rave." At some point he finds himself next to Ariel and stops the sword a few centimeters from her neck. She, not at all afraid, asks him to stop fighting. Vampires run away. Looking to the side, she actually sees the few remaining monsters running away screaming, "Monster!" Gunther looks at them in bewilderment and, as he is about to leave, says, "These idiots." Ariel notes that compared to last time, the number of vampires has decreased. In that case, they are safe tonight. But as soon as she says this, someone's desperate scream is heard behind her. Dennis, who appears on the field, kills 2 vampires and says that 10,000 are too many. But there is still so much left to fill the share. Suddenly, turning back, he asks one of the monsters if he dared to think about escaping. In the next moment, Dennis pierces his body with his hand and mercilessly says, in return he will have to take his heart. But at the same time, behind him, the air is also pierced by the blade of a sharp sword and Gunther appears. The tip of the weapon approaches Denis's eye, and he opens it in bewilderment. Belbrick Hound was previously asked the reason for collecting hands. He, being in chains, calmly said that Denis could not achieve honor. He introduced farming in the outskirts with many slaves and became a crazy baron. Indeed, intimidating one of the slaves, he said with pleasure that for failure to comply with the established rules, his hands would be cut off. Belbrick calmly continued, and that's all. Whether it's children or old people, it doesn't matter. All. Many died during this procedure. If he had been a king, to begin with, then this would not have happened. But every time this freak fiddles with the withered hands of children, it's as if he's catching auditory hallucinations. Every time he is surprised when he sees it. The owner of these little hands, who is he? Red fingers easily stop the blade of the sword, forcing Gunther to only unsuccessfully try to do something. Denis, moving the weapon to the side, says that he doesn't need to do that, since there are no slaves to collect the hands. After that, he hits Gunther in the stomach and continues. He has nothing left to do but do everything himself. After this, the red finger shoots begin to wrap around his body, creating a helmet and becoming denser. Layering one on top of the other, the hands create something like armor and turn him into a huge red monster. Raising up his hand, resembling a real sledgehammer, he announces concern. Gunther, getting up despite the blow, says, is he saying that he will kill him? The freak took shape. Now, even compared to them, he is even more of a freak. After that, he rushes forward screaming, no one can kill him. At the same time, he clenches his fist tightly and prepares to attack. Denis, also bending down a little and concentrating on the upcoming fight, replies, if this is so, then he will be the first who can do it. The next moment, they find themselves mere centimeters apart before the first collision occurs. Some time ago, Ariel, holding a book in her hands, read that blood is a tool for the will and mind of vampires. Thoughtfully added, it's like something subconscious. She continued, because they say that the stronger the will and suffering inherent in them, the more powerful the vampire himself. What feeling can a person feel and be aware of that can cause the most suffering? Audrey, also standing nearby, suggested fire. Isn't the suffering of being burned alive the most intense? Finally, the manager gave his voice. He thinks that I feel how something that a person believed in all his life is being destroyed. It's also terrible. And earlier on their way, I heard a terrible scream, not like a human one. It was not a sound coming from the throat. It was a terrible howl, as if bursting from the very depths of the heart. It was an animal howl. In addition, these sounds were the crying of a mother who was holding a child in her arms who had been hit by a cart. All three stood frozen and listened to the continuation. He summed up seriously, like this, having heard this sound once, now he remembered it. Rather, it is the most painful and suffering emotion for a person. Probably the mental pain of the parents who saw the death of their own child. Once Dennis was a man, he had to see his own murdered child without hands. With unbearable melancholy in his eyes, he silently looked at him, and after sighing heavily, he opened his mouth, and his teeth were clenched so tightly that cracks spread across them. Now, facing Gunther into battle, he makes every effort and almost throws him back, despite resistance. But then Dennis began repeating in fear, "It can't be, this can't be." His hand was torn apart. No. He must fill the share. He must control the power. With these words, his head changes shape. Gunther, seizing the moment, hits him with his hoof, while determination is visible in his eyes. But he doesn't end the attack there and continues to beat him with his new legs. Rearing up, Gunther screams loudly and delivers another blow, which throws Dennis back. But still, he doesn't seem to receive any damage. He just notes, like this, his anger. He saw this with bewilderment and mentally noted that he hit him with all his might, but there wasn't even a scratch on him. Suddenly, looking at Denis's legs, he frowns and understands this feeling. Until that moment, he had not had a single opponent without weakness, and yet, what kind of feeling of fear is this? He will lose. If he fights him, he will lose. Suddenly, Ariel calls out to him and says that they are done getting ready. He doesn't need to continue this fight. They can run. He really doesn't hesitate to turn around and joyfully realize, yes. Well, since he doesn't need to fight. Moreover, he has the legs of a horse. He tries to get to them as quickly as possible and shouts that he will catch up with them. But as soon as he says this, there is a hole in his department. Gunther looks down, and Dennis, who is still standing in the same place and throwing a round cobblestone in his direction, sternly says, No. He still needs to collect 10,000 hands. Where was he going to run? Having said the last phrase, he again shoots a stone and hits him in the head. Ariel, seeing this, screams in fear. No. Strange dark pieces fall to the ground, and Gunther, trying to see his hand, wonders what he hit him in the face. In what place? What damage? But carefully feeling his head with his fingers, he understands. He doesn't see and can't check. Are his eyes damaged? If so, then this is the end. He doesn't see what's ahead. He doesn't see. There actually appears to be a hole in his head from a stone, and his eye falls to the ground. There is only darkness in front of Gunther, and he screams in fear and wonders who is running there. This freak! To kill him. He's a freak. He shouldn't make him laugh. He reads that he will die in vain. No one can kill him. After that, resolutely clenching his fist and waving his fist in the air, he adds out loud, No one can kill him. Gunther, being a boy, tried to squeeze out a weak laugh while he stood in blood that reached his knees, and the corpses of people floated nearby. Suddenly, he heard the voice of one of the men with a bruised head. The child was still fighting. He is not at all different from the self that killed him. He endlessly fights death. These endless fights of his. He apparently thinks he can find his own place. And if not, then he shouts to his parents, who threw him into the trash, that he is here. Gunther, simultaneously feeling pain and anger from such words, orders the man to shut up. But he just laughs in response and continues. It's like the stupid cry of a child who couldn't get love. Then he says even more furiously, he must shut up. The man does not calm down, but adds, no matter how much he tries to fight, there will be no room for him. The person who would want it to exist is nowhere to be found. Nowhere at all. Unable to listen to this laughter, Gunther raises his hand and is about to hit him. But suddenly he returns from terrible thoughts, as Ariel suddenly runs up to him and desperately screams, he must stop. He doesn't need to fight anymore. But he also orders her to stop doing this. She says he doesn't need to fight. But ahead. He doesn't see what's ahead. If so, he will die. She decisively says that she will become his eyes, and that's how they will run together. After that, he actually runs forward until Ariel, looking back, points out that he should lean forward. As soon as Gunther does this, A stone flies very close to them. Denny's pushes off the ground with such force that pieces of it fly apart. When she sees him approaching, she also clarifies that the vampire is on top. He must dodge now. Gunther obediently runs to the side, just as Denny's lands right behind him. He, trying to escape as quickly as possible, wonders what happened there. He doesn't see. He can't understand where this freak is. He cannot understand because he does not see. He couldn't even imagine whether he would really die like this. The way those people wanted him to die like such a freak. But Ariel's arms hug him tighter, and she, leaning closer, says he should feel her heart beating. Even though Gunther doesn't understand what she means, she continues, since he's with her, he shouldn't worry. He is not alone now. He doesn't answer. He just touches her hands in response and squeezes them tightly. Gunther continues to run forward as fast as he can, and Ariel continues to command. He must dodge to the left. Now he must run even faster. There is a cart 5 meters away on the left. A little more to come. He must continue. There's a hill ahead. All this time she doesn't think about letting him go for a second, and even starts calling him by name, trying to cheer him up. Denny's, stopping and looking at the horizon, following the leaving cart, exclaims with irritation. They were able to escape. However, there is still a share of 10,000 left. Until he collects everything, and tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, every night he will continue the pursuit. They are trying in vain. He is the death of this night. Gunther pulls the cart all night long, and the only sound in the area is the clatter of his hooves. Finally, a sunny but cloudy day arrives, and the assistants, inspecting the cart, note that they must check the cargo. Everything is fine. Audrey, also going outside and looking around, says, "Well, hassle." Then, turning around, she asks what's next on the schedule. But it turns out that Ariel, charging Gunther with energy through the wire, is sleeping on his lap. He says that she needs to be given a little rest. Audrey smiles warmly, and he asks, "By the way, when will his eye be restored? It will be good if this is done as soon as possible, since he cannot fight in this condition." She, suddenly worried, tries to explain to him that about this, he should also find out about the problem. Gunther, hearing this, tenses up. Audrey said that, fortunately, there was no damage to the head. They just need to install a new patch. She thinks she can fix her face too. There is nothing on the other side. The problem is in this eye. When a new organ was installed in him, it looked up, and the whole image looked as if through a distorting mirror. I immediately asked in confusion, "What is it? Why does he see so strangely?" She explained that, in fact, of all the parts for the modified body, the eyes were the most difficult. Her friend interrupted her and exclaimed, she shouldn't come closer. It looks too disgusting. Ariel, taking a step back, continued, "There is no need to restore the right eye, so they didn't even touch it." Audrey clarified that the connection was not carried out properly. Because there are many complex nerve endings, even with current technology, it is not easy. After listening to them, she screamed irritably, "No, they say they just gave up like that? How can he fight with eyes like that? They should take an eye from an animal or a person and implant it in it." She noted that they now have multiple eyes available to them. Ariel finally said they should try until something works. Soon, development began, and when Gunther installed a black organ, Audrey asked how he liked this eye. "He sees," he answered with a frown. "No, he doesn't see anything at all." When he was given a new organ with a horizontal rectangular pupil, they asked again, "What about this?" For Gunther, the whole world looked like it was being sucked into a funnel, and he responded with horror, as if his soul was coming out. After that, Audrey, having given him a gray eye with many pupils, once again asked, "What about this?" He said that he saw people divided into 8 parts. When Gunther's green eye was installed, he once again replied, "Well, he doesn't see anything." The last time, having tried to implant a new organ into him, she asked, "And he doesn't see this either?" He, looking at everything through a pupil reminiscent of the one that reptiles have, said with despair, "No." Audrey, wiping the sweat from his forehead, noted that at first she connected everything she could, but there was no one with which he could see normally. Ariel still tried to hurry them up. If they hesitate here, Denny's will come and grab them. They better perform today. They will keep going until they find a new eye. Gunther, who currently had both eyelids sewn shut, sighed sadly. But soon their carriage set off along the path, when suddenly a small silhouette jumped out in front of it, forcing Gunther to stop and scream. "What is this? A vampire?" Ariel calmly explained. "No, I think it's a rabbit." He said with irritation, "Stupid rabbit, if only he could see that." When they were walking along a stone gorge, suddenly a small handful of stones fell down from one of the rocks. Gunther stopped and screamed in fear, but she tried to calm him down. These were just falling stones. He has nothing to be surprised about. He couldn't help himself and commented on it. Stupid stones if he saw them. Ariel, sitting on him like a horse, asked if he was very scared because he couldn't see anything ahead. Gunther, after a pause, admitted that since he was born, he was surrounded only by idiots who wanted him dead. He never even slept properly because there were enough freaks who would stab him in the back if he was distracted. All his life he lived like this, and since now he sees nothing, and even now there are those who wish his death. He seems to see the man who gave birth to him. She still wants him dead. She still wants him to die. Still. But with the last words he screamed and immediately put his palms to his face. Ariel carefully hurried to take his hand, and intertwining their fingers, suggested that he would think about holding hands. While he cannot see, she will become his eyes. He should not look into the darkness, he should trust it. Although trusting him is not an easy matter, but Gunther squeezed her hand in response, boldly went forward and answered, they should try. The carts crossed the thinning forest, and Ariel soon warned him that there was a stream ahead. He has to be careful, it can be slippery there. As soon as he stepped into the water, he tensed and squeezed his hand tighter. She, trying not to make sudden movements, gently asked, "He shouldn't break his arm like that." Gunther answered obediently. He understood everything, understood. He will hold it carefully. When they crossed the stream, Ariel also appeared. There will be roots ahead. He must be careful. When he carefully stepped over the dry tree, she also tried to stop him. There was slippery mud there. But Gunther, as if not having heard her, confidently stepped forward, which is why they both fell straight into a mud puddle. Ariel found herself completely covered in mud, and Audrey, watching this, just laughed. Their small detachment continues their journey through fields with scorched earth and almost burnt trees, through deserted hills and forests with thorny bushes. All this time, Gunther and Ariel hold hands. As night falls, he again hears some noise and anxiously asks, "What is it?" She tells him not to worry. Again, that rabbit running by then. Gunther notes with a sigh, yes. Ariel, raising her head up, told him that the night sky was very beautiful, as if pearls had been thrown onto black silk fabric. He repeated right after her, "On the silk fabric of pearls. Beautiful night sky." Audrey, noticing the way their fingers remained intertwined, turned to him. She doubted whether to ask or not, but since she was very curious, she could not help herself. Gunther, returning to her, waited for further question. She, a little embarrassed, still said that although she felt that something had changed recently, it seems that his relationships with other people are different. Maybe he likes her? Hearing this, at first he simply turned to her, displaying bewilderment on his face, but then he thought about it, and finally his face showed extreme horror. Gunther repeated the question. She says, "Does he like Ariel?" She suddenly stopped holding his hand and asked Audrey why she was asking such strange questions. He raised his voice sharply. It's very funny. Only those who have received it can achieve love. Freaks like him have never received love, so he doesn't know how to give it. They must not misunderstand their relationship until then. Even now he doesn't need it. He won't worry. He doesn't care whether they die or not. Audrey, along with one of the assistants, who was riding a horse nearby, looked at him in bewilderment, and he said, "Why such oddities?" She, straightening her hair, embarrassedly hurried to justify herself. No, she's not talking about that. Sharp teeth dug into the hand of a man who was breathing heavily. Finally, Ariel, noting the time on her pocket watch, announced that the time was up. He must stop now. Dullbrick Hound, releasing the man's hand, noted that this is how it all went. Blood tastes pretty good today. He asks for them next time too. The soldier examined the wounds and asked to stop the bleeding. When they bandaged his wrist, he noted that he couldn't even think about it. But this was a big problem. Stated that Belbrick requires a blood transfusion every 2 days. Gunter noted that if once every 2 days, then he doesn't eat so often. It seems he had never seen a vampire drink blood before that moment. If so, then this should be enough to drag around a living bag of blood next to you. She added, a live blood bag. Even though it's creepy, it's true. Vampires also need to eat to have the strength to fight. How did they solve the problem? Belbrick Hound suddenly raised his voice. The most important thing in war is supply. In order for vampires to drink blood, they need to carry a living bag of blood nearby. How can they then win this war? Audrey, turning to him, asked why this was. He answered smugly, leading so many living people, many things can happen. How someone will die can never be predicted, and you also can't know when they will be able to find a new person. Moreover, their numbers were also declining, and they could not obtain food to feed the people. So they needed a new, innovative living treasure package. The supply is stable, and by eating once, the vampire will not feel hungry for a long time. Audrey carefully asked, what is this? Belbrick grinned and suddenly said, it seems he is not obliged to tell them about this. They should not forget about their relationship. The junior, unable to bear such a tone, clenched his fist and threatened him if the freak became insolent again. Belbrick Hound did not pay any attention to this and still reminded him that no matter what anyone said, he was a member of the honorary royal family. No matter how they torture him, they won't say anything. So the two of them are together. They say Corpse Knight Energy Man. It seems that he had once heard of such a thing in the royal family. How was the Corpse Knight made? Maybe, as he knows from rumors. Friend Ariel, don't let him finish. He's screaming. He has to finish. They also have territories that they cannot cede. As he said, he must not forget about their relationship. He smiled, as if he had achieved his goal, and quickly agreed, well, no problem. Gunther, listening to them, frowned and chuckled thoughtfully. Some minor work was done on the black card again, and Audrey finally announced that eye transplant surgery number 32 was complete. Ariel, standing behind him, asked how he was doing. Although this time not much time has passed since the operation, she is waiting for a new one, since this eye is most similar to his in shape and size. He, looking at them through the new organ, suddenly announced, does he see? The outlines are a little blurry, but he can see clearly. Audrey immediately began to rejoice. What a relief. The assistant, who also participated in the operation, added, good job. But the guy in the mask who stood behind everyone was quite upset. He noted that the boy's name was Doric. His age was 28 years old. He had been his friend for 10 years. He is the number this morning from a serious injury. The guy who will save the world. Well, let him help even in this way. Gunther must remember this kid's name. He frowns, but then smiles and says, well, he'll try. When a starry evening falls in the sky, Belbrick Hound hurries to announce that there are 414 kilometers left. The remaining distance is even greater than he thought. They need to try even harder. Ariel noted wearily that although they were walking slower than expected, they were somehow making progress. Audrey suddenly said, problem. Suddenly her stomach growled loudly. She embarrassedly tried to explain that for the whole day she had not eaten anything except a piece of bread and dried meat. What an irony. Vampires fill their bellies, but they, on the contrary, have absolutely nothing to eat. Ariel agreed, although they did not avoid damage to the workforce, but it is not easy for them from damage to pleasure. Audrey continued to complain. All this time she was running without a break. If only she had half a day, she would like to take a warm bath and drink something. That in such a situation, this is impossible. Suddenly one of the soldiers shouted, people! Pointing to the side, he added, there are 2 people ahead. Everyone else was surprised by this news, and Audrey hastened to ask, are there people in such a place? The men, clasping their hands together, said joyfully, they are really lucky today. They met so many survivors. Women, like him, standing in expensive, high-quality clothes, agreed, Yvonne is right. She really hasn't met living people for a long time. They really suffered so much. He suggested that there is a village ahead. They shouldn't rest a little, and they will all head there together. Ariel immediately asked with suspicion, is the village right in the middle of the battlefield? Moreover, the condition of their clothes is too good. What are they doing? The 2 of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Yvonne said, right. They look very strange. The woman continues to laugh, continued, "He's right. I needed to introduce myself in more detail." He tried to explain to them. After several studies and sacrifices, they finally figured out a way for vampires to survive, and they are trying to make sure as many people as possible know about it. Audrey repeated, "Vampires' method of survival." Yvonne, again pointing somewhere to the side, loudly exclaimed, "Yes, they must go to their village, and he will tell you about the method. They should go together." Today they were incredibly lucky. While saying all this, he did not stop smiling widely, and it seemed that he was not even blinking. Gunther smiled and exclaimed, "This looks like cheating. Anyone would say that this is very suspicious. Is not it so? And it's better to just go on doing things." Ariel immediately agreed with him. Now they need to concentrate and get to Julius as quickly as possible. The soldiers' assistants also raised their hands and unanimously said they agree. But Audrey tried to object to them. They now do not have enough supplies. If they continue like this, they may die without reaching their goal. They also talked about how vampires survive. If everything is true, then this will be a big help for them. One of the guys in a mask noted that in general, if you bring neatly dressed and tidy people to such a place, you can understand that they know some way. Another assistant standing nearby added sadly, "And he's really hungry." Gunther, folding his hands in displeasure, noted how annoying they were. He often saw rabbits. Why didn't they catch them and eat them? One of the guys noted, "No, what about their situation? When they can't even rest, they just run." Suddenly one of the soldiers shouted stutteringly, "Big trouble. There, about 1 kilometer. This freak." With these words, he, sitting on a horse, pointed into the distance. Denis ran as fast as he could, and held in his hands a chain with which his hands were tied. They dragged along the ground, and he repeated, "Still not enough. Still. You can't. No, that's not enough." He can't. Gunther, seeing this, noted that because of his eyes, they spent too much time. Need to move quickly. The assistant next to him immediately exclaimed, "It's impossible. He doesn't know what about him, but the others will quickly catch up from such a distance." Then he asked irritably, "So what? Should they fight here?" "He can't fight this idiot with a body like that." The man lowered his head and answered something, but Yvonne interrupted him. "He sees that they have problems. His village is ahead. They don't have to worry about the vampire and everything. If they want to live there, they should hurry up and come there." Everyone who heard this froze in bewilderment, but then one of them sighed heavily and said, "Well." Soon the carts were passing through a stone corridor, and someone was heard screaming, "They must enter quickly so that it is not too late." After that, the gate with teeth began to close behind them. Gunther turned around and addressed Ariel. "Does she see this?" She answered with a frown, "Yes, the gates moved just as if they were alive." Yvonne, standing next to his wife and holding a torch in his hands, pointed into a dark cave and said that he was glad that they got here. It's a place where vampires can't find them, and it doesn't need to be. Can go inside. They prepared places to stay and food for everyone. The sound of footsteps was heard along the stone arches. A woman stood near one of the passages and explained that they should go here. Men and women emerging from a nearby cave said affably, "They must have suffered." Gunther noted in a whisper, "It looks like there are quite a lot of residents." Ariel added, "And passages and rooms intertwine here, like a labyrinth." He, who looked, stated that it was like an anthill. Soon they came out into the hall, where streams of crystal clear water flowed from the ceiling, and light leaked through a hole in the ceiling. Yvonne, pointing with her hand, offered to leave their luggage here, in the central square. The soldiers, looking around, were fascinated and noted, "It's beautiful." He suddenly announced that they had prepared a whole feast for them. With these words, he stood near the table, on which there were indeed many different dishes, as well as drinks. Ariel, peeking out from behind Gunther, suspiciously asked where this food came from. He also said in disbelief, "It looks amazing." However, who knows what it was made from, so no sane person would eat it. But while he was saying this, Audrey had already started eating the treat and looked at him in bewilderment. Gunther didn't tell her anything, but Yvonne, who had also already started eating, hurried to reassure them. They don't have to worry. All the food that is here was grown and prepared in this place. As they can see, sunlight penetrates here and water flows, so they can grow crops here, even raise animals, albeit in small quantities. For a long time they did not have enough workers, but the fact that so many people came to this place is a very, very great joy. Ariel, still in disbelief, noted, she sees it with her own eyes but cannot understand. This place is quite large, but it looks unnatural and doesn't really look like it was made by people. And there doesn't seem to be any special device here, so why don't vampires attack? He smiled mysteriously, raised his index finger and answered, he understands such a reaction. They also thought so when they first came to this place. He doesn't know the exact reason, but vampires don't come here. Moreover, there is plenty of food and enough space for everyone to live. This warm place is just like a mother's hug. Having said the last phrase, Yvonne suddenly fell silent and looked at them carefully, then added, and also he, a corpse knight. There have been rumors about him lately, which is why he recognized him. In that case, the guys are apparently going to kill a purebred vampire. Do they think the likelihood of success is high? They are risking their own lives for this gambling venture. They are better off staying here with them and living a safe life. Ariel firmly replied that, unfortunately, she would refuse. If they really care about them, they can give them some supplies. Unexpectedly, one of the assistants said, "What should he do? What does he need to do to stay here?" "What?" But turning around, his colleague, he knows the truth. The reason why people follow them is so that they can become corpse knight material after death. And so more than 20 people died. The soldiers suddenly shouted in agreement, "Right, so is it bad for them to stay here?" The assistant, bowing his head, noted that he did not want to die and become material. He was already tired of fighting for his own life. They're not even heroes. The men also asked what they needed to do to stay here. Gunter, observing the situation, suddenly noted, the atmosphere has changed. Do they have an escape route, just in case? Ariel, sitting on it, noted that to some extent she remembered the direction, but did not think that it would be easy for them to get the black card out. Gunther clarified, what about the modified body? She noted that the torso and legs were already ready. Suddenly someone nearby exclaimed joyfully, and when Audrey looked to the side, she saw how the bricks were independently lining up on top of each other and creating a wall. She immediately pointed her finger in this direction and said, "The wall suddenly began to move. It's alive." He agreed. It couldn't be that he saw it too. Is this anthill really a completely living creature? What kind of place is this? These freaks. What are they doing? What are they going to do? The soldier's assistants at this time stood opposite Yvonne, as if in front of a king, while a sly smile spread across his face. Clasping his hands together, he joyfully exclaimed, "Great, amazing." He supports their wise and correct decision. They no longer need to risk their own lives fighting vampires. Here they can farm and raise children, but for the sake of their community, they will need to do one thing. The guys immediately asked, "What thing? What is this?" Yvonne answered cryptically again, "They don't have to worry. It's not difficult. They must come here." With these words, he pointed into a dark cave, and one of the women added, "People who want to stay in this place should go over there." He finally said that he was glad to welcome them here. Audrey, Gunther, and Ariel, on the contrary, did not accept this proposal at all. They only watched in disbelief what would happen next. He approached the cart in which the Bellbrick Hound was imprisoned, knocked on the wall, and exclaimed, "Where did they invent it?" He immediately answered, "Where?" He doesn't know what the villagers mean. He was just passing by. He added angrily, "The freak still continues to speak in riddles. It won't work, I just have to answer." Bellbrick finally said with a cheeky smile, since they had come this far, there was no point in hiding. Not long ago, for the sake of the vampires winning the war, do they remember him talking about a living blood bag? So this is the place, this is a stable supply. You can eat it once for a long time. This is the place to create live blood packs. Those who agreed to stay at that moment just entered the cave and saw a huge red creature resembling a leech. The soldier who stood closest to this, to clarify, is this a vampire? What is he doing here? Yvonne, standing nearby, noted that they need not be afraid. This is the name of this vampire pregnant Linnell. This beautiful place was made from parts of her body. And everything here says that she protects and loves them with all her heart. They must try to feel. Their loving and good-natured queen. With these words, he touched the monster's body and hugged her. The man exclaimed he shouldn't talk nonsense. The goal of all vampires is to destroy humanity. There is no way they will take care of them. The assistant behind him agreed. Right, he said that may be so. But for the sake of their survival, they chose symbiosis. Gunther, hearing this, repeated, symbiosis. Belbrick Hound explained, this is another name. It takes the blood of 6 people to make a living blood bag. Taking blood from 6 people, it is digested over 4 days in the unique digestive system of the linel. And at the end, when the process is completed, a unique and concentrated substance is released. This is their living blood bag. While he was saying this, she actually released a small ball with red contents and a transparent shell. The soldier stammered and asked, what is this? Yvonne, picking it up, said that they call it a bloody bead. Such beads can be stored for 2 months and not rot. A vampire can eat just one such ball, and he will not need to drink human blood for 3 months. But in this place, they just need to work for the queen and help in creating bloody beads. But when the others hear this, their eyes widen in horror. And the man states that, in the end, in order for vampires to destroy humanity, they make food for them. These freaks were just providing vampires with food. Another soldier agreed with him. They're comrades. But Yvonne just smiled again and asked, so what? What will they tell them to do? They say because of what they're doing here, people outside are dying. So what should he do? He's not going to die. Who cares whether humanity dies or not? If only he didn't die. It's safe inside here. He said all this and rejoiced like a madman. Everyone who had previously agreed suddenly realized, so this is it. In any case, the goal of vampires is the destruction of all humanity. After killing all the people outside, it will be time to kill the people inside. Yvonne easily noted that maybe so. But how long will it take to kill all the people outside? 5 years? 10 years? No, he doesn't know. This may take tens or even hundreds of years. At least at this time, they will be able to live comfortably and with this life until the last. So they must choose a comfortable life with them until the very end, or a shameful life outside, full of fear for their existence. While he was saying this, people slowly approached from behind, holding huge cutting knives in their hands. The assistants and soldiers, hearing this, felt fear grip their bodies. Gunther, all this time near the Belbrick cart, swore, they are crazy idiots. Audrey noted, if this is true, then this place is even more dangerous than Denise. They need to leave here now. Suddenly, someone's frightened scream was heard from behind. When she turned around, she saw people stained with blood and armed with knives and swords coming towards them. Yvonne, leading them, says that they are stupid. If they join them, they will be able to live a comfortable life until the end. Unfortunately, they don't have enough workers, and there's nothing they can do about it. They only heard that the Corpse Knight is incredibly strong and that he can be compared to a vampire. But now that they have verified his existence, they cannot let him go alive. He doesn't know how it is on the outside, but inside the queen's body they are invincible. The next moment, the walls around them are covered with red tendrils and Audrey immediately assumes that she seems to be planning to block the light. Everyone must protect the black wagon. They have to get inside. Torches. They need to prepare a torch. Linel covers all the holes in the cave with her red matter, while Ariel continues to scream, they must light the fire faster. Faster. One of the men looks sadly at how the light becomes less and less until it disappears completely. But the very next moment, the first torch flares up, and the guy next to him orders with relief. They just need to light the fire. But after this, the soldier is followed by crazy residents who rush at him with weapons. He only has time to look back when suddenly blades pierce the air. The man says in bewilderment, "What? What is that sound there?" Turning around, he sees Gunther with a crazy expression on his face killing the attackers. Having dealt with one group of people first, he turns his gaze and attacks another. Strong blows cause people's teeth to fly out of their mouths, but he, on the contrary, goes into a rage using his horse's legs. The cave inhabitants try to attack him with large knives, but he throws them all back with just one hand. 2 of the attackers, seeing what was happening, stop and immediately discuss the situation. As was known from rumors, he is a monster. They must start a fire. They need to turn off the lights. After that, they throw the weapon towards the soldier, who at that moment was holding a lit torch. The man, out of fear, only tries to cover his face with his palm. But when the blades are very close to him, Gunther runs up, holding out his hand so that the weapon will stick into him. Calmly picking them out of his limbs, he turns to one of the residents. Has he now thrown this as a throwing weapon? Throwing weapons should be used like this. With these words, he smiles broadly again and throws the knife forward. It hits the person directly, killing him. After, they say that they are defeatable. They are just idiots. Do they lack workers? Well, he'll kill everyone and they won't have to work. Evant, who was standing nearby at that moment, noted quite calmly that the difficult knight was definitely much stronger than they thought. But the fact that they are invincible is also not a lie. The truth is that they are inside the queen. He shouldn't forget about it. As soon as he says this, red vampire matter fills the entire space. Two assistants, looking at how it covers the floor, note what it is. The floor is moving. Audrey, sitting in the carriage at that time and looking out the window, asked, "So why are they talking inside the body? Does it really look like insides?" Ariel, who was sitting nearby, did not answer them. Cuts the red flesh with a sword, but it immediately begins to grow new connections. He looks around, realizing that it is constantly regenerating. Although it is not fatal, he cannot go through with it. It restricts movement too much. He doesn't know how it will be for him alone, but it won't be easy for him to escape with everyone. A friend of one of the soldiers, who is also holding a torch, points in the other direction and shouts, "Over here." The place they were entering would be closing soon. Audrey, opening the cart window, screams in fear, "Gunther." He runs up to her and answers. He knows. They just have to hold on. They have to drop their luggage. They're moving out. Their small troop finally gathers together and both wagons quickly roll forward. The man driving the horse says in fear, "The road is too rough for animals to run on." Suddenly something attracts his attention from the side, and he sees the red matter getting closer. The soldier says in shock, "What? What's inside?" Gunther is also pulling one of the carts, trying to jump into the passage in time. Ariel and Audrey try not to fall and hold on to the handrails inside. The next moment, the cart with him breaks through the passage, but those people who accompanied the second one scream in horror, "No! The passage is closing." They should take them too. Still, they manage to break through, but the last guy in the mask, as soon as he jumps over the almost closed wall, suddenly turns around when he hears a scream. He asks in confusion what is happening there. But another assistant, jumping onto the cart, hurries him. What is he doing? They have to go faster. They don't have time to sit around. Gunther, without slowing down, asks as he walks, "Does she remember the way to the exit?" Ariel, still sitting in the carriage, shouts back, "Yes. If they go back the way they came, it will take about 40 minutes. He answers emphatically, "Okay." He will run as quickly as possible. As they progress, the walls seem to continue to move and narrow. The guy, looking at the depressions appearing everywhere, says, What is this in the end?" Suddenly, they see that there are two black passages ahead of them, and Gunther shouts in bewilderment, "Where should they go?" Suddenly, a carving knife is stabbed into his leg, and Evant appears again. Laughing, he asks if the knight thought he could outrun them. They're inside the queen's body, and they will never be able to escape. Together with him, other people climb out of the recesses, also armed with knives. Gunther, raising my head up and looking at them all, screams, "Crazy idiots! They move along this living wall." Now he is depicted in a carriage and cannot move. Evant says joyfully, he realized that 2-3 cutlasses will not harm the knight. But in reality, after being hit by 10 cutlasses, he is unlikely to be okay. After this, a real hail of heavy knives falls on him, causing Gunther's eyes to widen. Cutlasses pierce the metal skin of the black cart. Audrey, looking at the protruding blades, exclaims, "Knives!" Ariel, also seeing this, immediately asks, "Is Gunther okay?" Several of his fingers turn out to be severed, but despite the fact that about 10 cutlasses are stuck into him, he still says, "Freaks." One of the inhabitants of the cave screams in horror. No, he doesn't even die after such a blow. The woman behind noted, but it seems, to some extent, they cause damage. As soon as she says this, her head is cut off. Gunther, who did this, shouts again with a mischievous smile, "They are just idiots. For the rest of their lives, they will regret that they could not finish him off with one blow." After that, I run into one of the caves. He shouts to the people, they are just idiots. He is not going to follow them. So now he wants to see what will happen if he runs away right now. Yvonne, who is with the others on the ceiling in the body of a lintel, says irritably, this idiot. Ariel, leaning out of the cart a little, shouts that they should have turned left before, not right. Gunther rudely replies that they can't go back again, so they'll go this way. Audrey, hearing his tone, clarifies, no, why is he so angry? The answer is silence. Well, he thinks he tried to minimize the area of damage on one side, but there were so many cutlasses that the damage ended up being even greater than he thought. The muscles in his right leg are so cut up that he can't even move it. But the further he goes, the more angry he gets at the others. He must make them overlook his wounds. After all, a wounded animal is the easiest prey. People move forward along the ceiling of the cave and discuss with pleasure. They should go and finish him off. He must die. Killing such a monster will be a victory for vampires. Since they turned away from people for food, they will only be able to survive if the vampires win. The bald man who walks behind him wants to scream for the night to die, but his head is cut off. Gunther, throwing this knife, casually told them to get lost. Their small detachment continues to run forward, but the walls of the caves seem to come to life again and begin to move. Soon the cart rests its roof on the red material, and Audrey looks out of the window and wonders whether it seems to her, or whether the road is gradually narrowing. Ariel agrees, that's for sure. The other soldiers' assistants who followed them become narrower. The horse cannot move. Then one of the guys suggested that they couldn't go back. They needed to follow everyone with them, until his feet began to sink into the floor and his head hit the ceiling. The black cart was squeezed from all sides, when suddenly the wall opened and they seemed to be spat out into a more spacious cave. Ariel ran outside and asked worriedly if Gunther was okay. Naturally, he will answer with his teeth, even if he could move freely. Because of these freaks, they have reached a dead end. There was indeed a wall in front of them, and she noted that if they didn't break through this, they could create a path. He disagreed. No, it is impossible to go through a body that is constantly regenerating. Audrey, also approaching them, asked in confusion, then how? He suggested they should wait. In any case, those freaks won't be able to break through here. She again clarified, they won't be able to get through. Why? The inhabitants of the cave at that moment were standing in front of the dark passage, discussing, they should go. It's still a dead end. The rats are trapped. Should they come in? If they go into this narrow passage, then the first person to enter there will definitely die. Haven't they forgotten? Does everyone who is gathered here value only their own life, and it doesn't matter if someone else dies? Finally, Yvonne raised his voice. They don't need to rush. In any case, this is a dead end. There's not even food there, so time is in their favor. After that, he started screaming into the cave. Did they hear it? The offer they made to them earlier still stands. If any of the survivors want to join them, they can come whenever they want. After all, what matters is whether they survive or whether they die or not. But only an inaudible wheeze reached the detachment's location. Gunther, waiting until everyone had gathered, announced that they needed new weapons. It would be nice if he had the ability to freely climb a living wall like these freaks. And they are also very fast. Ariel pointed to the body that she pulled out and from the cart and noted, but now, from the details of the modified body, they only have one torso, 2 legs, and 2 more legs, a comma and the last, 2 more legs. He noted, it can't be. It's some kind of centipede. They have nothing but legs. She added that they have a few more parts. At the moment, these are the main ones. Suddenly, Audrey ran up to them from the side and exclaimed, centipede? Gunther, looking to the side, said that he was afraid of her. But she, not paying attention to this, enthusiastically announced, but it seems like a good idea. Does she think they should try? He looked at her with even greater bewilderment and said, rightly so, if this is such a thing. At this time, the inhabitants of the cave tried to catch any signals from the cave, but nothing was heard from there, and there was complete silence. Yvonne tried to diffuse the atmosphere and said that it would take a lot of time. But everything is also on their side. They just have to relax and wait for them to decide. But suddenly Gunther's voice is heard right behind him. Are they waiting? Who are they waiting for? He immediately turns around and screams in horror. This crazy freak, when did he get here? But as long as they move along the walls, he will not be able to catch up with them. As soon as he said this, Gunther began to approach them with huge steps, because now his body looked different. He resembled a spider with 6 legs and 1 arm on top that was holding a kerosene lamp. He said they should listen to him. They will regret it. Yvonne tried to hide everything from him, but at the same time asked why he was so fast. The monster shouldn't come near him. He shouldn't go near him. But Gunther had already grabbed him by the face and angrily hugged him and asked again. He says that his life is the most valuable thing in the world. No. The most important thing in this world is his life. Yvonne tried to scream, but was unable to make a sound due to the intense terror that gripped his body. Audrey claps her hands and counts. 1, 2, 1, 2. Gunther tries to walk, but his feet step on one another, and she notes, no, he shouldn't move too fast. His legs are getting tangled. But he displeasedly replies that she herself should try to move on 6 legs. Ariel, looking at him, notes that this time they were made in the shape of insect legs with teeth. Therefore, he will be able to freely climb walls and crawl through slippery places without much effort. Gunther immediately tries to climb the wall, and when he succeeds, he notes that, for sure, if he can move freely faster in such a space, then these freaks will not compare to him at all. And he can do that too. With these words, he throws his 2 hind legs up and joyfully announces, Scorpio. Tail attack. He brings the teeth closer to Ariel's face and strokes her cheek. But she, without moving or showing any reaction to his gesture, notes that he undoubtedly holds victory in the battle. But they need to gather everyone to escape from this huge and confusing space in 2 hours. He asks in surprise, should he run away? Why is this? In any case, he knew that they would not get out so easily. Isn't it possible for him to finish off the stupid queen in one thing in these 2 hours? Audrey still insists. The route is very confusing. It is not easy to find out where the queen is. Gunther still notes if there is an offspring who will lead them better than anyone else. Why is he so worried? She looks at him with a frown, but he just looks away contentedly. Now Gunther, tightly grabbing the screaming Yvonne, runs with him through the tunnel and asks where the queen is. He immediately replies that he cannot say. The queen belongs to him. Then Gunther squeezes his face with his claws and says, he will look. Yvonne immediately exclaims breathlessly, to the right. Right there. Other residents, hearing what he said, immediately began to shout at him, this freak. He must shut up. They need to kill this freak. He must die. At this time, the man is trying to remove the Belbrick hound's shackles, while he asks, how long will it take? The resident confirms this. Yes, the bolts are very tight. Belbrick with dissatisfaction, I repeat once again, the dignity of the great royal dynasty. When Gunther suddenly rushes past them, causing him to say in surprise what kind of monster it is. Other people also scream in bewilderment, it can't be. What is this fast? They should all gather here. They must attack him. But he quickly continues to move along the tangled caves, and at the fork he asks, which way should they go? Yvonne answers immediately, the leftmost hole. Gunther immediately dives in the indicated direction, when suddenly cave dwellers rush at him from the ceiling, screaming, they were waiting for him. He is a monster. But he easily throws them aside with the help of his extra legs. Yvonne, looking at this, understands that this freak is like a monster. Even though it was a sudden attack, he returned so easily. People are no match for him. However, this won't last long. Ahead of him awaits the last line of defense, which no one can overcome. This is the queen's mouth. They actually reach a tunnel where something resembling teeth is located in circles. But Gunther overcomes it all in one powerful leap as each level begins to close in. At the same time he says, well, it seems like something interesting is happening there. Finally, they reach Queen Linnell, who is sitting in a motionless position. People, seeing this, scream in shock. It can't be. Right under the queen's nose. They need to stop this. The queen herself has no protection. The woman with the bob asks in bewilderment, is he saying to stop? How will they apprehend such a monster? Looks like this freak is going to destroy this place. He's going to kill them. Yvonne, hearing this, wonders if he is going to destroy. If he destroys this place, or the people outside become aware of their existence, they will certainly try to kill them. And even so, he does not have the strength to finish off this monster, who, moreover, found out everything about him. No, no, no. He made a mistake. If he continues this, he will die anyway, no matter what he does. He felt fear consume him in waves. He suddenly stuttered and turned to Gunter and asked him to save him. The knight must save him. After all, he risked his own life to bring him safely. He will offer himself as a sacrifice on behalf of all humanity. Can he just close his eyes for once and let him go alone? If he grants him enlightenment, he will live the rest of his life serving the good of humanity. So he really asks you to save him. After that, he begins to sob inconsolably, and the rest of the people who saw him in such a state suddenly throw their knives, falling to their knees, and begin to repeat. They asked to save them too. They made a mistake. They did it wrong. They are asking for salvation. Come to think of it, had the knight in his life never made mistakes? If he gives them just one chance, they will truly serve sincerely for the good of humanity. They really ask for it. Gunther, listening to them, suddenly smiles and mockingly says, "That was nice." He likes such selfish freaks who follow their own instincts. He's exactly the same. So since he is similar to them, he will give them one last chance. Now they must run to their queen, straight there, to stab her in the heart. First 10 people. He will leave only them alive. So they have to start running. The people fell silent for a moment and looked at him in alarm, but the Avant, the first to jump up and armed with a cleaver, ran forward shouting, "Glory to humanity!" The rest of the cave dwellers followed his example and also began to shout, "Glory to humanity!" When the Lionel saw them running towards her, the red mask on her face parted, revealing her gray face, allowing her to open her red eyes. Some time ago, someone's crying could be heard loudly in the room. The same cry was repeated a few moments later. Linnell looked forward longingly, pressing her lips tightly together. Loud crying was heard in the room again. It was a small child in the arms of a woman and a man, who looked at him with weariness and smiled sweetly. The child began to scream again, pressing small fists to his face. Someone put a hand on Linnell's back. The woman in the red robe told her that in the end, the second wife gave birth to the child first. Linnell looked to the side with undisguised concern. She turned her head and sincerely said that she was asking for forgiveness. A gray-haired woman with short hair that didn't even reach her shoulders looked reproachfully at Linnell. Linnell addressed her, calling her mom. After some time, they found themselves in another room, which was brightly lit by candlesticks. The woman in the red dress hoped that Linnell had not forgotten. She had her back turned to her and added how much money and effort she had invested for her wedding with the prince. Linnell obediently crossed her arms in front, watching the woman. The woman added to receive the title's pedigree from him. She turned her head slightly to the side and said, "And all this power." She began to angrily pronounce every word, saying that she even married her father, who was useless to anyone. She asked the question, does she know how much effort it took her? The woman, with undisguised rage written all over her face, turned and through tightly clenched teeth muttered the question, "Has she forgotten about this?" Linnell directed a cool gaze forward. After a moment, she lowered her gaze with regret and submission and agreed with this. The woman abruptly approached her and, angrily putting her hands out to the sides, shouted that she had put her whole life on this. She gave everything to get this bloodline. Suddenly, someone grabbed Linnell's shoulders with a hand, roughly starting to pull her back. The woman, meanwhile, starting to swear, muttered, "Then why was she?" finally approaching the end of the plan. She didn't finish and grabbed Linnell's shoulders as tightly as possible and asked the question, "Then why couldn't she give birth to a child?" Linnell fearfully pressed her palm to her chest and said that she also didn't know the reason. She added that, however, for the sake of her mother, she married an unloved man. She admitted, starting to remove the woman's hand with her hands, that she was trying her best in an unfamiliar place among unfamiliar people. Linnell added that she also tried very hard for her mother's dream. Linnell began to shout angrily that even so. She looked at the candlestick standing on the stand near the wall and repeated that even so. She continued to remove the woman's hand with feigned tenderness, sadly saying that at least a little. She asked the question, can she get some love from her? The woman abruptly pulled her hand away, and in another moment she hit Linnell on the hand. A loud bang was heard from this. The woman angrily said that she would love her if she helped her. She insulted Linnell several times. A moment later, she quickly began to walk out of the room. Linnell still continued to stand in place, pressing her hands to herself. She exclaimed indignantly after the woman who approached the door. "Really?" She turned and began to angrily wrap her hand around herself, saying, "Was she really born only to remove her greed?" The woman turned her head slightly to the side. Linnell, meanwhile, asked her a question in the back. "Is this just to give birth to a child from a noble family?" Linnell began to squeeze her palm angrily and again asked the question, "Was she born as a tool for subsequent births?" The woman turned in her direction with an excited and restless look. A moment later, this was all replaced by composure. The woman turned around sharply, causing her hair to develop quite strongly, and, agreeing, said that she now knows this. She began to go forward and said, since she found out this, then let her now try to become a useful person. Linnell felt as if the atmosphere was heating up. She desperately opened her mouth wide, as if trying to shout something. After a moment, she clenched her teeth desperately, looking forward in disbelief. A moment later, Linnell lowered her hands in resignation and looked ahead in shock, mentally turning to her mother. According to her mother, her reason for existing is to become someone who can fight. She sank to the floor, her whole body completely curled up. Linnell thought that she needed to give birth to at least something. She remembered Julius extending his hand to her, who promised her to become such an instrument, even though she would not give birth to noble children, as her mother wished. He lifted her head with his hand and added, "She will give birth to something that will only bring pain and resentment." Desperate tears rolled down Linnell's face, dripping straight onto her chest. Meanwhile, she stood up, looking around at Julius standing in front of her. Julius, meanwhile, added that this would completely destroy the entire human world. Meanwhile, in reality, people angrily began to advance with cutlasses, daggers, and other bladed weapons towards Linnell, whose body was still attached to the entire space by tentacles. Linnell abruptly began to tear it away from all sorts of walls of space and said, "She cannot die yet." It began to burst with a fairly loud sound, and she added that she still could not give birth. Linnell screamed desperately, clenching her hand, something that would destroy the human world. This all happened in high rocky mountains on which trees grew. Suddenly it broke into small particles. Linnell's huge body began to extend out of the room into the rocks. She began to run very quickly and repeated the same thing, but she still couldn't. A black aura emanated from her body, which gradually spread through the air. Meanwhile, people continued to move through its red contents, which spread throughout the cave in the rocks. One of the men shouted that 10 people were first come, first serve. He added that she should die. After him, a girl appeared, wearing only one top, and, putting the cleaver forward, shouted that she was first. Another man appeared and added that it was him. He practically overtook the woman in front of him. Linnell continued to rapidly run away from them, waving her arms. There was undisguised fear and panic in her eyes. Meanwhile, people continued to swing their bladed weapons, almost catching up with her. Suddenly, someone cut these people in half with one sharp movement. Other parts of the body began to fly around, while Linnell screamed desperately. The man left to live looked stunned as the lifeless part of his comrade's body flew in the sky. He stuttered out what it was. Denny's appeared next to them, and through clenched red hands, he said that there were so many hands there. The men fell to the floor with a stutter and said doomedly, "Denny's." Other people began to turn around and, quickly starting to run forward, shouted the command to run to their other comrades. Several more of them froze in surprise, shouting in fear that it was Denny's. Suddenly, someone's scream spread very loudly throughout the cave. The assistant standing next to the carriage shouted that it was time to take offense. Another of them began to approach them at full speed and said that they were starting to run. The very last servant added that they did not have time for emotions. They had to run away right now. Suddenly they all froze, noticing something strange ahead. They exclaimed with joy that it was Gunther. Gunther, meanwhile, carried the vampire in an iron, shackling barrel. His many legs moved very quickly along the ground. He admitted that he was late because he had to find and return this freak. The vampire, meanwhile, looked up and exclaimed indignantly that he was from the great royal family. He added that they need to treat him with dignity. Gunther suddenly dropped him to the ground with a sharp movement, hitting his head with all his might. Gunther immediately, with another movement, sharply pushed him away to the side towards the servants. The barrel fell to the ground with a loud clang. Gunther shouted that he would drive the cart once more, so let them join him. The servants obediently exclaimed that yes. Meanwhile, people continued to fight among themselves, fighting over who would get to Linnell first. Another man caught up with the person running in front and shouted at him to leave quickly. He squeezed his shoulder tighter and added that he should not block his path. Suddenly, the man running in front hit him with all his strength with his shoulder, causing the face of the overtaking man to shrink greatly from the blow. Yvonne angrily rubbed his face with his fist and, calling him a freak, exclaimed, "It is he who should die instead." He pushed the person running in front down with all his strength, thereby breaking the stone thing. Yvonne wiped the blood flowing from his nose and said that this is a freak. Suddenly someone said no, and it's impossible. He added, fixing his gaze on Yvonne, "What a share to fill." Dennis found himself behind Yvonne, looking worriedly towards Yvonne, and said that there was still a little time left. Yvonne immediately began to obediently bow to him and addressed him as a master. He said, "Of course, he will bring people so that Mr. Dennis can fill his share," he said with excitement, starting to tremble all over his body. "If he wants something besides this, he can ask for anything." He put his index finger forward for complete convincing. Yvonne, meanwhile, looked up with concern and asked him not to kill him. Dennis, meanwhile, lowered his entire body to Yvonne's body, cowering in fear. His hands on his head began to move slightly apart. Yvonne cowardly knelt down, looked at the monster with hope, and said in a broken voice, "Mr. Dennis." Huge red fingers grabbed his head sharply. Dennis began to absorb Yvonne inside himself with appetite. Only his legs protruded from his head, which was made up of red fingers. Dennis pulled him deeper and deeper. Yvonne screamed in fear. A moment later, the monster burped noisily. In its dark depths, a pair of hands could be seen. Dennis said enthusiastically, "What beautiful hands." At this time, Gunther quickly ran on all 6 legs, carrying a black carriage behind him. Around him, people were screaming in horror. Gunther said irritably why it was so noisy. In the carriage sat 2 people in black cloaks and white masks and Ariel, who held tightly to the iron rail with both hands. One of the people in a black cloak asked in surprise, "Didn't Dennis know that these people were the ones who produced food for the vampires?" Ariel suggested that he only sees his hands. Audrey, who was also riding in this carriage, said that even if this was so, thanks to him they had time to escape. She turned her head to the window, covered her mouth with her hand, and shouted angrily, "That's what these freaks need." A man in a black cloak and a white mask said with excitement that they could not cope with a vampire named Linnell. Gunther, hearing their conversation, shouted angrily as he ran, "No way! They don't have time for this either. And he won't be able to fight 2 high-ranking vampires at the same time. He'll only waste his energy." He added that the anthill has already been destroyed. "What can this ugly creature do, who can do nothing but spew blood?" Gunther laughed maliciously. The people in the carriage looked condemningly in his direction and were silent. After a while, a voice was heard that still said, "Women's bare feet with red nails slowly walked along the ground." It was Linnell, who sadly repeated that she still had not given birth. Linnell sadly walked along the path through the dark forest, her shoulders drooping. She dragged the back of her body with difficulty, like a spider, leaving a wide trail behind her. Linnell muttered something sadly. When she disappeared from sight, only a wide trace of her body remained on the ground. Her sad words could be heard in the distance. She still hadn't given birth. After a while, a man with a red mustache and beard looked down sadly. He sat with his hands folded in his lap and his head tilted to the side. Another man in military uniform sat next to him and carefully held him. Suddenly, a man with a red mustache and beard could not resist and fell down. The other looked at him in shock and shouted, "Let him wait!" The man fell. A voice came from the carriage, politely asking Gunther to stop. A man with a red mustache and beard was lying on the ground. A man in military uniform with a helmet on his head asked, "Is Eric okay?" Eric answered exhaustedly that for 3 days in a row, he could not even sleep 3 hours. It's very difficult for him. The man in the helmet carefully supported his head and said, "It's true. All they did was run without rest. He is very hungry." Gunther looked in their direction with sympathy and said that he had weakened. He looked at the energy level on his wrist and said it was because his strength was also running low. Gunther suggested wearily they need to rest for an hour. The military happily confirmed this by shouting, "Yes." Belbrick from the wooden carriage shouted indignantly, "How can this be?" He mockingly asked, "Is it normal for the heroes who save humanity to just fall apart right here?" Belbrick, in chains, grinned and said, "Now that the vampires are cut off from their food supplies, the humans must be one step closer to victory." The soldier stood and listened with interest to the vampires' speeches, which were coming from the wooden carriage. Belbrick added mockingly, "Moreover, the remaining distance is only 180 kilometers. Many of them were able to make it, so let them cheer up." After these words, he laughed cheerfully. After a while, Gunther held a plate of food in his claw hand and stirred it with a wooden spoon. He scooped the food into a spoon and carefully stuffed it into Ariel's mouth. When she swallowed the contents of the spoon, she made a denying gesture with her hands. Gunther sternly told her to eat. Seeing her inflexibility, he irritably asked why she didn't want to. Ariel quickly assured that she was fine. She told him to give it to those who do not have enough food. Gunther got angry and said, "This is nonsense." He asked if she had eaten only 5 spoons. Gunther shouted angrily, "If she faints again, they will all be in trouble, so just let her open her mouth and eat." Ariel extended her hand, palm forward, and said emphatically, "No. She's really fine." Before Ariel could finish speaking, Gunther shoved a spoonful of food into her mouth. He carefully said, "Let him eat and not get sick." Then he added that if she gets sick, he will kill her. His eye was full of determination, and his expression expressed inflexibility. Audrey and a man in a black cloak and white mask watched this scene with emotion. Audrey clasped her hands together and said there was something cute about it. A man in a black cloak and a white mask asked in surprise, "Does she think so?" He looked to the side and said that the remaining members of their mission were about 10 people. Not far from them, 4 people in black cloaks and white masks were sitting on the ground, and 3 warriors stood nearby. Audrey looked at these people and said that their number had decreased greatly. The man in the black cloak and white mask said that it was still a very difficult journey, and also their plan. He asked hopefully, "Is there any chance of success?" Audrey silently looked towards where Gunther was. The man in the black cloak and white mask added that more and more members are beginning to doubt this. He also came here, continuing to endure, and does not want to die in vain. Gunther, hearing their dialogue, angrily asked, "Did he die in vain?" He looked at them slyly and said, "He told them not to worry. They may die." Gunther pointed at himself with his index finger and said, "But he will survive." He smiled cheerfully and said, "So this plan will be successful." "Necessarily." Audrey looked at him in surprise. The man in the black cloak said uncertainly, "The fact that Gunther will survive makes him believe." After a while, a heavy sigh was heard from the black carriage. The carriage rolled quickly, throwing stones from under the wheels. Gunther diligently pulled the carriage behind him and recalled how earlier a warrior in a helmet with a joyful smile demonstrated the carcass of a hare, from which they later prepared food. Then Ariel appeared before his eyes and how he carefully fed her from a spoon. Gunther accelerated and ran forward even faster, pulling the carriage behind him. After some time, they were driving along a narrow road through the forest. Evening came. Belbrick reported that the remaining road is now 100. Then he thought about it and corrected himself, saying, "No, 99 kilometers." His face lit up with joy. He cheerfully reported that they had all done such a good job. Now he really sees the end of this journey. A military man sat on top of the black carriage roof and looked into the distance. Belbrick closed his eyes and cheerfully said, "However, it is at this moment that he should appear." He resolutely opened his red eyes and waited. At this time, feet with red nails slowly walked along the ground. In the distance, among the white fog, a dark figure in a long cloak appeared. Gunther stopped in surprise. Taking a closer look, he asked with alarm, "Is it him?" Without waiting for an answer, he concluded that it was him. In front of them stood Julius, who calmly said, "The knight who cannot die." Audrey looked out the carriage window and asked in shock, "Julius?" Someone else shouted in fear that it was Julius. The military man said dumbfounded, "But how?" Gunther watched warily as Julius slowly approached them. He told them not to be afraid. He didn't come here to fight. Julius closed his eyes and said condescendingly that he might not be thrilled with his passionate desire, but he was trying to figure it out. Julius walked close to the corpse knight and spoke, so now he can say with confidence that he made the wrong choice. Gunther asked in surprise, "What?" Julius calmly replied that if people win this war, then he will die at the hands of these same people. Gunther said in disbelief what he was talking about. Julius continued his speech by saying that the one who can make his wish come true is not people, but he. Julius stood majestically before him, shrouded in fog. His black robes fluttered in the wind. He calmly told him to think about his proposal. Gunther looked at him in surprise, unable to find the right words. Julius said, "The knight who cannot die." Gunther asked thoughtfully, "A proposal?" Audrey shouted a warning that there was no point in listening to him, because this was definitely a trap. Gunther angrily shouted at her to shut up. He added that he would make this decision himself. Gunther turned towards Julius and told him in a calm voice that he would listen to him. He added that if he was not satisfied with his proposal, then right there. Gunther opened his eye threateningly and, bringing his iron hand closer to his face, said that he would kill him. Julius said convincingly, he can live now only because he has value as a weapon for humanity. He added that when the war is over, its value. Julius looked straight ahead and added that this would grow into a better part and become part of the immortal body. People who will want to receive this immortal body. Gunther frowned and listened to him carefully. Julius added with an emotionless look that Hound would kill him with his own hands. Gunther looked down thoughtfully. Then he rolled his eyes displeasedly and looked to the side, saying, "Hound." Audrey kept screaming not to believe him. She added that he was talking nonsense. Gunther meanwhile asked the question, "If this is so, then what does he think he must do in order to survive?" Julius replied that before that he would like to talk to him. Gunther, Ariel, and Audrey froze in place, stunned, not expecting to hear this. Julius didn't know if he could die at Gunther's hands. He added that, on the other hand, he does not know whether he can die at his hands. Julius explained that they and he were the creatures to whom certain death had come closer than to anyone else. Audrey looked ahead with excitement, her eyes wide open. Julius, meanwhile, added that this is why he wants to understand them. Julius added thoughtfully, and they can also try to understand him. Gunther scratched his head thoughtfully and asked the question, "What is he even talking about?" Julius repeated what he had already told him. He added that he should be allowed to tell them what they were going to do. Julius raised his palm up and said that he had done what no man could do when faced with death. Julius extended his palm forward and sincerely said, he just wants them to be able to understand each other. The masked soldiers and assistants watched this in amazement, beginning to worry greatly. The soldier said in confusion, "What kind of situation is this now?" The assistant asked, "Is this Julius?" Audrey put her palm forward and, putting it sideways to her mouth, said to Ariel, "It looks like a trap, no matter which way they look at it." She asked the question, "What should they do about it?" Ariel replied thoughtfully, "They need to find an opportunity to take the initiative first." Julius, meanwhile, continued further, saying that everyone has parents. Everyone present next to them froze in place, stunned, awaiting further continuation of the speech. Gunther at this time crossed his arms over his chest, frowning at Julius. Julius added that he also had such creatures. He looked down thoughtfully and said that it was his father. He found himself in his memories, where his father was a vampire with short hair. Father Julius turned back, as if he was trying to see someone there. After a moment, he straightened his head and angrily said that he was worthless. Father Julius turned around and began to walk out of the arch directly into the sun. Suddenly, his entire body suddenly caught fire from the sun's rays touching him. A bright flame began to rise upward, and from this ash and smoke began to emanate. With just that word, his father walked straight into the sunlight, just like his mother. Julius remembered watching his father burn. He saw an undying flame, from which ash emanated upward. At that moment, he couldn't feel anything at all. Julius said that this is how it all happened. He looked forward with indifference and composure, concluding that this was eternal life. The soldiers and servants in bird masks were tensely silent, looking ahead in shock. Julius, meanwhile, continued to say that countless births and deaths should leave their traces in the creation of their planet. Before his eyes were the bones of a once living deer. Meanwhile, Julius said, he realized that he could not leave a single trace of himself in this world. He then stood in the middle of a deep and dense forest. After some time, he found himself among smoke, ash, and blood, depriving the area of visibility. Julius remembered, when he no longer had anything left to make him look forward to the next day, he decided to go to sleep. Julius remembered himself lying in a coffin with purple upholstery. The coffin closed with a loud bang, slightly raising the dust around it. Julius began to think further that he wanted to sleep for several centuries. Some time later, in a dark, long corridor, two people were walking, holding a brightly glowing torch in their hands. One of them looked to the side, leaning on his crutch, and commanded that they should go in this direction. The assistant, holding a torch and lighting the way, told Hound to be careful. Mr. Theft Hound approached the open coffin where Julius lay sleeping. He leaned over and said that he was waiting for a real pure-blood vampire. Mr. Hound began to look inside it with undisguised happiness and exclaimed, "He survived!" Julius continued to sleep peacefully in the coffin. Mr. Hound clasped his hands, which were all wrinkled, and admitted that he had been looking for him all his life. He added that Julius is a great god. Mr. Hound madly exclaimed that he would like it again. He began to beg and added that he should be given youth so that he could master this world. Julius was still lying there, still sleeping. After a moment, he opened his sleepy eyes, not focusing his gaze on anything. Julius stood up abruptly in the coffin, looking to the side. On the opposite side of him, someone swung with a sharp movement, cutting off his head with a guillotine blade. It sank down with a sharp movement. Blood began to splatter throughout the space. Julius' body hung in the air, attached to the chains. His head suddenly fell off, starting to fly down. The blood from the neck flowed in strong streams into the bowl, which was directed towards another deeper bowl. Mr. Hound approached it and, raising his hands, desperately said why. He asked the question, why can't this blood be preserved? There were blood spatters all over his hands, and he shouted angrily, how long would he have to accept blood under such alarming circumstances? His servant said, although they are trying to find a way, but when the blood of a pure-blood vampire is separated from his body, it disappears without a trace within a few hours. Mr. Hound angrily put his hands out to the sides and asked a question. Did he ask because he didn't know it? He shouted that they must find some way. The blood still continued to pour out in streams into the deep bowl. Mr. Hound shouted that his youth could end if the pure-blood vampire died. He added, desperately bringing his hand closer to his face, if he disappears, then everything will come to an end, because he was humanity. Mr. Hound shouted loudly with conviction because he is the world. One of his assistants took off the hood of his black cloak and addressed him, as the great king of kings, with a proposal. The guy with a sly smile asked a question, how about eating the body of a purebred vampire? Mr. Hound asked in surprise, is it a body? The guy confirmed this, stretching his hand forward with conviction, and asked the question, if blood gives youth, does it not give the body even greater vitality? After some time, Mr. Hound began to bite off Julius' fingers. Later, he approached his feet with his mouth wide open. After some time, he tried to bite off the ribs. Mr. Hound began to gut his stomach, which contained entrails. Blood spread in strong splashes throughout the atmosphere. He was going to eat the whole thing. Mr. Hound's entire neck, face, hair, and clothes were splattered with blood. He did this for the sake of the great future of all mankind. He began to move his wrinkled hand. Some time later, Mr. Hound said, starting to look at himself with fear and panic, that this was not enough. He adjusted the collar around his neck and shouted angrily that it was still not enough. It didn't work at all. Mr. Hound grabbed his hands into a long mirror with a gold frame and began to angrily ask the question, what should he do so that he could find an ideal eternal life? He said what he needed to do. Meanwhile, the guy who suggested eating the vampire watched him, remaining silent. After a moment, he said emotionlessly that there were still parts that he had not tried to eat. The guy added that although it was very dangerous, he believed that it would definitely work. Mr. Hound asked again, part. He asked the question, what is this leading to? The guy frowned slightly and said, "This is it." His voice echoed loudly throughout the space. The guy added that the blood vampire still has a heart. Mr. Hound stood over the gutted torso of Julius, in which his heart was beating loudly. Mr. Hound licked his upper lips with crazy anticipation, looking at his heart. The vampire's heart continued to beat. The heart was the source of the vampire's life force, the most important part of the power of this. This is why vampires did not die until their heart was completely destroyed. But if the heart is not completely destroyed, they will not be able to use their most powerful weapon, which was blood. However, until now it was not known how much the heart must be divided so that the vampire loses his powers and does not die. Perhaps a third heart or a quarter. Until this time, no one knew this. Therefore, not wanting death, the king cut off only a small part from the vampire's heart. He put some of it on the white plate, picking it up with a fork. The next moment he popped it into his mouth, beginning to chew thoroughly. He happily reported that he felt it was filled with power. He added, slightly moving his fork away from him, that it was delicious. Drooling continued to flow profusely from his mouth. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "How delicious it is!" However, a small piece of his heart still could not give him eternal youth. Then he decided to try cutting off more. A little later, he decided to cut off even more. His knife blade stuck into the middle of the heart. He used his fork again to pull a piece of it towards his mouth. Mr. Hound craved more and more of the vampire's heart. In the end, only half of the vampire's heart remained. Mr. Hound angrily shouted that this was still not enough. He added, "What else? He needs even more." Meanwhile, a girl was watching him carefully from around the corner. Some time later, Julius lay there, unconscious. After a while, he opened his eyes slightly. He was sitting on a wooden chair, covered with someone's blanket. Someone's voice asked him a question. "Is he awake yet?" The girl sat on her knees in front of him and suggested that he now does not remember anything due to the large number of beheadings. She added, "Starting today, it has been a tool of people for 900 years. The girl added that over many years they drank his blood to gain eternal life. She looked down regretfully and added, "Therefore, on behalf of all people, she would like to apologize to him." The girl said if he is angry with them, then let him take out all his anger on her. The girl looked up, filled with concern, and told him to forgive humanity. Julius looked at her gloomily and without any emotion. He asked her a question, "Who is she?" The knight, who stood apart from the girl, explained that she was the greatest and most favored of royalty, who would become a princess, revered by all nations, a true queen and recognized by all. The knight introduced her as Isabella Hound. Isabella, meanwhile, barely noticeably said that she sadly looked down and finished her thought that she was simply a sinful person. Julius looked away. He knew that they were cutting off his head. Julius added, he knew that they drank his blood, cut his heart, and ate him. He added that he is not outraged or angry at the act. There was nothing meaningful to him anymore. Julius looked down with some indifference and added a few words that there is nothing significant in this world. Isabella looked at him in shock. She smiled sympathetically. Suddenly, one of the knights said that they had chosen a place that was difficult for people to find. Isabella said that as long as she lived, she would always be by his side and make sure that he was never captured by people again. Julius asked her why she was helping him. Isabella looked down thoughtfully and answered, even if she hadn't. She turned around and began to go deeper into the forest. If someone else had been in her place, she would have done exactly the same. Julius watched her silhouette recede. Some time later, the sun gradually began to set behind the horizon, painting the sky in bright colors. Someone turned the book over in their hands. Isabella began to reveal it and said with a satisfied smile that today she took a book with her. Many people said that it is very popular among people. Isabella asked him if he wanted her to read it. Julius sat thoughtfully on a chair, looking indifferently at the book in her hands. A few moments later, he replied that he did. After some time, it became dark outside. Many books lay on the wooden table, which were red. Isabella was holding another book in her hands. After some more time, the many stacks of books on the table increased many times more. Isabella picked up the next book, starting to read. It began to rain loudly outside. Isabella found herself in the hut where Julius lived and shouted to him that their location had been revealed. She added with concern that they were moving to another place tonight. The knight behind her, meanwhile, began to carry away heavy bags with things. Julius stood in front of Isabella and told her not to worry about him. Isabella extended her hand to him and exclaimed that he should quickly follow her. Suddenly, someone's carriage moved noisily along a wet forest path. Isabella heard this and turned to the side worriedly. Julius continued to stand there without any emotion. He began to listen, coolly looking to the side. After a moment, he looked at Isabella, who was very worried. The carriage with horses continued to rush quickly through the forest. Drops of rain crashed on the surface of the carriage. Suddenly, clearings began to appear in the sky, heralding the appearance of the sun. After some more long time, the heavy rain gradually gave way to large flakes of snow. The man stood in front of Isabella, pressing his hand to his heart with sincerity. He said that they no longer had the strength and means to support her. He said that with her permission, he was leaving to take care of the rest of his life and his family. Isabella was already quite old and, placing her wrinkled hands together, thanked him for his work. She smiled friendly and addressed him as Mr. Knight. The knight bowed, showing his great respect. Some time later, a single candle burned in the hut, slightly illuminating the space. Isabella sat on the table and explained that she was happy to be near such a great being like him. She added that she felt like she didn't have much time left. Julius listened to her carefully. Isabella said when she dies, he will be alone again. Julius was silent for some time. He later said that for the first time in hundreds of years, he had a dream. In this dream, they raised children and lived to old age together. In the end, they died and their adult children were at their funeral. Isabella opened her eyes in surprise. After a moment, she smiled shyly and sadly lowered her gaze, saying that he must have thought about this for a long time, because until now it was just an impossible dream. At this time, for the first time in his life, Julius had one significant thought. He sat alone in a forest hut next to a snowy forest. Every day when Julius closed his eyes, he hoped to never wake up again. This was supposed to happen today. It seemed to him that this thought was not destined to come true. A small but two-story wooden house stands in the middle of a winter forest, covered with snow. Julius, being inside with the elderly Isabella, states, 1 year, and that's unlikely. Probably earlier. She asks, coughing, when she's gone, where does he plan to go? He looks at her and opens his mouth to say something, but then closes it. After waiting a little more, he admits that he will remain where she will be buried. He wants to be close. Isabella is touched by his words, and notes that then he should bury her in a secret place so that no one can find him. Could he lay her body to rest in such a place? Julius replies that if that is her desire, he will do so. She smiles warmly at him in return. That night he had another dream. He found himself buried in the cold earth so deep that he could not take a breath. He didn't want to get out. It was convenient for Julius here, probably because Isabella was buried nearby. He felt countless insects eating his rotten flesh. For the first time he felt comfortable. And here, together with her, slowly leaving a trail behind them, they will turn into dirt. Suddenly Julius wakes up from a loud bang. This alarms him, and the next moment he sees with horror how the man who burst into them draws the blade of his sword and says, "The King of Kings asked him to convey something. Stupid people will be crushed to death under the weight of their faith and justice." With these words, he stabs Isabella with his sword while Julius freezes in shock. The blade of the weapon touches the ground, and the man, throwing her corpse on the ground, casually notes that they have no use for her. They must keep a purebred vampire. He only has half a heart, so he can't use blood. So they shouldn't be afraid to go inside. He boldly rises from the bed and walks forward when the soldiers point their guns at him. But Julius flashes between them like lightning and kills, using his long red nails. Before going outside, he also deals with another man who blocked his path. Barefoot in the white snow, Julius goes to the wounded Isabella, and carefully lifting her up, he says that with such a wound she will not survive. This was not the end she wanted for herself. If she wants, he will bite her and turn her into a higher vampire. As long as she drinks human blood, her life will last forever. With these words, he bares his sharp fangs to confirm his intentions. Just touching his palm, she answers, "People grow old, and the more he eats, the more he wants. And if a person does not want to die for this reason alone, this desire is arrogant and real. Life is cyclical." And she lived out her due date. After this, Isabella suddenly realizes that one of her hands is lying on a bleeding wound, and looking at her palm, she adds, "Only there is something that she could not see. And it's unlikely that she would ever see it. It hurts." Julius immediately clarifies what she is talking about. If she wants to see the end of those who wanted her dead, he will do it. If she wants to see the death of the entire royal dynasty, he will do it. He will fulfill her every wish. She smiles tenderly at his outburst, and says hoarsely that she will tell him what she would like to see. As he knows, the world is a wonderful place. Only without people. She would like to see a world where no one gets hurt. After listening to her carefully, he frowns and announces that he promises that he will create it. Tears appear in her eyes, and she forgot, and touching his cheek, she sadly says, "Unfortunate her." Suddenly her arm weakens and she dies. The assistants, along with the soldier, listening to this story, feel confused. Julius notes that since then he has been studying people in order to create a world where they do not harm anyone, where no one suffers because of people. And he discovered a special quality in people. None of them can live alone, but each thinks only of himself. That's why people have been hurting each other since time immemorial. It is human essence. Audrey suddenly wants to say something, and then says it. He interrupts her and continues, which is why a world in which people do not cause harm is only possible in one case. This is only possible when all people disappear. That's what he understood. This makes everyone around them horrified and their eyes widen. He calmly adds that this is his story, their story. When he says this, his eyes are full of cold determination. Audrey screamed furiously, "He can't do this." One of the assistants asked if they offered him another option. Would he stop this massacre? Julius calmly answered yes. If they find a decent solution, people stop hurting each other, then he will end the war. Even if they have to kill him to carry out their plan, it doesn't matter. They should do what they see fit. After all, he made a promise. The guy in the mask continues thoughtfully. So here's another option. The soldier behind him is also trying to find the right words. People, how should he say it? After that, they both fall silent, trying to think of something. Ariel suddenly raises her voice and says, "From the very beginning, people can't stop hurting others." As he said, this is their essence. Audrey added, "The world he promised Isabella was too good to be true. If the Hound family hadn't killed Isabella along with her, they committed a terrible stupidity." Gunther, listening to their conversation, suddenly turned and asked, "Who cares about what happened in the past? He cares only about the present, not about the past and the future. So how is he going to save him?" Julius said that the Hound family tried to find ways to use his flesh and blood to gain eternal life. It was of no interest to him, but he knew for sure that they had managed to achieve something. And one of these achievements is his body. With these words, he pointed his finger at Gunther and added that he was sure of it. Is not it? Accumulator of vital energy. Contrary, he is lying. This is a baseless statement. But he, sitting on the ground, said that he did not know what exactly his body consisted of, but he felt a kinship with his own flesh and blood. This means he can use blood to keep him alive. Suddenly, Audrey also started screaming, "This is impossible. There is no vampire blood or flesh in Gunther's body." But Julius insistently continued to say that he did not consider him a human. Therefore, he would not include him in the list of creatures that were to be destroyed. He will give him a promise. If he joins him, he will provide him with blood until his will to live fades. She tried to stop him and screamed, "This vampire is lying." The guy in the mask added, "He won't be able to take energy from the blood of a vampire." Julius, completely ignoring their words, extends his hand and promises that he will grant him eternal life. So, the choice is his, the Corpse Knight. While the rest of their small squad is trying to install it, Gunther suddenly disconnects the charging cable and grinningly replies, he has made his choice. After that he swings, and the assistants immediately continue to exclaim, "No, he must stop." They knew that they shouldn't trust him. Ariel also looks ahead with bated breath at what she will do next. He sharply grabbed Julius's body with his claws and pierced it right through. At the same time, he also shouts, "This is the choice." But he suddenly mysteriously repeats that his proposal will always be valid. So if he changes his mind, he can come to him. Corpse night. After that, the rest of the head, which remained in Julius's claws, melted and flowed to the ground like wax. He suddenly noticed that all this time the vampire was not real. He cannot trust someone who pretends to risk his own life. Who does this freak take him for? Audrey, looking at his back, suddenly distracts him. The remainder of Julius suddenly turns into vines resembling snakes and crawls away into a clot of darkness. Two red eyes that light up there let others know that this is something alive. The creature suddenly says, "That's all Julius wanted to tell them." And although he, the Almighty, only conveyed his words, he swears that all this is true. Everything that was said will be valid until the death of any of them. Gunther repeated in bewilderment, "Almighty? Is he a high vampire? He managed to create such a high-quality copy of Julius. What is he?" The monster answers, "His name is Whispering Young." Then the darkness turns into a huge mouth with red teeth. Young notes, "Unfortunately, they will not be able to get to Julius. His abilities will not allow this." Until then, he says goodbye to them. After that, it dissolves into the air like smoke. The others stare at him for a while, when suddenly Audrey asks why he chose them. He answered dissatisfiedly, he did not choose. He just decided to leave everything as it is. It's safer. This idiot's offer is certainly interesting, but he has no reason to trust it. Why should he take risks when he has access to a reliable source of energy? She was surprised and asked if what Julius said was true. What would he do then? Gunther, looking at her, suddenly grins and says, should he answer her questions? They are also hiding something from him. That means he might have a few secrets too, right? Or does she think she can stop him from doing what he has in mind? He decides everything here. And she just follows him. Audrey clenches her fists with dissatisfaction, and Gunther, noticing this, adds, does she have any complaints against him? She must tell everything. For example, what is his body made of? She thinks and suddenly says, he. The next moment his pupils narrow in bewilderment. She asks to listen to him carefully. Gunther is wary, and Audrey carefully notes the love and numerous sacrifices of all those who believe in humanity. That's what it's made of. But this turned out to be unconvincing for him, and he dissatisfiedly asked what? Is she making fun of him or what? But she insists, though to the house, that they do not have the strength to stop him. But he must remember one thing. Captain Reneur, her father, sacrificed his own life because he trusted him. This only makes Gunther laugh, and he repeats, did the captain trust him? They'd better make one thing clear. Reneur died for her, not for him. He sacrificed his own life because he believed that the only way to save her was to save him. All people have their own truth. They only believe in this. So he, too, will only do what he thinks is right. Audrey looks at him with big blue eyes and again wants to answer him something. But as soon as she says his name, someone nearby screams, he is a traitor. He knew it wasn't worth saving this selfish idiot. They need to hurry. It's not too late to create a new dead knight. They all immediately turn to the side and direct their gaze into the thicket of the dark forest. One of the guys asks, what was that? Who said that? His partner, pointing somewhere to the side with his hand, replies that it's not him. The voice came from there. In front of them only black silhouettes of trees and bushes are visible, but Gunther frowns as if he sees someone else there. When morning comes, he pulls the carts as usual, making every effort. One of the soldiers, inside the black cart, asks if they think Gunther will betray them. One of the masked guys replies that he doesn't want to rush to conclusions, but at the moment such a possibility is extremely high. What is the dead knight actually made of? He, suddenly excited, says that it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is whether the knight himself believes it or not. The assistant is interested in what if he wants to betray them and joins the vampires, then who will bear responsibility until the subsequent victim. The soldier insists that Gunther went through thick and thin with them. He seriously doubts that this guy will do that. Suddenly Eric's voice was heard. He makes a decision too quickly. It seems to him that none of them witnessed him fight in the gladiatorial arena. He was merciless, not only towards people, but also towards animals. gladiators usually sit down their surrendered opponents. However, Gunther killed them without hesitation, no matter how they begged for mercy. And then he shouted, "Is this all they can do? They're trying to kill him with a bunch of weaklings. They should try harder. To kill him, his opponent must be willing to risk his own life. Something they, cowards, hiding in the shadows, will never do." After that, he shows everyone a bad gesture and laughs loudly, while the crowd, on the contrary, expresses dissatisfaction with loud screams. No one was ever on his side. Everyone despised Gunther, including the spectators and other gladiators. There were always enough people in the arena waiting for someone to finish him off one day. He is the one who survived by killing others. A heartless monster like him would never sacrifice his own life for them. The two assistants and soldiers who heard this were shocked. But finally one of the guys spoke up. What does Ariel think about this? What does she think they should do if Gunther betrays them? After thinking about the question, she answered that after meeting with the false Julius, something was haunting her. Usually armor or weapons made from vampire blood are red, but Julius turned out to be too real. Both the skin and the voice, everything was copied perfectly. What if Yang, the high vampire, is fooling them by impersonating other people, like in the case of Julius? In this case, it will be impossible to distinguish real people from fake ones. This will cause rumors and false information. That's what worries her the most. Everyone who was in the cart at that moment suddenly freezes, and one of the assistants notes that the copy of Julius they saw seemed to be made from Yang tongue. This means that all copies it creates will have tails. If they pay attention, it will be much easier for them to find a fake. The man, pointing his hand forward, says, "For that matter, how can they be sure that he is not a fake?" The assistant, trying to calm him down, insists that he is real. The cart quickly rolls forward, throwing up small stones. Belbrickhound suddenly laughed and asked, "Isn't this amazing? They only have 52 kilometers left. They're almost there. They should push it." As night falls, the detachment stops in the middle of the forest. Gunther suddenly approaches the bushes and listens. The voice of the assistants reaches him. Gunther cannot be trusted. They need to hurry up and create a new dead knight before it's too late. They need to quickly convince Ariel of this as well. It is not necessary that he be the one who leads them to victory. Noticing him, they suddenly turn around. Afterwards, one of the guys waved a greeting at him and asked how he was doing. But at the same time, another assistant says irritably, "How long has he been standing there? How much did he hear?" Looking at them, he frowns. At the same time, on the other side of the carts, a discussion of the current situation takes place between Soldier Ariel and Audrey. Suddenly, they also hear the voice of another assistant with Eric. There are rumors everywhere that Gunther will give them in. He will slaughter them all. He is very capable of this. They have to get rid of it first. If they waited until his time was up, they could convince him. Audrey immediately heads towards them and shouts, "What are they doing here?" The man apologizes, but Ariel orders them to stop. They need to make sure they are real. The other two guys leave immediately. The soldier suddenly exclaims, "They say Gunther will kill them." The masked guy replies that then they need to kidnap Ariel. He saw the knight talking to the vampire they saw. Is he saying that they already have a plan? They say Gunther will leave under the cover of darkness, abandoning them. Someone exclaims that he heard that the knight would kill them soon. One of the assistants asks when. But after this question, disputes flare up again between the soldiers. 20 kilometers. They say the knight will kill them when there are 20 kilometers left to the goal. And we need to prepare for battle. They will strike first. For the last 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers is their only chance. 20 kilometers. The cart continues on its way, and finally Belbrickhound announces that they have 20 kilometers left. Suddenly Gunther stops, and approaching all the members of their squad, they are interested. And so, pathetic people, what will be their choice? They are wary, but he just frowns. After that, Gunther, snapping his claws, rudely asks Ariel, "And why did she stand rooted to the spot?" His energy is running low. She must come closer. Finally, the assistant dares to say, they want to ask him something. There are many witnesses who saw him with Julius. He must explain this. One of the soldiers desperately shouts, "What is he up to? Does he want to finish them all off?" But he just notes wearily, they should stop talking nonsense. He says she too for the 100th time. What evidence do they have? And in general, They are the only ones plotting intrigues here. Is he sure they want to kidnap Ariel and wait until he runs out of energy to make a new dead knight to replace him? Or is he wrong? The guy hastens to say that these are just baseless rumors. If anyone is acting suspicious, it's him, not them. Gunther suddenly smiled. They are idiots. But finally Ariel screams loudly. They must calm down. By spreading false rumors, vampires provoke conflicts among them and thereby achieve what they want. Their disunity and disputes only benefit them. So they have to stick together. But he interrupts her, and still with the same impudent smile, says that now it doesn't matter what is true or false. They believed too strongly that his death would bring them danger. This means that all these suspicions will dissipate only after the death of one of them. With these words, he goes to the assistants, who, retreating back, shout, they knew it. After all, he planned to kill them all. Faster! They must take her away from him. He won't last long without energy drinks. Gunther swings his arms and claws and tells them back. They must act. He will break the skull of the first one who approaches him. Audrey at this time lifts Ariel into her arms, screaming, "Here!" When he sees this, he turns around and shouts that she is a traitor. But she replies that the situation is too tense. She will take her to a safer place. With these words, Audrey runs away, and Gunther, going right after her, screams furiously, he will kill her. Now she must return Ariel, or he will finish her off. After that, he tries to attack them, but Audrey manages to jump off a small cliff in time and runs to the cave. Sinking to the ground with Ariel and crawling inside, she screams that he won't fit into such a narrow tunnel. They should get inside soon. How much time do they even have left? Ariel, crawling into the cave, answered that about 20 minutes. They will wait here until he calms down and try to talk to him. Audrey climbs after her, when suddenly she stops in surprise and clarifies. Does she really believe that he is the hero who will save them all? She says with a frown, what does she mean? But she doesn't have time to answer, when suddenly stones rain down on them from above, and Gunther's face appears from a small hole above, who shouts, they must get out immediately. Otherwise he can't vouch for himself. No, he will kill them right now. She immediately says that they need to quickly get even deeper. At this time voices are heard near the cart. Where is Gunther? They must find it. Belbrick Hound, who had been sitting in chains all this time, laughed with pleasure. Yong dealt with everyone so easily, it was even funny. He has no fighting skills or powerful weapons. And even so, he killed more people than any other vampire. Turn people against each other, then methodically take everyone away, one by one. At that time, the soldier was walking through the forest and looking around, shouting, where is everyone? One of the soldiers appeared in front of him, who, waving his hand, shouted, Clark must come here. He immediately exclaimed joyfully, Jack, did he find Gunther? He confirmed it, yes, he followed Ariel in that direction. With these words, he points somewhere back and adds, they must hurry up and help her. But Eric's friend frowns and notes that Gunther will kill them all. He knew it. Suddenly Jack's voice changes and he says, they have to help her. Clark says that he is already on his way, when suddenly his eyes widen, and Jack, turning out to be Yong, splits into several parts and repeats, help her, they have to help. He then grabs Clark, who closes her eyes. But after a few seconds, he hears a woman's voice calling out to him. Suddenly, he finds himself sitting on the bed, and the woman next to him is worried and asks if he is okay. He sweated terribly in his sleep. Eric turns to her and says in shock, Cecilia, how is this possible? He saw a vampire. But she calmly replies that this is nonsense. There are no vampires. After that, she gets up, and leaving the room adds, he must have had a nightmare. He must hurry up and make the bed. The children will be up soon. He immediately repeats excitedly, children? Are they alive too? Eric freezes, and tears well up in his eyes, and he finally answers, yes, she's right. He had to wake up from a terrible nightmare. A terrible nightmare, that's what it was. But it turns out that at this moment, he is in a bloody vampire embrace and is simply immersed in a trance. And he suddenly opens his mouth and swallows Clark, and then continues on his way in the form of a huge black and red snake with large teeth. Belbrick continues his thoughts. He will absorb everyone and slowly digest them in his own body. No one has ever come out alive after being trapped inside. What a pity. It seems that this is the end of the existence of pathetic people. Gunther at this moment completely behaves like a madman and shouts, "He warned them! He warned that he would kill them." With these words, he swings one of his claws and strikes Audrey's back. Ariel, who sees this, screams in horror. Deliberately red drops of blood fall to the ground. She is also released to the ground while a large wound is bleeding on her back. Ariel, running up to her, immediately asks how she is. Audrey gets up, and even looking at her palm, stained with blood, says that she is still alive. How much time does he have left? Ariel replies that it's almost done. 1 or 2 minutes. Audrey repeats calmly, 1 or 2 minutes. Suddenly, hearing steps, she screams. He constantly repeated, "Is this all he can do? He needs to try harder to kill her." He said that Dad sacrificed his own life just for her. But that's not true. He sacrificed his own life because she trusted him. But now she's not sure. Gunther suddenly rushes straight at her, but misses at the last moment and falls to the ground. Audrey adds that she's not sure if it was worth it. After that, she announces, Gunther is finished. He's out of energy. Soon he opens his eye and looks around. Ariel starts right away. He's finally woken up. Now he poses too much of a threat to all of them, so they decide to separate his head from his body. Gunther immediately opens his mouth wide, but when only silence comes out, she adds that he shouldn't worry. If they were planning to create a new dead knight, he would already be dead. While they were chasing each other last night, 4 of them disappeared. Again, everything happens as if ordered by vampires. So they will try to leave their doubts. Suddenly, the door opens and one of the assistants runs into the cart shouting, "Comrades! Something happened to the body of Gunther, whom they disconnected last night." When they come out, they see it in a really terrible state. A soldier and a guy in a mask celebrate. His body was cut into strips. Do they think a vampire did it? Audrey, who has a bandage on her body, replies that it may or may not be possible. Ariel frowns and says that at least they have enough parts to make a new body. So he just has to hang there a little longer. With these words, she looks down at Gunther's head, which was connected to her through a wire. Night soon falls and the assistant announces that another of their squad went missing last night. A discussion begins between the soldiers. Is he sure? Maybe they just ran away. The man replies that he understands them. Even if they return his body, there is a high chance that the night will turn them in. He can't be trusted. This is the end. They are all reasons. Another one is missing. They have to stick together. They're next. This is the end. They are finished. Gunther grins and says, "Fools. They turned out to be wrong. Now they are just whining and waiting for their own death." It turns out that only 3 remain. After that, he grins, and Ariel, standing nearby, adds that she thinks that the vampire, using a copy, separates them, then, when they lose their vigilance, kills one by one. So she urgently asks them to stay together at any cost. He, sitting on the ground with only his torso and one right arm, exclaims. He tells them about it. They must attach the rest of his limbs and they will be saved. They shouldn't be stupid. Audrey looks at the place where his legs should be and suddenly looks up. Ariel loudly knocks on the doors of the black carriage and shouts in bewilderment. What does this mean? What is she doing behind a locked door? Audrey, standing near the table on which Gunther's legs are lying, says in confusion, she doesn't know what to do. She's confused. Every time her wound on her back throbs, the thought does not leave her head that he will give them at the most important moment in order to save his own life. Then that they came here, and what they sacrificed to get this far. She can't let everything go to waste because of Gunther. She did not damage his body, but she very much understands why this happened. She can't trust him. She just can't bring herself to trust him. Ariel, after listening to her, calmly reminds her that Audrey's wound is not that deep. If he had been the Gunther of the past, he would have cut her in half that night. And after that, he didn't lay a finger on anyone. She understands that Audrey finds it hard to believe, but she sees him changing little by little from day to day. He just doesn't know it himself, that's all. If they do not refuse to believe, then no one will believe in their efforts and sacrifices. Audrey listens to her and thinks, after which sadness is still reflected on her face, and her hand, which was clutching the hilt of the sword, finally relaxes, and the weapon falls to the floor with a metallic clang. After that, she, taking his limbs and throwing them over her shoulders, goes outside and says, Here, They can take his legs. But suddenly a voice is heard in response to her. No one will believe it. No one will believe them. The next moment, Audrey sees how what was Ariel turns into Yong's disgusting tongue. This plunges her into shock, and at the same time, the Audrey who stood with the others also turns out to be a monster. The soldier who was next to Ariel turns into another Yon tongue. Gunther, seeing all this, suddenly says, "It can't be." He didn't foresee this. One of the traps appears behind him, and he screams desperately. They must remember that they must stay together. The monster will come for them. They are doomed. Suddenly his hair falls silent, and his body rises into the air. When Young also wraps his red tongue around Gunther's head, he says in despair that they are finished. After this, only the sound of swallowing is heard. Gunther began to look away in confusion. After a moment, he shifted his wary gaze to the other side. Finding himself in the middle of a black space in which there was a strange white surface, Gunther asked the question, "Where is he?" He scratched his head thoughtfully, putting his other hand on his belt, and concluded that that thing had bitten him after all. He didn't think that Yong would catch him so easily. Gunther put his index finger to his chin and looked thoughtfully to the side, saying that the armless idiot Belbrick said something about this. He remembered how Belbrick said through the locked carriage that those who were swallowed up by Jan will meet a happy death. Gunther at that moment asked him again, was it a happy death? The locked Belbrick confirmed this, answering what exactly. He added that he doesn't have an instant kill weapon. Instead, it slowly digests its prey. Belbrick added that gradually. He imagined decaying bodies in a red liquid that was gradually digesting people. He explained that Yang digests people whole until there is nothing left but bones. The flesh experiences acute excruciating pain. Belbrick grinned and added, pain similar to that which people inflict on each other with words. Gunther crossed his arms and said, what is he talking about? He could easily rip his guts open and get out. Belbrick confirmed this and said this is possible since the entire digestion process takes days or even weeks. He added that if some lucky person managed to wake up in time, he would be able to get out. Belbrick said that the eaten people are connected to Yon's nervous system, so this is how he creates illusions for them. Eric, meanwhile, in Yon's stomach, saw him hugging his two children. Belbrick explained that these are amazing dreams that are inaccessible to the eye or senses of a person in real life. He added that no one has yet been able to wake up from these sweet dreams. Belbrick imagined floating skeletons of bloody liquid. He added that he would also get out alive. Belbrick frowned and, turning to Gunther, asked him a question. Does he still think that he can wake up from sweet illusions? Gunther froze thoughtfully at that moment. Once in Yon's stomach, he swore obscenely. Gunther put his hand on his side and, looking around, asked a question. Is this the happiest illusion that Yang has created for him? He asked again, clarifying, and while he is chatting here, is his body being digested? Gunther's lips curved into a smile. A moment later, he began to laugh wildly and exclaimed that it was nothing like that. He can't kill him. He added that if there is anything that makes him happy, it is being able to survive. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, announcing that he had won. Gunther began to laugh less smugly. He looked to the side with some excitement. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, noticing someone's figure in front of him. It was the woman who found him. She stroked his head and said it was wonderful. This is his 10th victory. The woman said it made a huge difference. She added, the whole world wanted him dead, but just let him see. He was able to prove to all this that the world was wrong. Gunther looked at himself in human form, who worshipped this woman. Meanwhile, the woman said with a warm smile that she was very proud of him. She continued to stroke his head, ruffling his black hair. His hands and face were covered in blood, which was almost all dried up. Gunther, in human form, thanked the woman warmly. A moment later in one of the buildings, Gunther in human form announced that he had won again. The woman replied that it was amazing. She stroked his head again and asked him a question. What is his main goal in life? Gunther knelt in front of her again and clearly answered that he would survive. The woman praised him, answering that it was good. She added that this was the only opportunity to take revenge on his parents, who left him to die in a place where there were many unnecessary things. She added that the way he clearly fights against this harsh world proves his right to life. The woman added that it was true. She smiled warmly and said that it made her proud. She continued to stroke Gunther's head, who was looking ahead with the same warmth. Sometime later, Gunther appeared before her without any outerwear and knelt down and announced that this time he had won again. The woman turned to the table and said that it was good. Gunther looked down with confusion and sadness. After a moment, he asked a question. Did he not deserve praise this time? The woman looked to the side with displeasure, squeezing her lips tightly. She raised her head arrogantly and told him not to talk nonsense. She added that he is already a grown man, so he can do without it. She told him to prepare for a new battle. Gunther frowned, starting to feel sad. He looked ahead with devastation and said that he understood. Some time later, Gunther began to approach the open front door. Gunther happily said that this time he too. He fell silent abruptly when he heard someone's voice ask, "Is this true?" The woman asked a question. Does attendance continue to fall? The man standing behind her bowed obediently and confirmed this, saying that they had seen a decline since last year. He thinks the audience is tired of Gunther being champion for 12 years in a row. The man began to scroll up the scroll and replied that his regular victories led to the fact that viewers could easily predict the result. He added that betting on players who will lose anyway is pointless. Many people said that there was nothing more to see in this arena. The woman replied that he was a monster. She raised him to be a crazy gladiator who would attract people's attention. She asked the question, but how could he never lose in 12 years? The woman crossed her arms over her chest and said, which is not surprising, because Gunther managed to survive in a place where there were a lot of unnecessary things. She was ready to swear that he was the child of the devil. The man, meanwhile, said he thinks they need fresh blood. He added that they need to find a new champion to attract the attention of the public. The woman thoughtfully rubbed her chin and, agreeing, said that he was right. She added that it was time to move on to something new. She added that it means the time has come. The woman immediately angrily said that it was time for Gunther to die. Gunther watched this in shock through the crack of the door. He widened his eyes from the feeling of betrayal. Gunther remembered his goal to survive. Meanwhile, he said that the only way to take revenge was. Gunther, in the body of a corpse knight, said that his only opportunity to take revenge. He stood determinedly in the middle of the dark space and added that in this world. Suddenly someone called his name again. Gunther turned to the side in surprise. The woman took him by the iron hand and exclaimed joyfully, "Here he is." They finally found it. There was a man standing behind her. Gunther, meanwhile, asked her a question. Who else are they? The woman, with desperate tears in her eyes, asked him a question. Doesn't he recognize her? She exclaimed that she was his mother. She's been desperately looking for him all these years. Gunther frowned in confusion and said that was a lie. He added that the woman who gave birth to him immediately threw him into a landfill. The woman suddenly asked, stunned, what was he saying? She held his hand tightly and exclaimed that she would never leave him. She lost him. She spent her whole life searching for him. The woman added that together with his father, they searched everything they could. Meanwhile, Father Gunther said how glad he was that he was now safe. He called him a poor boy and added, suggesting that he must have had a very hard time. His mother asked why he said they abandoned him in a landfill. She added that he should not say anything stupid. Gunther asked in surprise, so they didn't abandon him. He asked if they didn't want him dead. His mother, with tears in her eyes, clasped his broad shoulders with her hands and said that of course not. They love him very much. His father repeated, saying they were very glad they had finally found him. Gunther's mother hugged him around the neck and thanked him for surviving. She asked the question, hanging her whole body on him. It was very hard, wasn't it? There was no pipe attached to Gunther's head that transmitted energy. After a moment, he opened his mouth. Gunther at that moment seemed to have gotten rid of his iron body, turning back into a little boy hugged by his mother. He said it was hard. Tears began to flow down his cheeks, and he added that it was so hard. Gunther said it was very difficult. He hugged his mother back, starting to cry even harder, and reiterated that it was so hard for him. Gunther began to desperately repeat that it was hard. He repeated this phrase like a prayer. He hugged his mother even tighter, who was kneeling in front of him. Gunther was a little boy who kept desperately repeating that it was very difficult. His mother and father began to console him, saying that they understood. He doesn't have to worry anymore. The father added that he is now safe because he is close to his father and mother. They hugged him together, starting to cry with joy, and told him that they loved him. Gunther, continuing to cry desperately, said that he loved him too. Meanwhile, in Yon's stomach, his nerves began to completely entwine Gunther's head, completely taking over his emotions. Nerves began to creep into Gunther's nostrils and mouth, who at the same time said with a happy smile that he loved them too. He drowned in the red liquid and repeated again that he loved them too. Gunther added quietly, turning to his mother and father. Meanwhile, elsewhere, one of the vampires was walking on the ground. He said it was a very strong pity. He'd be lying if he said he wouldn't want to see how they'd handle it. Belbrick added with some regret that soon all this would end. Olivia crossed her arms and said it was predictable. She smiled and said that not a single person in this world is able to escape from her. Belbrick grinned and admitted that she dealt with them very cleverly. He asked her a question, but what is she planning to do now? Belbrick said thoughtfully, now that the supply of dry rations has been cut off, there are almost no high vampires left capable of fighting. He was afraid that the promises to destroy all people made by Julius. Belbrick fell silent thoughtfully, but later said that they could not contain it. A nervous smile appeared on his face. Olivia looked at him mischievously and said that he was still as funny as ever. Patrick, meanwhile, smiled and said that wiping humanity off the face of the earth might be a little time-consuming. He admitted it. Suddenly, Patrick's figure began to gradually dissolve into the atmosphere, turning into a long ribbon. The remaining mouth from Patrick said that, however, he is more than capable. Young suddenly appeared and said that he would do it alone. Belbrick smiled and agreed, saying that he believed. He added that it was too early to rejoice. If it were him, he would be especially attentive to the people he had just swallowed. Yang said, moving his long tongue, that they were his prey. He never missed his prey. Young added that he should not doubt it. He said, sparkling with his red eyes, that he and Julius could get comfortable and admire each other. He clarified that they cannot admire the slow death of humanity. Belbrick stood in the middle of Yon's long body. Some time later, Yon's belly was still quite swollen, because there were a large number of swallowed people there. He created Eric with his tongue and spoke. He felt their suffering fade. Illusion Eric, meanwhile, closed her eyes exhaustedly. Young added that this all fades along with their happiness, hopes and disappointments. Young's long tongue still continued to recreate Eric's figure. It seemed like there were many people woven into it, experiencing different emotions. Young, meanwhile, continued to list his joys and sorrows. He said their emotions, stories, and lives would be passed on to him. Yon added that this is to become the key ingredients for a world where no one will suffer. He smiled ominously and told them to relax. Meanwhile, Ariel continued to swim in the stomach fluid with her whole body. Yon's nerve endings continued to flow into her mouth, nostrils, and throughout her entire head. Young, meanwhile, added that they should dissolve in their sweet illusions. Ariel gradually began to reach forward with her hand. She introduced herself to someone by name, starting to shake hands. They introduced themselves to her and said that his name was Renur and he was pleased to meet you. He turned to her and said that her body was too weak. She has no chance of becoming an accumulator of vital energy. She remembered how a man in a bird mask extended his hand to her, as if trying to help. Renur, meanwhile, added from her memories that he had never seen her smile. Ariel remembered someone's crazy grin. Someone asked her a question. Is it because she has no family? Yon's nerves again created various illusions. Someone's voice said that he had never really spoken to her. Ariel stood alone among the thick fog and illusions. Meanwhile, people cursed and said why her. In her illusions and memories, there were both soldiers and people in bird masks. Ariel heard someone ask again, how can she protect Gunther? They knew he had a difficult childhood. Someone asked a question, who was happy with it? This was said by many people who did not have clear facial outlines. Only their mouths were visible. Ariel remembered Gunther's words to her. She would never understand the pain he felt. His face was crossed out with many lines, making it impossible to see his eyes clearly. Gunther, meanwhile, added that she would never feel it. Ariel looked at his back, moving away from her. She crossed her arms and thought never. She absolutely never. Ariel looked forward with longing. She furrowed her brows tightly and pressed her lips tightly together. Meanwhile, some time ago, Ariel fell to the ground, spilling a bucket of water. It toppled over with a booming sound. The woman turned to her, holding 2 buckets in her hands, and looked at her with disappointment. Ariel began to stand up and apologize to her mother. She said in excuse that she tripped. She added that she would come back and bring some more. Her mother looked at her warily. She put her 2 buckets down. Approaching Ariel, she slapped her in the face with all her might. Ariel began to fall down in surprise. Her mother told her to watch everything as closely as possible and get back to work. She added reproachfully to make her look at her sisters. Her mother said, pointing to the girls standing in front, that they could easily carry 2 buckets at a time. She added that Ariel couldn't even carry one. She should be ashamed. Her mother told her to try harder since she was part of their family. Ariel reached her hand to her bruised cheek. She looked away shyly and apologized to her mother. Some time later, the wind barely noticeably swayed the ripened ears of millet. Someone sighed wearily. This man was working in the field, holding a scythe in his hands. Ariel rubbed her forehead with her hand and began to exhale tiredly. Sweat was running down her face from extreme exhaustion. She leaned on the braid in her hands, trying to rest as much as possible. Her mother called her name and, pointing her finger at the field, told her to stop standing around and get back to work. She added that Ariel should look at the field, because the harvest will not reap itself. Ariel obediently answered yes. She said that she would return to work straight away. Her face was all red from fatigue. She rolled her eyes and began to fall down. Ariel lay unconscious on the ground, dropping her scythe from her hands. Someone exclaimed that Ariel fainted again. The man in the hat said that it was so useless. Ariel's mother looked ahead in disappointment. After some time, in one of the buildings, someone's voice said, angrily waving his hand, so that she should try to be useful at least once in her entire life. After some more time, someone's voice plaintively announced that Ariel had broken the pickaxe again. It lay on a wooden table, broken in half. Someone's voice answered that she was a girl who couldn't do anything. Ariel crossed her arms in resentment. She was asked the question, can she do anything right? Her mother stood in front of her, angrily asking her questions. Well, at least something. Ariel meekly folded her hands in front of her, looking down sadly. She apologized to her mother. After some time, 3 bags of millet stood in the warehouse. Ariel's mother said that in the end, they ended up with even less than 100 kilograms. The man replied that last year and this year the drought was too long. He heard that the neighbors harvested less than half of their usual harvest. The girl with long hair crossed her arms over her chest and said that they were running out of money. She concluded that this way they might not make it until next year. A man with a beard and black hair said, when such years passed, in every family someone died of hunger. Everyone present in the warehouse looked at each other with concern. The man with the beard had a presentiment that this winter would be the most severe of all that they had ever experienced. After some more time, huge flakes of snow fell to the ground, completely enveloping the soil in a white shroud. There was porridge on the wooden table, and a spoon lay next to it. Ariel's entire family sat at the table, which was illuminated by a lonely candle. They were all tensely silent. A girl with long black hair said she heard that William and Margaret from a neighboring village died of hunger. The guy sitting next to her asked, William? He added that a few months ago they were pushing a cart together. Ariel's mother said, placing her hands on the table, that they had nothing left, so they would eat this porridge every day. She added that if they continue like this, they won't have much time left. Ariel's father furrowed his eyebrows and looked down thoughtfully. He said that some eagles throw their weakest cubs out of the nest during times of particularly severe hunger. He added thoughtfully that they do this so that the strongest chicks can survive by sharing food among themselves. Ariel's father said he already knew what severe hunger was. His mother took his brother and went for a walk with him. Their figures began to disappear among the snowy forest. Ariel's father added that she returned alone. He remembered the approaching figure of his mother, who was hunched over with grief and sadness. Ariel's father and mother frowned and looked ahead thoughtfully. Ariel's father said that thanks to his brother's disappearance, they had one less hungry person. He added that that winter it was enough to keep everyone else alive. He picked up a plate of porridge. Ariel's father said, now he thinks it's time to go find his brother. Ariel's father and mother looked at each other thoughtfully. The whole family stared with questioning glances at the gloomy Ariel sitting at the table. Ariel frowned even more in confusion as she looked at them. Gunther's words rang in her ears again, saying that she would never understand his pain. Ariel desperately looked forward, pressing her lips tightly. She mentally repeated that never. The frozen ground sparkled silver with ice and snow. An exhausted, frozen blonde-haired man sat motionless on the ground. His lips were covered with frost. His eyes looked aimlessly into emptiness. The cold turned my skin gray. He sat with his legs pulled up to his chest and his arms wrapped around his knees to keep him warm. Next to him lay the frozen corpse of a man, covered with snow. Ariel, with her hands behind her back, stood motionless in place and looked at them. She stood against the wall of a gray brick building next to a window through which she could hear the dialogue of two people. One person tried to object and said, "But still." The other replied that he could not. The merchant, a dark-haired man with a thin mustache wearing smart, warm purple clothes, said that crowds of parents had come before her, trying to sell their children. She must know that now that the law has become stricter, the demand has fallen, and there are no fewer children. So if her child is not gifted, then it will be difficult to sell him. Ariel's mother stood in front of him and listened silently. She desperately begged him to take a better look at the girl. It will definitely be good for something. The merchant squinted his eyes towards the window and looked at the puny figure of a girl with long black hair. Ariel, standing outside, heard their conversation through the window frame. The merchant said emphatically, "Definitely not. Let him look around. People are dying right on the street. Nobody needs such a frail child." Ariel clasped her palms together and listened to the conversation in shock. Her mother came out of the store with a stern expression on her face. She turned her head to the side, looking for Ariel. The mother held out 2 coins on her palms and told her to take it. Ariel held out her hands to the coins. The mother said that she could buy herself a bowl of soup with this money. She needs to run errands. She looked at Ariel and sternly ordered her to stand there. The mother turned and shouted over her shoulder to wait. Ariel looked after her mother with hope in her big blue eyes and clutched the coins to her chest with trepidation. The mother resolutely walked forward along the frozen ground and heard the concerned voice of Ariel, who asked in a broken voice, "Will she come back for her?" The mother turned her head slightly to the side and squinted her stern gaze. She turned away abruptly and walked on without answering. Ariel looked at the retreating silhouette of her mother, who was leaving footprints on the snowy ground, and obediently said, "She will wait." The little girl Ariel lovingly held the coins in her palms and faithfully said, "She will wait here and will not move a millimeter." She looked with hope and trepidation in the direction where her mother had gone and said, "Let her promise that she will come back for her." Ariel was left completely alone on a dark and frosty street, wearing only a thin dress and a hat. She looked into the distance with hope and clutched the coins to herself. As time passed, Ariel peered carefully into the darkness, expecting to see her mother. She squatted down, wrapped her arms around herself, and tried to keep warm. Ariel saw in front of her only dark footprints in the snow from her mother's feet. The snow began to fall harder, falling in large flakes on little Ariel's thin body. She, afraid to blink, looked into the distance with big eyes, hoping to see the silhouette of her mother. Time passed, the frost intensified. Ariel sat motionless on the ground, pulling her knees to her chest and hugging herself with her arms. Her skin took on a bluish tint. She still looked into the distance, but her eyes no longer sparkled with the fire of hope. Her gaze betrayed pain from disappointment and doom. Quite a long time had passed since Ariel's mother left her on the deserted, icy street, but she was still faithfully waiting for her, sitting in one place. Ariel had lost a lot of weight and had become haggard, and there were bruises under her eyes. She lovingly pressed the coins to her lips and continued to look into the distance. Suddenly, someone's shadow fell on her. Ariel saw the dark silhouette of her mother. She looked ahead in shock. Exhausted from hunger and cold, Ariel asked hopefully, "Mom?" A dark-haired man with a mustache and short beard leaned over her. He looked with interest at the girl, who was clearly delirious from exhaustion. The man saw the coins in her hands and grinned maliciously, showing black holes from missing teeth. He suddenly grabbed the coins. Ariel cowered in fear and screamed. The man quickly ran across the snowy ground. Ariel rushed after him. Tears of resentment and despair flowed down her cheeks. She ran and peered into the darkness through the snowfall and strong wind. Ariel ran and screamed in heartache because she kept these coins as a part of her mother. She ran for a long time along a snow-covered narrow street until she found herself on a cliff. Ariel stood on the edge of a high cliff, one step from the abyss. She looked down on the tiny pine trees and houses below. She wiped away streams of bitter tears from her mother's betrayal with her palms. Ariel shook with sobs, realizing that she had simply been left to die from cold and hunger. Suddenly, the tears in her eyes suddenly dried up. She looked forward resolutely with an empty and icy gaze. The fire of determination flared in her pupils. Ariel took a step forward and stopped at the very edge of the cliff. Small stones began to fall from under her boots. Ariel stood on the edge of the cliff, blown by the wind, and looked ahead, preparing to take a step forward. Suddenly, she heard someone's menacing voice, which told her, "Little one, to stop." A dark figure appeared in Ariel's blue pupils. She took a step forward and quickly flew down the cliff, breaking dry tree branches with her body. The dark-haired man who had taken the coins from her earlier held her tightly in his arms and let out a sigh of relief. Sweat streamed down his face with excitement. Ariel asked in a trembling voice, "Did they die?" The dark-haired man smiled happily and said that they were alive. They fell from such a height and still survived. He turned his happy face to Ariel and cheerfully said, "Today is his lucky day." Then he asked the question cheerfully, didn't he? Ariel looked at him fearfully, cowering in fear. In horror, she tried to pull away and break free, asking the question, what does he need from her? Why won't he leave her alone? The man cheerfully replied, "Oh well. She looks like she wouldn't mind helping." Ariel looked into his eyes sadly and incredulously. She broke free and quickly ran away, wiping away tears of resentment and hopelessness. Ariel, through her tears, told him not to laugh at her. She cried out in despair that she was useless and of no use to anyone. The man sat on the ground and looked at her in surprise. Ariel stopped, wiping away streams of bitter tears with her fists. She sobbed from the pain of betrayal and worthlessness, covering her eyes with her fists, and through clenched teeth she said sadly, to no one. Ariel heard footsteps behind her and warily glanced sideways. The dark-haired man slowly approached her, his wooden prosthetic leg thumping loudly on the frozen ground. He said calmly, "That's right." The man walked past Ariel, leaving traces of his boot and wooden prosthesis in the snow, saying that she was useless to someone. He looked back at her, raising his thumb up in an approving gesture, and said with a wide smile, "But for others, she will be just a godsend." Ariel looked after him in bewilderment. After a while, the man silently walked forward along the snowy ground. After some time, he saw an old woman who was leaning on her staff with both hands so as not to fall. The man said displeasedly, he told her not to get out. He asked the question with excitement, "Does she see what's going on here?" The old woman replied that this was nonsense. She won't be able to sleep a wink until she sees him again. Ariel walked hesitantly behind the man, her shoulders drooping. The old woman, seeing her, asked in surprise what kind of child he had there. The man calmly replied that he picked her up on the way home. "Looks useful." Ariel looked out from behind him in fear and looked at the old woman. The old woman came closer and, pointing her index finger at her, asked indignantly, "Where is she useful?" "Look, just bones. Even if she makes soup from it, it won't be enough for them." Ariel cowered in horror. The man looked back at her with a smile and said sternly, "It looks like it's time for the old woman to pack her things." She waved her hand in fear and laughed with her toothless mouth. The man also laughed merrily. Ariel watched them with excitement. After some time, the man approached a wooden house, the windows of which were closed with shutters. He opened the door and entered the dark room, telling the little one to get in there quickly. The man said that he works there. Now she will live here. Ariel, shivering from the cold, looked forward in fear. The man, seeing her reaction, said, "It's not like it was at all comfortable here, but when she's dying of hunger, you don't have to choose. In any case, let him find a comfortable place and feel at home." Ariel looked on in shock. The dark figures of many people were reflected in her blue pupils. People were sitting in a dark room and looking at cabinets filled with various bottles and jars. The room was crowded. People sat on benches, and those who did not have enough space stood. Ariel hesitantly entered the room and looked at these people with interest. Suddenly, the blonde guy excitedly asked the question, "Where was Dr. Ed?" "Everyone is waiting for him." The dark-haired man, putting on a black robe, calmly told him not to shout like that. The woman in brown robes squinted at Ariel and said that she had not seen her here before. She asked the question, "Where is she from?" Ariel looked at this woman in surprise and fear and said uncertainly that she didn't know. She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know where her home is now. The woman was surprised and, smiling good-naturedly, said that it was nothing. She also doesn't know where her home is or where to move next. The woman moved to the side and pointed to the vacant seat next to her. She told Ariel to come and sit down. "She looks exhausted." Ariel remained silent. At this time, Dr. Ed began seeing patients. A gray-haired man was sitting on a chair in front of him and was animatedly telling something. Dr. Ed looked at him with interest. The woman in brown clothes looked at the doctor and said that he was a very respected person. Then she looked at the diploma standing on the shelf and said she heard about it from other people. They said that he studied healing at a very prestigious school. The woman closed her eyes and said that with his incredible knowledge, he could lead a comfortable existence and develop further. But still, he decided to stay here, on this seedy street, to take care of people like them. Ariel sat next to her, listened to her story, and looked thoughtfully at the doctor. The woman said with a grateful smile that Dr. Ed had saved so many lives that they had lost count. Next to her sat a bald man who, with his arms crossed over his chest, looked angrily towards the doctor and said irritably, "Yeah, he's so wonderful." The bald man angrily said that he was a charlatan. He can't heal him properly. The brown-robed woman condescendingly told him to stop. Thanks to the doctor, he is still here, alive and almost healthy. In his case, it's a sin to complain. The bald man looked angrily at the doctor from under his brows and said, "He is a charlatan." The woman and Ariel could not find anything to answer and remained silent. After some time in the hospital, someone was holding in their hands a deep bowl of hot stew, from which steam rose up. Dr. Ed was sitting in a dark hospital room, and next to him, on another bench, was Ariel. They both held bowls of hot food in their hands. Dr. Ed sadly asked for forgiveness and said that this was all he had for dinner. Ariel silently shook her head from side to side and sadly looked down at the food. "Dr. Ed said sadly, what a merciless winter. Every day more and more people find themselves on the street, dying of cold and hunger. So many people have died." He slowly added, "So many corpses." Ariel sadly looked up at him with her blue eyes. After some time, surgical instruments lay on the gurney. A woman sat on a bench in a hospital room and hugged a little boy who was crying, wiping his tears with his fist. The boy admitted through his tears to his mother that he was scared. His mother looked at him with sympathy and hugged him affectionately. She said everything will be all right. Don't worry about anything. She will be here, next to him. The boy, wiping his tears, asked a question, does she promise? He desperately asked his mother not to leave him. His mother lovingly assured him that she would never leave him, so he shouldn't worry. She gently reassured him, calling him in gentle words. Ariel watched them with eyes full of pain. She stood in the far corner and looked at the people in the hospital room. She clearly realized that she was completely alone in this cruel world. After a while, crying was heard in the dark room near the window. Ariel lay curled up on her side on the bed, crying. She heard a voice that said it hurts, he knows. Ariel looked away sadly. Dr. Ed sat on the edge of her bed with his hands on his knees. Ariel, tormented by the pain of betrayal and resentment, quietly said that she was too weak to overcome this pain and fill the void. Dr. Ed looked at her thoughtfully, and Ariel looked at him sadly. He asked if she knew how farms treated children who were born without limbs. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he knew for sure. The doctor sadly said that once in his life, there was only pain and agony, just like hers. But one day, the teacher told him a funny story. The carriage had an accident and overturned. The man who was riding in it broke his leg. Ariel mentally imagined an overturned cart and next to it a man writhing in pain. The teacher asked if the person who broke his limb was lucky. Ariel sat up in bed and said in surprise that he was definitely unlucky. Dr. Ed continued the story, adding that it turned out that all the other passengers in the cart who were traveling with him died. Yes, that man broke his leg, but he survived. He looked at Ariel and asked a question. Let her now answer him. Is the person with the fracture lucky or unlucky? She thought and asked uncertainly. Then it turns out he was the lucky one. Doctor, Ed asked sternly, are you sure? His leg is still broken. Ariel thought about it. She began to think about this question and said that surviving with a broken limb is neither happiness nor misfortune. Doctor, Ed smiled and patted her on the head approvingly, saying, sure. They tend to determine what is happiness and what is not by comparing themselves to others. He stroked her hair affectionately and added that it doesn't change what it really is. After some time in the hospital room, the doctor said it's normal to be sad. Rejoice, cry, laugh, feel despair, hope, pain, fear, courage. He then added that it's okay to not be okay. After some time, in one of the gray houses, a voice was heard from behind the doors, which irritably said that he was a charlatan. In a small room, a bald man was lying on a bed, who said that he congratulated him. He was finally able to kill him. He didn't try to cure him properly. Dr. Ed was sitting on a chair next to him and looked at him sadly, saying that he was very sorry. He let him down. The bald man, sweating profusely, looked at the doctor in surprise. Then he raised his eyes, which stood out strongly on his thin and haggard face. The bald man crossed his bony arms over his chest and said that he was a charlatan. But he, in the end, did everything he could to save someone like him, with no family and nothing. Something clinked loudly in the rag bag. The bald man held a bag in his bony hand and, turning to the doctor, said let him take it. It may not be much, but it's all he's saved up. Doctor. Ed looked at the bag in surprise, and the bald man continued, saying that the charlatan was so broke that he couldn't even buy normal medicine. Let him take it for miscellaneous expenses. Doctor. Ed looked sadly at his bald friend, whose life was slowly fading away. The bald man looked up blankly and muttered that the doctor was a charlatan. A moment later, he took his last breath and his pupils shrank. After a while, Doctor. Ed cried, mourning his friend. He was on his knees, pressing his hands against the wall, crying loudly. Ariel stood quietly behind him and looked at him with sympathy. After a while, someone said quietly, Dr. Edmund. Doctor. Ed stood behind the pharmacy counter and looked at Ariel in surprise. She stood in front of him, hesitantly clasping her hands, and hesitantly asked if he thought she could ever become like him. Ariel looked at him hopefully, waiting for an answer. Doctor. Ed froze in surprise. His face lit up with happiness. He smiled widely and said, of course. Ariel clasped her hands tighter in excitement and said that starting tomorrow she wanted to help him. If she can do something, let him say it. Doctor. Ed looked down with satisfaction and said, of course. He happily added that it looked like he had made the right choice in bringing her there. Ariel's eyes sparkled with joy. After a while, someone raised his hand, attracting attention, and called, Ariel. She quickly ran to the call, shouting that she was already coming. On the other side of the room, two men raised their hands and shouted, over there. Ariel is needed there too. She excitedly replied, okay, just a minute. In the hospital yard, you could hear someone constantly calling out to Ariel and saying she could take a look. They need her help. Ariel was in great demand among patients. Doctor. Ed sat at the pharmacy counter, bored, with his cheek resting on his fist. He smiled joyfully, looking ahead. Ariel, who was carrying medicine on a tray, stopped opposite him and asked why he was looking at her like that. The doctor replied that it was nothing. Just funny. It's as if just yesterday she was a small and unhappy child on the verge of death. He looked at her excited face and said let her look at herself now. Ariel asked worriedly, is there something on her face? Doctor. Ed smiled cheerfully and said, "No, he just wants to say that she's cute." Ariel became embarrassed and blushed. After a while, someone coughing was heard through the thick snow. Ahead stood a dilapidated wooden house with broken glass on the windows. The roof of the house was covered with snow. Someone's cough was heard again from the house. Inside this house, Dr. Ed looked out the window at the snowfall and said he was glad when the teacher came to him in a dream before their hike. It turned out that this was a bad sign. He sadly asked, who knew that such snowfall would catch them along the way? The snow doesn't stop even for a minute. Ariel stood behind him. She coughed and asked worriedly, could they come back? She said that it would take a few more days to get to the village. Wouldn't it be better? Dr. Ed, without turning to her, continued to look out the window and said that he knew a man whose name was Robert. Once he jumped out into the street in such weather so that everyone knew that nothing would stop him. Dr. Ed turned to Ariel, smiled slyly, instructively put his index finger forward, and said that this poor fellow had not walked even a kilometer before he froze to death. So he set an instructive example for everyone who remained inside. After some time, heavy snowfall continued. The frosty sky turned into sunset colors. A painful cough was heard from the dilapidated wooden house. Ariel coughed painfully, covering her mouth with her fist. Dr. Ed was also coughing, covering his mouth with his hand. He looked at his hand and saw blood. Dr. Ed thought with excitement, a deep, hysterical, continuous cough, along with acute pain in the chest, accompanied by sticky mucus and blood. Due to hypothermia and constant drafts, they are getting worse. Dr. Ed looked sadly at Ariel, who was sitting nearby, wrapped in a blanket. A fire burned in front of them for warmth. Ariel, sweating profusely, coughed painfully. The doctor realized that without proper treatment, they would not last long. They need to moisten gauze with mustard solution and place it on the chest. This will help blood circulation and phlegm removal. He made a mustard plaster and applied it to his chest. The doctor thought, then the most important step. They need to drink medicine with extracts of eucalyptus, thyme, rosemary, elm bark, clover, and other herbs. 3 large spoons of this mixture twice a day for 3 days. He looked at the small glass bottle that contained some orange-colored medicine. The doctor looked at the bottle and said out loud that this was not enough for one person. The doctor looked worriedly at the sick Ariel. He handed her a spoon with medicine. She coughed painfully and said she didn't know they had medicine with them. The doctor replied, "Of course there is." Then he asked cheerfully, "He's a doctor. Did she forget or something? Let him drink this and not worry." Ariel coughed again and obediently drank the medicine from a wooden spoon. Time passed. The snowfall did not stop. A cough was heard from the dilapidated house. There was an empty bottle on the table. The medicine had run out. Doctor. Ed turned a painful blush, sweating from weakness. He hugged Ariel tighter and held her close. They wrapped themselves in blankets, trying to warm themselves from the flames of the fire, and sadly looked at the flames. Their coughing was constantly heard in the house. Doctor. Ed said weakly, "It might sound selfish, but let her promise him something." Ariel was silent, waiting for what he would say. The doctor continued, "The world that awaits her may be heartless, cruel, embittered, and merciless." He took her small hand in his and said, "And yet, as his teacher cared for him, and as he cared for her, he wants her to follow in their footsteps, so that she helps those in need." Doctor. Ed held Ariel's hand in his and asked hopefully if she could promise him. She looked exhaustedly in his direction and said weakly, she was a clumsy, useless little girl. She is afraid that she will not be able to keep her promise. Ariel lowered her eyes sadly. Doctor. Ed said that's not true. She is the strongest child he knows. If she believes in herself the way he believes in her, then she can do anything, that's for sure. The doctor added calmly, so let her promise him. Ariel thought sadly, then tightly squeezed the doctor's palm and confidently said, "She promises." She turned and looked at him warmly, saying that she remembered everything he did for her. She will dedicate her life to saving other lives. Doctor. Ed was satisfied with her answer. He said it was good. This is what he wanted to hear. He, without letting go of her hand, said that this was all he needed. After some time, A clear day arrived and the snowfall stopped. Ariel looked out the window and joyfully shouted that the snow had stopped. She feels much better. Ariel, smiling joyfully, called the doctor. He sat silently with his eyes closed, leaning against the wall. Ariel called out in fear, "Dr. Edmund." His eyes were closed. Ariel looked at him in shock. Suddenly, Dr. Ed opened his eyes wide and laughed cheerfully. He jumped to his feet and joyfully asked the question, "Was she scared? Did you think he died? So, has the snow stopped? Thank the gods they are saved." Ariel looked at him in shock. Dr. Ed strode decisively around the room and cheerfully said, "Well, we need to get together and finally get to work." Ariel stood silently in disbelief. The doctor turned to her and asked why she froze there. It's time for them to go. Without turning around, she resolutely said that she remembered everything clearly and clearly. It is unlikely that he will ever forget. That day, that hour, she realized that he would never wake up again. Ariel looked back and looked at him in disbelief. Dr. Ed, pointing at himself with his index finger, smiled cheerfully and said, "Let him look at him. He's right here." Now they can continue to live happily ever after. Ariel closed her eyes sadly and said that the days spent with him were the happiest of her life. This is true. But there's no point in her staying here if this isn't real. Dr. Ed looked at her kindly and asked the question, "Why is this?" He said there is nothing outside but suffering. He asked a question, "Does she know that she will never be happy there?" Ariel said that there is a child there who has been asking for help all his life. If she does not come to him, he will hate and curse this world until his death. Ariel clenched her fists resolutely and said that she had to come and save him. Dr. Ed asked a question in bewilderment. Does she still want to help him, even though no one will appreciate it? Ariel smiled tenderly and said, "Yes, of course." Dr. Ed looked at her and agreed, saying, "Very good. Let her act." He extended his hand to her and touched her shoulder. Then he gently stroked her cheek and said that he was proud of how she had grown. Ariel lovingly placed her hand on his wrist and began to cry. At this time, Ariel, being inside the monster, entangled in his blood, also cried. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She woke up and suddenly opened her eyes. Being inside the monster,